Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Courtroom packed and the cameras on. Folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole chat buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. Hear the cell doors locked. No parole boy, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Mama crying in the second row. Defense still talking, but it's moving slow. State dock receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's long breaks and uneasy nights. Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got cleared. L-Wop-Bop-Bop. Hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop-Bop. No appeal gonna save ya. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Hey, 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 hey. The L-Wop-Bop. Hey, 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 hey. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Hey. Case pause, courtroom tense. Hey. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-Wop.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Oh, man. I'm going to call today going to be a testy Tuesday because yesterday was a messy Monday. Oh, man. This microphone and these settings is probably going to drive me up a wall. I don't know what happened, but I'm going to wing it. I tried to work on it last night, but it's kind of hard when you just recording and trying to listen back. And I'm like, it all sounds the same to me. But definitely before I even get started, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. And I'm not going into no whole spiel and nobody can hear me. Let's start there first. Okay. Got some 1s in the chat so everybody can hear me. Good. I'm like, oh my gosh, I went on Leslie's show yesterday and I don't know what happened. They couldn't hear me. I had to put my mouth all on the microphone like this. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, I don't want anything this big next to my mouth. I just don't. It don't feel right. You know, I gotta hold it differently. Like, no, I don't want all of that. Not next to my mouth. I want the mic to be, kind of back. Yesterday, I had to hold it all the way up here to my mouth like this, and so everybody can hear me. And I couldn't understand why, because typically my microphone is way over here somewhere. But I know it's way too early for that type of stuff. I won't even do that with y'all. Anywho. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Let's see here. So we starting a new trial today. For those that don't know, for the military redrum trial, we are going back into that trial today. I think we got about maybe 3 hours worth of coverage from yesterday, so we'll take care of that today. I didn't forget about that trial. I know the state did rest their case yesterday. I'm not sure if the defense is going to put on a case. And what case they're going to put on, I have no clue. But we will get over there after today's trial to catch up on there. And I'm not sure if I don't know if they'll get into closing arguments because, in Alaska, it appears that they only work part-time. And I mean part-time. I don't even think they have court for 4 hours each day or 3. And then they're off on Fridays from what I can gather. So there we go with that. I know we got a lot of people that were shocked in regards to our penal verdict yesterday. I personally was not shocked. I was not shocked. I know half the chat was shocked. Although we be wanting certain things a certain way. I just knew it. After child, I think I didn't just started like, whatever. That's pretty good. I think I did a good job this morning on my coffee. All right, let's get into this. Good morning, Merelda. Hey, Fem. Hey, Lexi. How are you? We missed you too. Hey, Pretty. Hey, Funk. I know. Hey, Fem. Good morning. Hey, lawyer's daughter. Good morning. Thank you. Shout out to the mods that created it. Yeah. Merelda, some people do like big things next to their mouth. I don't know. It depends on who you are. I'm just saying I don't prefer big things next to my mouth. Yes. Happy Taco Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Hey lady. Hey Cian. Good morning. Okay. What else did we look a pretty? Look at pretty. Look at that, Morel. Did you see that comment? I tell you. I am not. It is so too early for that. Let's see here. So for those that don't know, in regards to the case that we're going to be doing today, hopefully our good friend Leslie Bleak B, she says she may be able to get down to the courthouse tomorrow and give us some information in regards to a jury makeup. And that would be very exciting for us to know what our jury panel looks like. Of course, she's not going to sketch it out for us or anything like that. But at least we'll have some information on it. So for you guys, we are covering the trial of Blaise Taylor, a former Tennessee's Titans scout. Wow, that had to be exciting. And college football analyst. Let me see what I got in here. He is indicted on 2 counts of first-degree redrum in the connection with the unaliving of his girlfriend, Jade Benning, and her unborn child. Now, prosecutors allege he poisoned her without knowledge while visiting her apartment in February of 2023. And this was in Nashville, just so y'all know where we at, down south in Tennessee. Listen, Taylor called 911 claiming that Jade was suffering from allergic reaction. Jade was rushed to the hospital to Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Wow. The unborn baby died 2 days later. I don't know how I'm going to make it through this. Jade died on her 25th birthday, March 6, 2023. So she didn't die immediately from what I understand. It looks like, okay, yeah, because she went in there. It happened February 2023. The baby passed away. Oh, man. 2 days later after she got there, and then she passed away on her 25th birthday. That is just like a slap in the face. She was never able to speak with investigators before her unaliving. And they say the prosecution's theory is not a typical poisoning case because they say that she was poisoned with massive amounts of that Coca-Cola. So this is not going to be like where we heard in Daisy Link's trial where the medical examiner got up on the stand and said that the victim had a healthy dose of Coca-Cola in his system. This Emmy is going to testify saying that she had way more than anybody on this earth should have. Oh, man. I wonder if they tracked it back to how he got it. I wonder if evidence going to come in the case in regards to, like with Corey. She wasn't into the D-rug, so she had to go through someone else to get the D-rugs. I wonder if they'll find out how he got the D-rugs. Like, will there be a D-rug dealer that gets on the stand and say, hey, I gave him this? And, of course, Jay's best friend, she testified at the preliminary when they were trying to do in regards to his bond. She called her shortly before the medical emergency and allegedly said, I gotta say allegedly, you put something in my drink, and she was talking to him. I just don't know why he did that. I don't know. I ain't even gonna say why. I don't know why. Why ask why? Because they be just doing stuff for no reason. Like, you can leave a relationship. That would be the smartest thing to do. And second of all, like, if you don't want babies, if you don't want a family with somebody, there is certain things called protection. Like, because it seemed like this may be more about what this may be about. I don't know if he has an outside family. I don't know what's going on. What made him go to this degree with her. I don't know if he found a new woman because, he had just, they picked him up in Utah because he found a new job. So I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if it's the control thing. Like if I can't have you, you have to go because I don't want you. Like the nerve of you. But this is what he decided to do. This is what we working with. So there's that. So just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a background information on the case before we get into it, because I know we move through these cases pretty fast. Okay. So let me see. I see they got the courtroom feed up. You can see that there. You can see our guy here. I wonder, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have, I wonder if he don't probably have a public defender. I don't think he probably does. I don't think he does. We'll find out. Okay, remember we are basically in live time, so we probably won't have much TiVo time, but let's see where we're at with this.
Jurors have just gotten anything before they're brought in from the state to defend.
Your Honor, I understand that possibly this case is being live streamed somewhere, which is fine. There's just one issue that I've come across with in the past when cases are being live streamed. I want to maybe just note before or make everyone aware or even possibly ask how everyone wants to deal with this, that on breaks, I don't know if the stream is going to be cut.
What is your issue?
So my concern is that when we are breaking, when the court is not in session, there's not testimony, there's not live witnesses, inquire as to whether a live stream is going to be still active, because I know in the past I've had a personal issue with that when like counsel conversations are being picked up by a live stream that's not, the feed's not cut, when there's not active testimony in place, and I want to either to inquire or maybe request that the stream be cut.
If they pick up somehow your conversations with your client?
Our conversations, today's conversations, any conversations that are not like occurring, like it's not active testimony cross-examination.
We'll find that out. Anything else?
It's just sort of a scheduling thing. Depending on how long the opening statements last, would it be possible to have a comfort break before we, to get organized before we call the first witness?
Well, it's 30 minutes according to General Norman. How long do you think yours will take?
30, 40.
Do you want a break in an hour?
Yes, or whenever opening statements, before we call the first witness.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let the jury step down.
Judge, do you want us to use the podium, or is it okay if we don't?
Oh, I don't, it's up to you. Do you not want it? Okay, I won't find that,
If you want it, you can just put it over here.
You better use a mic. That's what I do know. Use the mic.
here and present, if you will, at this time, stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn as the jury in this case.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues joined and a true verdict render according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Yes. All right, you can have a seat. Okay. All right, the state will read the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor. Police court, counsel. Members of the jury, the indictment in this case reads as follows. State of Tennessee, Davidson County. Count 1. The grand jurors of Davidson County, Tennessee, duly impounded and sworn upon their oath, present that Blaise Allen Taylor, on the 25th day of February 2023, in Davidson County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation, did kill Jade Benning in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13-202, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 2. The grand jurors of Davidson County, Tennessee, duly impounded and sworn upon their oath, present that Blaise Allen Taylor, on the 25th day of February 2023 in Davidson County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation, did kill the unborn female child of Jade Benning in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13-202, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 3. The grand jurors of Davidson County, Tennessee, duly impounded and sworn upon their oath, present that Blaise Allen Taylor, on the 25th day of February 2023, in Davidson County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did kill Jade Benning during the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate murder in the first degree in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13-202, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 4. The grand jurors of Davidson County, Tennessee, duly impounded and sworn upon their oath, present that Blaise Allen Taylor, on the 25th day of February 2023 in Davidson County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did kill the unborn female child of Jade Benning during the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate murder in the first degree in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13-202, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Glenn R. Funk, District Attorney General for the 20th Judicial District, and filed with the Davidson County Criminal Court Clerk on March 13, 2024. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brand, Ms. Collins, how does your client plead to that indictment?
I'm not guilty.
Okay. All right, does the state here make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. You did this because you didn't want to fake. Those are a few of Jade Benning's last words, heard by her very best friend, Nigeria Jackson. Words that she heard spoken to Blaise Taylor over the phone 20 minutes before EMTs would find Jade Benning pulseless. EMTs found Jade Benning face down, laying across her bed, not in her bed, across her bed, face down. She was pulseless. When they found Jade Benning, she had this pink, frothy liquid around her mouth, like a spit up. And the area where she had been face down on her comforter, it had that same pink spit up vomit on it. The EMTs did not even know that Jade Benning was 5 months pregnant. They rushed Jade Benning to Vanderbilt Hospital, and when she arrived at the ER, Jade Benning was dead. You will hear evidence and testimony this week that none of the treatment team at Vanderbilt's emergency room had that night of February 25th, 2023, just after 10 p.m. when Jade Benning came to their emergency department. You will hear the evidence and testimony that the blood sample that was taken in the emergency room at 10:31 p.m., the very first blood sample from Jade Benning, that the later testing that came back months later, the concentration of cocaine in her blood was so high, it was unlike anything the medical examiner in this case had ever seen. But it was higher than anything the entire medical examiner's office had seen. You will also hear evidence and testimony that the testing of that pink spit up vomit on Jade's comforter, that it also tested an outrageous level of cocaine. You will hear evidence and testimony from multiple different experts that the physical evidence in this case shows that Jade Benning orally ingested cocaine that had been dissolved in a liquid. You will also hear that Jade Benning was drinking a pink drink that night. Before any of those events happened, Jade Benning was a young 24-year-old, about to turn 25, young woman who was very happy to be 5 months pregnant. Jade Benning was not from the Nashville area. She's from Arkansas. She grew up there with her mom, Bridget, her stepdad, Glenn. That's where she met her very best friend, Andrea Jackson, when she was just 6 years old. Jade went on to school. She was a competitive athlete growing up. She went on to school, but her dream was to be a chef. And she achieved that dream. She went to culinary school, she graduated, and Jade actually had family living in the Nashville area. Her stepmom and dad and her half-sister lived in the Nashville area, and her stepmom's brother owned a restaurant, and he hired her on as a chef. And she was so happy to be living her dream. She had a group of really close friends that worked with her at the restaurant. And that was early 2022. And then in August of 2022, Jade Benning's best friend, Andrea Jackson, her very best friend growing up, moved to Nashville to go to school at Mary. They were back together again, and these two girls talked constantly, told each other everything. They were so incredibly close. And it was about that same time in August of 2022 that Jade Benning had been linked with Blaise Taylor on a dating app. They started trading messages, and in mid-August they went out to one dinner at Stony River and went on a date. And they began a casual relationship. It became sexual. It was not a public relationship. They dated, and sometime in late September, Jade Benning became pregnant. Now, she did not find out that she was pregnant until November 2nd of 2022. And when Jade Benning took that home pregnancy test, the very first thing that she did was she called her best friend, Andrea. She told her, and they started planning to figure out how they could get an appointment to make sure that that was in fact the case. And she confirmed that she definitely was pregnant. Jade Benning reached out to Blaise Taylor, told him that she needed to talk to him in person. And they talked. And then the next day they talked some more. Jade Benning reached out to her mom, Bridget, to her dad, Dennis. She told both of them. She talked to Andrea a lot about it. She was happy. And on November 6th of 2022, she sent a message to Blaise Taylor confirming her choice to the ultimatum that he gave her. There were no more messages between them. Not any messages until New Year's Eve. Jade Benning went to her November 16th, 2022 ultrasound, and Blaise Taylor was not there with her. She began planning. She was living in a one-bedroom apartment, and she began planning to get a two-bedroom, and she just started doing all of the things that you do to get ready to have a baby. New Year's Eve, she didn't have to work that night, but she still went to the restaurant that she worked at. She went with her dad and her stepmom, and they were there with everybody at the restaurant for New Year's Eve. Blaise Taylor reached out to her on New Year's Eve, and after that night, they began speaking again. And the messages they sent back and forth, it was kind of trying to figure out what was going to be. Jade Benning ultimately expressed that she wanted a relationship with him. Blaise Taylor didn't go to any of Jade Benning's pregnancy appointments. She had 3 in February before she died. He didn't go to the February 2nd appointment where she was going to find out if they were having a baby girl or a baby boy. She asked him to go, and he did not. The week before February 25th, 2023, that day is a Saturday. Earlier that week, Blaise Taylor went out of town on a work trip, and he came back early that Thursday morning, and Jade Benning wanted to see him. And they messaged. She went over to his house mid-morning for a little bit before he went to work, and she asked to see him that night. But he did not make that plan happen with her. And on Friday, she again wanted to see him. She went over and they went and ate at Waffle House. And she wanted to see him that night. And she messaged him. But he didn't return her message. Now, Blaise Taylor was messaging people that night. He specifically sent a message to Cynthia Winford that said, "I love you, and I need you to love me back and be in love with me." That is the night of Friday, February 24th. Jade Benning asked Blaise Taylor again on Saturday the 25th if they could hang out and have a date night. And he agreed. And she told him to be at her house at 7 p.m. Wear comfy clothes. She had something planned. And she had already been talking to Andrea Jackson about what she was going to do. She came up with an idea that they would do kind of like a sip and paint, not the sip because she was pregnant and she was not drinking any alcohol, but that they would paint and she would make dinner. She, the chef, Jade Benning, was going to make one of her specialties, chicken Alfredo. Andrea Jackson suggested that meal because it was her favorite. Andrea wasn't eating chicken, but she wanted the Alfredo. She suggested it, and that day, Andrea even said, "I can stop by and get some food." Because Andrea Jackson, her best friend, when she was 6 years old, had never met Blaise Taylor, the man that she was having a baby with. And so that day, Jade worked early in the day, but she went home, she got everything ready, she had canvases, she had paint, she took multiple pictures of everything, she cooked the dinner, she took pictures beforehand, and about 7 o'clock p.m., Blaise Taylor came over, and they ate dinner together. And then at 7:30, Jade Jackson, she had been at school, and one of her friends that she went to school with, Keyante Jones, was with her, and they stopped by to pick up food. They weren't planning on staying. They ended up being there for about 30 minutes, and they talked to them. Jade got to meet Blaise Taylor for the first time. They did both notice that Jade was drinking a pink drink. They didn't drink anything while they were there. Then they said goodbye. Right afterwards, Nigeria starts texting Jade, talking about the cute interaction they had, and they have a couple text messages. And that's at 8 p.m. An hour and a half later is the next time that Nigeria Jackson would hear from her best friend. And she would not sound the same at all. During that hour and a half time period, Jade was very active on her phone. She took pictures. There's a picture at 9:10 p.m. where you can kind of see a progress of the painting project. And you see Jade's painting. And she has the words, love, that she's painted on the painting. These paintings were for the baby's nursery, because she was having a baby girl. And you'll see the painting that she has that says love, hope, inspire, peace. And then the digital forensics expert from Metro Nashville Police Department will testify and explain that he can tell that Jade Benning not only was on Pinterest, but she actually searched. She was looking for inspiration for more words that were beautiful words of inspiration. So that's from 9:10 to 9:24. At 9:24, there are a series of 12 photos taken. The 12 photos are all pictures of Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor, and several of them have her painting in it. The last painting was at 9:10, and at 9:24, she has added words to the painting. She has added the words believe and beautiful and hope. Painted them on the painting. It's at 9:28 and 45 seconds. That is the last action that happens on Jade Benning's phone. That last 12 picture was deleted. And then at 9:29 and 27 seconds, Jade Benning's phone calls her best friend, Nigeria Jackson. Nigeria Jackson will describe to you that her best friend was talking, but she wasn't talking to her. So much so, Nigeria immediately sent her 2 messages. Are you talking to me? What's going on? Because it was not normal. Her friend did not sound normal at all. She described her as sounding wavy, the way she was talking. She had known her since she was 6. She knew it wasn't, I'm not feeling well, something like I feel sick. She described it that her friend sounded scared. Her friend was talking to Blaise Taylor, and Jade Benning said, "What did you do? I can't feel my legs. I can't walk straight. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. What's in your hand? Show me. Show me your pocket. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. You did this because you didn't want the baby." She was repeating, "What's in your hand?" At one point, he responded back to her, "Nothing." During the 6-minute and 9-second call, Jade Benning is screaming out to her friend who's not responding to her. She hears her friend say to Blaise Taylor, "You're scaring me." And his response was, "You're scaring me." After 6 minutes and 9 seconds, Jade's phone disconnected the call. Right before that call disconnected, Nigeria, she was so confused as to what was going on. She merged her friend Keyante Jones into the call so that he could hear it. And at the end, Jade was trying to speak, but couldn't form words. He heard Jade, but couldn't make out anything that she was saying. That call began at 9:29 and 27 seconds. It was 6 minutes and 9 seconds long. At 9:50 p.m., EMT arrived at the patient, Jade Benning, and she was pulseless. Nigeria Jackson sped to her best friend's condo, and when she got there, Jade Benning was already in the back of the ambulance. They would not let her in to see her friend. She started jumping up and down so she could see in the little window, and she saw her friend, who was gray. Nigeria Jackson, she goes to Vanderbilt ER, and Blaise Taylor, he goes there too. He had called 911. She goes to Vanderbilt Hospital. She talks to the medical staff. She hears him talking to the medical staff, and he is not telling them what Jade said. She tells them what she heard her best friend say. The first officers arrive an hour later, and Officer Pfeiffer, he hasn't talked to Nigeria Jackson yet. He approaches Blaise Taylor and asks him what happened. Another officer talks to him, and then a detective talks to him, and when he talks to all three of those people, the scenario he gives is Jade started feeling bad. She threw up. I called my dad. My dad told me to call 911, and then I called 911. He tells Officer Pfeiffer, the first officer, that the person on the 911 call who answered it told him it was an allergic reaction. You will also be presented with that 911 call. That 911 call where the operator says the standard, "Please give me the address of your emergency." He says, "I don't know if it's on Donaldson. I'm with my friend, and she's having an allergic reaction." He goes on to tell the 911 operator that she must be having an allergic reaction to something she ate. He doesn't tell the 911 operator anything about what Jade Benning said. And about 6 minutes and 25 seconds into that 911 call, which he called his dad, 45 seconds before he called 911. It was a 30-second phone call. Now that's several minutes after the call with Nigeria. Not a ton of time, but 2 to 3 minutes after that call ends. Places a call to his dad, 30-second call. He calls 911. But again, he's told all 3 people, he later tells all 3 law enforcement. She threw up. I called my dad. I called 911. 6 minutes and 25 seconds into the 911 call, he tells them, "I think she's throwing up." He never tells 911 that Jade Benning is his girlfriend. He never tells them she's pregnant. The doctors at Vanderbilt, they were able to return spontaneous circulation, which means they were able to get Jade's heart to beat again. But the damage that was done to her brain, she never regained any brain activity, and she was on life support. On March 6th of 2025, Jade Benning and her unborn baby girl on her 25th birthday, she was removed from life support. Dr. Erin Carney with the medical examiner's office, she performed the autopsy on Jade Benning and her unborn baby girl. Dr. Carney already knew about Jade Benning before she ever died. She had already been contacted about her case because it was very unusual. And on February 28th, 2023, she requested Jade's first blood sample, that it be retained and saved for testing. She performed the autopsy and she verified there was absolutely nothing wrong with Jade's baby. Had she remained alive, her pregnancy would have continued and she would have had a baby girl. Dr. Carney will testify and tell you that the cause of Jade Benning's death was acute cocaine toxicity, a level higher than anything she has ever seen in any overdose death. You will also hear from another witness, Miss Apple Denny. She dated Blaise Taylor her freshman year of college. It was back in 2017. She was a freshman in college and she became pregnant. And she was not ready to be a mother at all. And she made the decision. He was with her. She made the decision to have an abortion. And Blaise Taylor went to those appointments with Miss Denny. They explained to her she had two options. And he was in those appointments, they talked about it. And she made a decision to have that abortion herself. Several months later, she will also describe to you a time when Blaise Taylor came to her in somewhat of a panic. And he told her that while they were on a break, he had slept with another woman, Xavier Winford, and she was pregnant. And she was refusing to have an abortion. And Apple Denny will tell you that Blaise Taylor asked her if she would go to the abortion clinic and get the abortion pill so that he could put it in Xavier Winford's drink to cause an abortion without her knowing. Miss Denny told him no, and also told him that wasn't even possible. And she will describe to you that he then began talking about what else could he put in her drink that would cause an abortion. Jade Benning's last words. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. You did this because you didn't want baby. After you have heard all of the evidence, we will ask you to return a verdict of guilty on all 4 counts of the indictment.
So I'm gonna try to switch us to another feed to see if it works better for as far as the sound. And wow, oh wow, was that not a good opening statement? I mean, that got me like the picture, the background, everything is right there. Like, there for the taking, guys. Like, wow. I like how she put that together. It sounded good. Let's go. Let me see if this will be better for us. I did find a logo. Let's see. Okay, and now we about to go into the defense opening statement. So let's see what his defense is going to be. I know his defense is going to be that she had an allergic reaction. I don't think she had any usage. I don't think that's going to come in. I don't think none of that's there. I don't see that. I don't know how they're going to get that in, that in. And I think that's why they got the background of information in regards to him and his, in regards to him and his background with his other previous women. Like, he knew he didn't want no kids for whatever reason it is, but he always want to be raw dogging it. I can't stand men like that. Sorry, men. Because they be knowing that they don't want kids or they don't want certain things, but then, they don't want to wrap it up. They want to go in there raw. Like, just protect yourself or make sure she has what is needed. But once you decide to go in there raw dog, you have given up all your power. So that's just my personal thing. Okay, she would make okay, wait a minute, I'm getting some information in here. She would make infused foods with THC, but not Coca-Cola. Okay. Maybe that's what they're going to try to bring in. We'll see. Okay, let's see what the defense gonna say happen. I think they're gonna say, like, they're gonna try to stay to this allergic reaction thing, and they're gonna say that's why he reacted the way he reacted.
Good morning. As we talked about yesterday, this is a very, very serious situation, as you know. And so again, I thank you. I thank you for coming back. I thank you for coming yesterday. And I thank you for taking very serious, and I know that because of the answers you gave us yesterday, this process and our judicial system. I too want to tell you the story of Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor. But as you can imagine, it's quite different. And you're going to hear over the course of this entire trial a lot of information. And if any of you are like me, it's easier to compartmentalize things so that as you hear the evidence, you can dump them in a bucket. And that way, at the end of the trial, a week or so later, it won't be so difficult to remember what we heard. And so what I want you to do is I want you to think about things before, think about during the incident, and after the incident. Think about things before the incident, and the incident is going to be February 25th of 2023. Before the incident, during the incident, and after the incident. It will help. So let's talk about before. Before, I want you to know who Blaise Taylor was and who Jade Benning is. Blaise is the oldest of 2 children. He is the son of Evie and Trooper Taylor. Blaise has a younger sister, Star Taylor. Blaise's father is a football coach, a college football coach. And I've since learned that living a football coach's life on that level, it takes you around several places across the country. And so they traveled a lot. They lived in a lot of different places because Dad worked in a lot of different places. And Blaise got his education from the University of Arkansas, where he graduated in 3 years with his master's degree in business administration. After that, he began working. And he ended up, after a few jobs, working for the Tennessee Titans as a pro scout. That is where, here in Tennessee, is where he meets Jade. But what's also important to know is that throughout Blaise's life, even when he played football, even when he was in college, he never drank and he never did any drugs. No alcohol and no drugs ever in his life. I want to now show you who Jade Benning is and was. She was a beautiful young lady. She was an aspiring chef. And she too was from Arkansas. And she moved to Tennessee after graduating from culinary school to become a chef and work at Ernest Hideaway Grill and Bar. But different than Blaise, Jade was involved with alcohol. And Jade was involved with drugs. And that is where they differ. But what they are alike, as you've heard, just as Blaise was casually dating young women, Jade Benning was casually dating young men. And so that is who they were before the incident. Now let's talk about Blaise and Jade and their relationship. Blaise and Jade met on Hinge, a dating app, in January of 2022. They exchanged a few messages, but never really hooked up. It went into February of 2022 when Blaise reached out to Jade, but yet she never returned the message. About a month later, she returns the message and says, "Oh, I've been busy, but it's good to speak with you." And then they went dead for a while. They didn't talk again until August of 22. In August of 22 is when they actually met up. August the 10th, they met and they had dinner. And after that, they began a relationship. They began casually dating each other. But they were not exclusive. He wasn't exclusive with her, and she wasn't exclusive with him. You will hear that he dated other women, and you will hear that she dated other men. And they were both okay with that because that was the agreement that those two adults had come to. They had agreed that they would have a sexual relationship, but they would still date other people. And as adults, you will hear that that is what they decided to do. You will hear that they probably started having sex somewhere around August. Remember, they met August 10th. So by August 23rd or so, you will hear that they probably began their sexual relationship. So from August 23rd until November 2nd, they started dating. They would see each other, they would hang out, I believe that the restaurant where Jade worked was very close to Blaise's house, and it was convenient because of their schedules for Jade to go over to Blaise's house after she got off work. And she would spend the night there. He would get up and go to work in the morning. She would sleep late and get up and leave whenever she got up. Now you will hear sometime around November 1st of 22. Jade believes that she may be pregnant. And you will hear that she's having a conversation with Najee. And what they're trying to figure out is who the father is. And you will hear that they weren't sure if it was Blaise's child or if it was some guy named Des' child. And so they talked a bit, and they talked about who she was having sex with the most. And it appeared that Najee thought that she was having sex with Des the most. But apparently, you'll be able to hear that ultimately Jade landed on Blaise. And Najee agreed and said, oh, well, it must be Blaise's. And you'll hear that it is at that time that Jade makes the decision that she's going to tell Blaise that she's pregnant with his child. And so you kind of deduct, you'll be able to deduct that she did talk to Blaise around November the 4th. And on November the 4th, it is clear that she tells Blaise, this baby is yours and not Blaise's. And you'll hear that it's true that Blaise, at that time, was not ready to be a father. With the woman he met less than 90 days ago, who was casually dating other people just like he was. And he did not want to go forward with the pregnancy. That's clear. He was 27, he wasn't married, he really didn't know her. And clearly he suggested alternative methods. And he suggested it to her because it was something that she had agreed to do with someone else in the past. But Jade wanted to keep this child. She wanted to give birth to Blaise's baby. And so what you'll hear though is that they had a difference of opinion and that they were at an impasse. And so clearly they had talked about it from November the 4th until November the 6th. Because on November the 6th, you will learn that it was Jade who told Blaise, clearly, there's no agreement that we're going to come to here, and I'm not changing my mind. So what I suggest is you go your way, I go mine. You don't have to be involved with the baby if that's what you want to do. I will go on and I will love this baby with or without you. My next appointment is on this day. If you want to be there, you can. But if not, this is the decision that I made. You'll hear that that's the decision that Jade made for herself. Now what's important is that after that, what you won't hear is that Blaise was forcing her, pressuring her, continuously calling her or texting her, trying to force her to abort this baby. You won't hear it. You will hear that from the moment she made that decision for herself and told him, you go your way and I'll go mine, that he did not contact her again. You will hear that he honored her wishes. You will hear that he gave her the space that she asked him. But then you'll hear that some time had passed. It would have been enough time to have passed to where she had passed the stage of where abortion would be a viable option. You'll hear that he told his parents, and he told his parents that he had met a young lady by the name of Jade. She was a chef, and he was possibly going to have a child. And what you'll hear is that he then at that time, after making that decision to tell his parents, he contacted Jade on December the 31st. And she responded via text, I'm at work or what have you. And you'll see that on that very same day, she texted Nigeria, her best friend, and said, you won't believe this. Because she had a missed call from Blaise. And that ultimately, on January 1st of 2023, they met up at a park, and Jade's suggestion, she suggested, let's go to a park. And he honored her wishes again and met her at the park. And it appears that they sat in that park and they talked for almost 5 hours. And they had made the decision that they were going to try to get to know each other so that if the baby was in fact Blaise's, because Blaise asked for a paternity test, which made sense, that they needed to know each other if they were going to have to co-parent this child. And you will hear from Nigeria herself that it was at this time that Blaise made every effort to do that, to get to know her, to participate. And so remember this is January 1st, so over the next month and a half, 3 weeks until February 25th, they dated, they saw each other, they hung out, they spent time together, and they were getting to know each other. Now you'll hear that Jade did have doctor's appointments, and she did want Blaise to attend. But what you'll hear is that she told him about one appointment, which was, in fact, February the 6th, I believe. And she was going to find out the gender of the baby on that day. And you'll hear that she asked Blaise to come. And Blaise said, I need to check to see what's going on at work. I don't know what's going on at work. And if I can make it, I will. You'll hear he didn't make it. But you'll also hear that the next appointment she had was about 4 days later, but it was for a blood test. It wasn't necessarily another actual visit, the monthly maternity visits. That one was not until March 9th. And by that time, unfortunately, she had already passed. And you'll hear that during this time, that they were split, and when Blaise was dating Xavier, Jade, now knowing that she was pregnant, was dating other men as well. In fact, there were 3 other men that she was dating in December. And you'll hear that we know that for sure because she was sending naked pictures to them in December. And there were 3 men, 3 different men that she sent naked pictures to from December the 3rd through almost towards the end of December. So yes, you will hear that they both were dating different people. Now, we'll go to February 25th of 2023. Now, what's also important to know before we get there, you'll find that Jade was involved with drugs prior to the day that this happened, prior to the day that she was diagnosed with acute cocaine toxicity that caused her death. You'll hear that she was involved with marijuana. You'll hear that she was involved with Adderall. You will hear that she was involved with the weed cartridges. I think they call it resin. You'll hear that she was involved with mushrooms, that she would take mushrooms. And you will hear that she also drank a lot until she was drunk oftentimes. In fact, you'll hear that during maybe a day or so before she and Andrea was having this conversation about who was the father, and it was Blaise's, that she was inviting Andrea to share mushrooms with her. And you'll hear on the same day that she learned that she was pregnant, that Andrea was asking her to call Des to reach out for some drugs. Fast forward to February 25th. On this day, during the incident, you'll hear that Jade, in fact, did spontaneously plan a date night with Blaise, where she was going to cook, where she wanted to do the paint and sip, I believe Andrea calls it. Painting with a twist, I believe it is. And that's the where you paint and drink and have alcohol. But according to Andrea, they weren't going to have any alcohol because remember, even Andrea is going to tell you that she knew Blaise did not drink. And so, as she planned this date spontaneously, she reaches out to Blaise around noon that day. He didn't know that she was going to call him. And says, hey, what are you doing tonight? Will you be free? And he says, yeah, what do you want to do? What's going on? It was a little cold that day, so he wanted to know, what did you want to do? What should I wear? She says, dress comfortably and come to the house around 7. And he says, sure, I can do that. Now, what you hear when she was planning this date night, she was planning it with Andrea. What should I cook and what should we do? And Andrea says, well, I want some chicken Alfredo. So why don't you cook that? And Jade says, okay, that sounds good. Now, what's important to know is that Jade was a very ambitious young lady, and she had her own business, JTP Eatery, which was like a small catering company. And when she would cook, you'll learn that some of her food would be infused with marijuana. In fact, you'll hear that her chicken Alfredo she would sell would be infused with marijuana. And cookies and brownies and things of that sort. So she makes the decision to have this date night with Blaise, and she and Andrea talk about it. And then at that point, Andrea says, well, I want some chicken Alfredo too. And Jade says, well, I'll put you some up for tomorrow. But Andrea says, and now we're in the bucket of jury, just so that you're oriented. Andrea says, well, no, I want to come tonight. Even though she's planning a date night with Blaise. She's now inviting herself into Jade's date night. And so she shows up, I would say, we know around 7:22 she sends a message, I'm on my way. And when she gets there, she brings a friend, Keyante, and she tells Jade, I want to bring Keyante too, because he wants some too. So we're both going to come into your date night. And they show up, and they stay there. But not for long. But what you'll hear is that when they showed up, Blaise invites them to stay. Hey, why don't you guys stay and play cards? And he had a deck of Uno cards that he was playing with. And he says, let's play Uno. And then he asks, well, do you guys know how to play spades? And Andrea says, no, I don't know how to play spades. And so he said, well, you guys should stay, hang out. But Andrea says, well, no, I don't want to intrude. We'll leave. And so we know that by 8:03, she was gone. Because she sends this text after spending that 20 minutes or so with Jade and Blaise. That was a cute interaction. What you won't hear is that she sent any text as if there was anything nefarious going on. You will hear that she describes that moment as a cute interaction. And you'll hear that Jade responds and says, yes, Blaise says we should hang out again, or you guys should have stayed. And Andrea responds, well, no, I did not want to intrude on your date night, so we left. Fast forward to about 9:28. So this interchange went on from about 8:03 until about 8:12. Then you'll know about 9:28, what you're going to find is that Jade and Blaise, specifically Jade, was taking selfies with Blaise. And you'll find that the selfies were them kissing and laughing and joking and having a great time. You'll see those photos. And you'll see that they were taken from Jade's phone. But then less than a minute later, you'll hear that Nigeria gets this call. And the call, I want to make sure that I say it right. The call, less than 60 seconds later, Nigeria describes it as, it was the most wimpiest voice I've ever heard. Those were her words. The scariest thing I've ever heard. She was freaking out. I never heard anything like it. She was fighting for her life. It was as if she was in danger. She says that she overheard her saying, you put something in my drink. What did you put in my drink? But what you'll learn is that when Jade is making these accusations per Nigeria, that Nigeria sends a text back saying, are you talking to me? So when Jade is making these accusations, Nigeria's response is, oh, are you talking to me? You won't hear that she says, what are you talking about? Who are you talking to? You're going to hear that her response to those allegations are you talking to me? Within that moment, as they are describing, it was as if she was in danger and she was alone, per Nigeria, in the apartment with the man that Nigeria says was trying to kill her best friend. Nigeria never calls 911. No. Instead, she says that as Jade's voice was whimpering and going down and as if she was going to pass out, Jade had enough voice to say, call Keyante. Call Keyante on the 3-way. But what you're going to find is that Nigeria says she really didn't know. Jade really didn't know Keyante. But according to Nigeria, Jade wants her to call Keyante. You won't hear her say that Jade wanted her to call 911 or call her father. But she wants her to call the guy she doesn't really know on the 3-way. And Nigeria says she doesn't. And after she calls the gentleman, Keyante on the three-way. What you'll hear about Keyante is that he will tell you, yes, I was on the call. And her voice was, Jade's voice wasn't really, you know, I couldn't really make things out. But I didn't hear the things that Nigeria said. I didn't hear those things. And what you'll also find is that with all the danger that Nigeria described, all these fear and everything that her best friend was going through, Keyante didn't call 911 either. What you're going to find is that there was only one person that night that called 911. Because Jade didn't call 911 either. You'll hear that with all of this medical emergency, all of these things that were going on with this young lady, there was only one person who called the police, who called for help. And that was Blaise. And you'll hear the 911, I promise you. And you'll have the opportunity to hear everything that he said and everything that he did. But you won't hear one 911 call between Jade, Nigeria, or Keyante. And you'll hear the panic in Blaise's voice. You'll hear where he's running around trying to find the address. Because he didn't know the address by heart that way, just like Nigeria didn't know the address. Because later you'll find that the police asked Nigeria for the address too. And remember, she had just been there earlier, and she had to call to get the address. And you'll hear that eventually EMS showed up. And what's very important to know is that when EMS shows up, and they get in that apartment, apartment 107, Jade was in a significant or stable enough condition that they did not perform CPR inside of the apartment. So you'll hear that whatever stress, whatever condition Jade was in, it wasn't significant enough for EMS to begin CPR right then at that moment. And those medical professionals will have to tell you that if it was dire enough that way, they would have had to give her CPR right then and there. They will tell you that. They will tell you that if the stress and condition that that young lady was in was so dire, they would not have waited to give her CPR once they got her on the back of the ambulance truck. So then you'll hear that Blaise was the one who ran out and met the ambulance outside and showed them where the apartment was. Because the apartment is such that you're really not going to know where the apartment is unless someone kind of directs you. So you'll hear that he went out and did that. And you'll hear that he never went back upstairs after EMS got there. When EMS left, he did too. And by then you'll hear that Nigeria was there, and she too followed the ambulance truck. And when they get to the hospital, it was Blaise who showed and helped Nigeria park. And so they go into the hospital, they rush Jade in, she's in critical condition by this time. And Vanderbilt is doing everything they can to give her the services that they need, that she needs. And you'll hear that Nigeria in the hospital starts with these allegations. This is where Nigeria starts telling the social worker there at Vanderbilt, Blaise did something to her. Blaise put something in her drink, and these are the things that she was saying. And the investigation begins. And now we're at after. Oh, I'm sorry, I moved the wrong way. And then you'll hear that while they're at the hospital, Blaise never leaves. He stays there the entire time. When her mother calls, he answers the phone. When the police questions him, he answers the questions. When another police officer questions him, he answers those questions. When another police officer questions him, he answers those questions. You'll hear that he cooperated with every authority there. And not one time, while he was at the hospital being questioned, being accused of being the person who caused this, did he ask for a lawyer? Did he exercise his right to the Fifth Amendment? Not one time. He did what he thought you would hear that he was supposed to do. But what you'll hear with Andrea is that at some point during the night, she's questioned as well. And you'll hear that those police officers tells her, we need to talk to this Keyante guy too, for obvious reasons. And you'll hear that Keyante, although he comes to the hospital, he meets Andrea in the parking lot. And you'll hear that when police officers have told her, we need to talk to this guy, she doesn't alert the police officers that he even showed up. She doesn't tell them that, hey, that witness to my best friend's medical episode, he's in the parking lot, come get his story. Instead, you will hear that she talks to him and then he leaves without talking to anyone, without giving anyone the side of his story of what happened. You'll also hear that she left again. And what's important to know is this, that you'll hear by this time, that apartment, based on Nigeria's allegations, is a crime scene. And that even though it's a crime scene, and that even though Officer Fish, who was one of the initial responding officers, told Jade Benning's stepmother and mother, someone Nigeria was in constant contact with throughout the night, as you can imagine. Nobody in that apartment, nobody out. It's shut down. It is a crime scene. There should be no one in that place. We need to go in there and figure out what happened. You're going to hear that Jade's friend, Lauren Weber, Nigeria's friend, Lauren Weber, and another young lady went inside that apartment anyway. And that even though they weren't supposed to go in there and touch him, that she removed items out of that apartment, she locked it up, and then she brought her, Jade's purse and ID to the hospital. And you're going to hear that when the police officers hear this, and they learn that some people had entered this crime scene, that they said that that crime scene was contaminated. You'll hear that law enforcement says that themselves. And then you're going to hear that Nigeria and 3 more other people went inside that apartment with gloves on and removed crucial evidence and kept it for 24 hours before they turned it over to the police. They gave it to her mother. Evidence of the crime, they grabbed it, removed it, and kept it. You're going to hear not one time when Nigeria was speaking to those police officers, did she tell them, hey, I'm about to go over here to Jade's house, you know, the crime scene, and we're going to go over there and help you guys out and remove evidence for you. She never says that. She never tells them that. They have to find that out through Jade's mother. You're going to also find that Najee had Jade's phone during this time and had gone into the phone. And we know that it couldn't have been Jade because by now Jade was in critical condition and in the home and was manipulating through the phone. And so you hear that at some point Najee leaves the hospital, but Blaise is still there. And he doesn't leave until Jade's mother gets there. And that you'll hear that he helped her find a parking space too. He ran out there and said, save the parking space as well. And you'll hear by now it's over. Jade is in critical condition. She's pretty much on life support. She had suffered a significant brain injury as a result of losing oxygen to the body. And you'll hear that there was, in fact, laboratory evidence, the blood, the urine. You're going to hear a lot of stuff about that. And yes, you're going to hear that there was an awful amount of cocaine in her system. But what you're going to hear is that the integrity of those vials of blood and urine were such that the results of those blood tests does not make sense. The experts are going to have to tell you that it was too much cocaine for Jade to take on her own, and too much cocaine for Blaise to have slipped in a drink and her not notice. But you're going to hear there are so many issues with the way the lab dealt with that there's not a medical professional alive who would rely on those results. They're going to have to tell you that. But what they are going to have to tell you is this, as a result of those toxicology results, is that in Jade's system was cocaethylene. And you're going to learn that cocaethylene is where cocaine and alcohol meets up in your system at the same time. You're going to hear that there is no other way the metabolite cocaethylene can appear. No way. You can't have taken alcohol at 7 o'clock and then did a bump of cocaine at 9 and you form cocaethylene. You're going to hear that you can't take a drink of alcohol at 7:30 and take a bump of cocaine at 8. It has to be at the same time that cocaethylene was present in Jade's system. And you're going to hear that it was at levels such that it would have had to have been some time had passed for it to be there in the fashion that it was. You're going to hear that at the end of this, that the medical examiner, Dr. Carney, Dr. Aaron Carney, performed the autopsy on Jade Benning. And what you'll learn is that an autopsy is, what they like to say is that it's not done in a vacuum. And what that basically means is you can't just look at the body to determine what happened. You have to factor in surrounding circumstances as well. And what you'll learn is that there are two things that the medical examiner is responsible for doing: determining the cause of death and the manner of death. The cause of death is going to be the medical issue that caused you to die. And the manner of death, you'll learn, to be only 5 things. It can be natural causes, accident, it could be undetermined, it could be homicide, and it could be suicide. It's going to always fall in one of those 5 buckets. And because it's not done in a vacuum, you have to look at the surrounding circumstances before you come to a conclusion as to which bucket those 5 land to. And what you're going to see is the medical examiner, the medical professional, the person that we rely on to come to a conclusion professionally as to what happened in regards to the manner of death for Ms. Benning. You're going to hear that even she could not come to the conclusion of homicide. And homicide just means you died at the hands of another. Doesn't necessarily mean a crime occurred. It just means that you died at the hands of another. You're going to hear that Dr. Carney is going to get on that stand. Remember we talked about that's where your evidence will come from. And she's going to have to tell you, I cannot rule this a homicide. And the reason she's going to tell you she cannot rule this a homicide is because of the circumstances surrounding Ms. Benning's death. And that she ruled it undetermined. What that basically means is that she could not come to a conclusion. Now you will hear from Apple Denny. And Apple is someone that Blaise dated when he was in college, some 6 years before this happened. And you'll hear that Apple is from Arkansas, Jade is from Arkansas, Najee is from Arkansas, and a friend named Ariane Jordan is from Arkansas. And you'll hear that Ariane heard about Ms. Benning's death. She heard about the allegations that it was Najee who was saying it was Blaise that did it. And that within days of Ms. Benning's death, she told Apple. And you're going to hear that even though Apple says that Blaise was trying to poison Xavier Winfrey, she never goes to the police right then and there and says, Blaise was trying to kill someone else. Just like this situation. You're going to hear it was months before she did that. But you're going to hear a lot of other things too about Ms. Benning. You're going to hear that just as recent as April of this year, that on her to-do list was to put Blaise in prison. And she posted. You're going to hear that there were times that she felt, well, let me back that up. There are times that she made other false allegations against Blaise. And one of those allegations is going to be that while she was out of her apartment one day, Blaise had snuck in somehow when he was living in Tennessee and she was in Arkansas, and moved her bed over, or moved her furniture over a few inches, and then left. And she called the police to tell them. Blaise snuck in my apartment and moved my furniture to report and just to miss it. And that you'll hear that in spite of all of that, that she still said Blaise was the best thing that ever happened to her when it was appropriate to do so. And you'll hear just 2 weeks before this incident that she was on social media trying to determine who Blaise was dating. You'll learn that that is Apple. want you to lose focus at the end of this trial. I want you to do what you promised you would do. That you will look at the facts of this case based on the allegations before you, and not things that the state throws in to give you a red herring, to pull on your heartstrings. Stay focused on the evidence about whether or not that at the end of the day, much like Dr. Carney, did you hear enough evidence, not whether it's sad and tragic, because it is, that a young lady lost her life. Because I also want you to know, and I almost failed to forget to tell you this, that there was also fentanyl found in this base, not just that at the end of the trial, in the same way that Dr. Carney cannot rule this a homicide, you can realistically, honestly, to lay your head down at night, get to the conclusion that it was Blaise Taylor who caused Ms. Benning's death. Because when you think about it, before, during, and after, because whenever it's a circumstantial case, that's what you have to do, that there's nothing that will lead you to a conclusion that beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Blaise Taylor who caused it. And so I'm asking, Blaise Taylor is asking, his family is asking, and justice is asking to find him not guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, not at my request, but at the attorney's request, they want a short break before witnesses begin. So we'll step down the hallway for 6 minutes.
Did he just say he giving them a 6-minute break? What is a 6-minute break? Did he say 6 minutes? Okay, so let's talk about this. Now, I know that I've seen people in the chat saying, wrap it up, defense attorney, wrap it up. But let's grade this when you listen, because I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I think I'm getting some reasonable doubt here. I'm getting some reasonable doubt. Maybe. Oh gosh. You say that's psycho? He said 6 minutes, not 5, not 4, not 7, not 10. I'm really only giving you 5. So make sure you're back. That way we can start in 6 minutes. So my question to you guys, let's do this. Put a 1 in the chat if you felt like the prosecution team had the better opening statement. If you feel that the defense had a better opening statement, put a number 2. Let's see where we're at. You know, 6 minutes. Yeah, so 1 in the chat if you think the prosecution wins. 2 in the chat if you think the state wins. Our judge, he gives 6 minutes. Only 6, not 5, not 4, 6. Hey, good morning, Drunky. Good morning, anybody else that's coming in. We just got finished listening to the defense opening statement. We have listened to the prosecution's opening statement, and I think that we're on a break and we should be going to our first witness. But I'm just trying to see where everybody's at, checking their temperature in regards to our opening statements. 2. Hey, Billy, good morning. Early morning. 2. Okay, so I'm seeing some 2s in here. A lot of people are hearing a lot of reasonable doubt, things that make their mind go, things that make you go, Interesting, interesting, interesting. But yeah, I gotta see how this is gonna go. Like, I can't wait to get to the testimony. I think the best friend is gonna be like the star witness, in my opinion, in regards to everything that's going on. So that should be very, very, very good for us. Oh, maybe that's where he got it from, Lexi. Yeah, maybe he got it from our good friend Dougie. 6 minutes. I know the cameras are supposed to be cut. Yeah, they are cut during the time that they off. Yeah, so they are cut. While they're on there. So that's different. That a lot of us are saying a number 2, and that the defense opening statements was the better. Because typically, oh, thank you. Because typically, the state usually has this powerful introduction, right? And they have an opening that you like, okay, the defense has some major hurdles to climb. And even after the defense does present their opening statement, they still don't be able to reach that mountaintop. So really, really, really nice here. A nice different perspective for that. So awesome, awesome, awesome. So I guess we'll see. I wonder who's going to be the first witness. Oh, man. Like, I'm nervous. I don't know. And Jade's friend, at least from the snippet that I seen, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to be able to do with that as far as the defense side of it. Because when I seen it, it was the little small clip, very, very, very emotional testimony. Okay, let's see if they're back from break and we'll go in. No.
It looked like a.
I don't know what that is. Wait a minute. They must have cut the whole feed. Let's see. It looked like they may have started a new one. Wait a minute. Yeah, they did. Okay. So here we are.
Marisol Baldwin, it's MarisolBaldwin.
And Ms. Baldwin, where are you employed?
Nashville Fire Department.
How long have you been with NFD?
9 years and 8 months
How are you currently employed with Nashville Fire?
as a paramedic.
How long have you been a paramedic?
About almost 2 years.
And what was your employment prior to becoming a medic with Nashville Fire?
An advanced EMT.
Okay. And how long were you an EMT?
6 years and 4 months.
Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between a medic and an EMT, please?
Yes. So the EMT is trained in basic life support, and they're also going to be responsible of the ambulance driving to and from calls. They're going to be assisting the paramedic, but they're not responsible for any advanced life support.
And were you on duty on February 25th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. In what capacity were you working on the 25th?
I was working as an advanced EMT.
And on the 25th, did you respond to an incident located at 1522 Lebanon Pike, apartment 107?
Yes.
And is that here in Davidson County?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of incident you were initially responding to?
I believe our CAD system said allergic reaction.
And were you in the ambulance
Yes.
as the driver or the passenger?
Driver.
And did you respond to that apartment with lights and sirens?
Yes.
Why?
That's our policy. Every call gets lights and sirens.
And do you recall what you initially witnessed when you arrived at the apartment complex?
As we arrived, we were led into the apartment and we found our patient lying in one of the bedrooms in the apartment. She was lying face down on a comforter.
Okay. Do you recall who led you to the apartment?
Yes.
Who was that? You're pointing at someone.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you see a male that day?
Yes.
On the 25th? Okay.
Yes.
Can you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out, describe something he's wearing?
Blue suit with white shirt and
Your Honor,
fair
correct
tie.
to reflect for identification of Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could pass 2 photos of Ms. Baldwin, do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could publish the first photo, we have them on a PowerPoint, so it'll be digital.
Okay. Let's go to their computer.
Ms. Baldwin, what are we looking at?
This is the apartment. As you go in the front door, this is what we saw.
Okay, and the 2 females standing on the left, were they there when you arrived?
No.
Okay. Who do you remember seeing initially when you got to the apartment?
We saw the male there initially.
Okay, can you describe to the jury what the male's demeanor was like?
He was frantic, but not really giving us any really useful information for us.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
We really had no idea why we were finding her in the state that she was in. So,
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you mean by that, not finding her in the state she was in?
we were expecting to see signs of an allergic reaction. And we didn't see any hives on Miss Benning. We didn't see any swelling. We didn't have any answers to our questions that we were asking.
What were you asking?
If she was allergic to anything, because it did come in as an allergic reaction, and all he was saying was she ate bad food.
Was he able to give you any other information generally about who she was and her health history?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And when you got to the apartment, was that scene considered safe?
Initially, yes, but we didn't really have our firefighters there yet, and with uncooperative family or bystanders, we deemed it unsafe.
Okay, what do you mean by uncooperative family members?
The male there was kind of getting in our working space, and we couldn't properly assess and treat the patient.
Okay, what do you mean by that he was getting in your working space?
He wasn't letting us do our job. He was in our face, just trying, I don't know what he was trying to do, but we were trying to get her on our stretcher, wasn't following the commands that we were asking him.
Okay. And what commands were you asking him?
We usually don't want family in our working space, so we were probably telling him to step aside.
And where did you find the patient?
We found her in the bedroom to the right of this kitchen. She was on the bed. It looked like a comforter that she was on, and she was face down.
And is that the second photo that you have?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at right here?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury how she was laying on the bed?
She was laying horizontal, so not how you would typically sleep, where the pillows are. She was towards the end of the bed, and she was on her face down.
Okay. And at some point, did you roll Miss Benning over?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe to the jury what you saw when you rolled Miss Benning over?
We rolled her over, and we immediately noticed that she was unresponsive. She didn't respond to us flipping her over on her back, and we noticed that she had some kind of fluid around her mouth.
Okay. Was that fluid any particular color? Do you recall?
It was like a light pink in color.
We've already kind of touched on this, but based on your experience, did it appear Miss Benning was suffering from an allergic reaction?
Not fully. That wasn't. We were definitely trying to cross off multiple things that it could be, but it wasn't a typical response that we would see for an allergic reaction.
Was Miss Benning limp?
Yes.
And did Miss Benning have a pulse?
At what time?
When you
we?
got to her?
I don't personally remember checking it.
Would that have been something that the medic did?
Yes.
And at any point, did the male in the apartment try to touch Miss Benning?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe to the jury what happened?
So our firefighters were pulling their truck into the parking lot, so they were a little bit behind us, but we couldn't physically carry her, my partner and I, and he took it upon himself to do it, and we don't allow help from outside agency, like from our people. And he attempted to do that, so that's what I meant, that he wasn't listening to our commands. And then he eventually placed her on the floor right in front of the island. Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you kind of describe to the jury where he put Miss Benning?
So right in front of the island, just in that empty space, that's where he put her. And then when our firefighters got there, then we all lifted her and put her on our stretcher.
Okay, and then what did you do with Miss Benning?
We wheeled her to the ambulance.
At any point, do you recall someone else showing up?
Yes, a young lady.
And what do you recall about that young lady's demeanor?
She was hysterical. She was crying, asking us questions, trying to get inside the ambulance, looking in the windows.
And was this much different than the male's demeanor?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
She was crying. She kept asking us, is she gonna be okay? Is she gonna be okay? What's going on?
At any point, did you see Mr. Taylor crying?
Not that I saw.
At any point, did Mr. Taylor ask you if she was going to be okay?
Not that I can remember.
And once you got Miss Benning into the ambulance, what happened after that?
So she was put on the cardiac monitor, she had pads put on her, she had no pulse. We were doing compressions, we were doing a procedure where we stick an airway and breathe for her, starting IVs, giving epi, lots of things simultaneously happening.
And at what point did you transport Miss Benning?
Once my partner, she said she was ready, and we took firefighters with us, and then I think it was after 10 minutes of being there total time.
And did Mr. Taylor ever attempt to get in the ambulance with Miss Benning?
Not that I recall.
And where did you take Miss Benning?
Vanderbilt Adult ER.
And did you transport Miss Benning with lights and sirens?
Yes.
Okay, and why so?
She was critical.
What do you mean by that?
Cardiac arrest is deemed critical.
And at any point, did Miss Benning ever have a pulse?
Not that I can remember with us.
And once you got to Vanderbilt with Miss Benning, is that when you released care and that's when Vanderbilt took over?
Yes.
Your Honor, give me 1 minute. Ms. Baldwin, who was the paramedic with you?
Andrea,
Okay, what's her last name?
it's Rose now. I believe it was Arwen at the time, or I'm sorry, Agrawal at the time.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to amend both photos as an exhibit 1A and 1B, please, and I'll pass the witness.
Well, it's more those are- All right, questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
Ms. Baldwin, did I get that right? Good morning, how are you?
Good morning.
Good. My name is Edward Jointer. I'm going to be asking you a few questions. If at any time you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase. I want to just make sure I understood your role on that day. You were acting in what capacity?
I was an EMT at the time.
And one of the duties you described for EMT basic was basic life-saving measures, you said?
Correct.
And to be clear, you were the driver that day.
Correct.
And so when you arrived there, you said you were led into the apartment.
Yes.
Who was you led by?
Male that was on scene.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
So he assisted, he helped you all find the apartment.
I believe when we saw the hallway, he like popped out of the apartment, but I can't exactly recall if he led us but he was there and said, this is the apartment.
Is there a reason why you said he led us if you didn't feel he led you?
He showed us the apartment.
And that's assisting, correct?
Telling us, yes, it's telling us where the apartment is.
Okay. And once you got into the apartment, one second, y'all, can I see space exhibit 1 and 2? Okay. 1A and 1B, that's fine. Commissioner Baldwin,
Okay.
Now, these people that are in this photo, they were not there helping you, were they?
No.
Were they there when you got there?
No.
Do you know who these people are?
No.
Is this the entryway when you first come into the apartment?
Yes.
And I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 1B. Was this the bedroom where you found Miss Benning?
Yes.
And I want to orientate you to this window over here. Was that window shade up when you entered the apartment?
I can't recall.
Because you all didn't take these photos, did you?
No.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about, you said that you received the call as an allergic reaction.
Correct.
Do you know what, if any, medical training Mr. Blaise Taylor has?
I do not.
And so, if he described it as a allergic reaction, that was what he thought maybe was going on, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that when you came into the apartment, you did see something around her mouth area when you checked her out?
She did have something around her mouth.
As if she had consumed something.
Possibly, I guess.
And so, when you first arrived, you said that you and your partner was there. That partner, male or female?
Female.
And when you all came into the apartment, did you all have a stretcher?
We had it, but it was in the hallway, if I can remember correctly.
Okay. And at some point after you made you all's medical observations, you made the determination to take Ms. Benning to get medical attention.
Correct.
And you were going to do that by placing her on what?
On her stretcher.
And when you first came to the scene, you stated that she did not have a pulse.
I stated that I did not check her for a pulse.
And did you perform CPR?
Not, when? In the ambulance, I did, personally.
But not in the house?
Not in the house.
Did your partner perform CPR?
No.
So neither one of you all performed CPR when you all first got to the house?
That's correct.
At some point, you all were going to transport Ms. Benning, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that it was Mr. Taylor who tried to assist you all in moving Ms. Benning from the bedroom to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Because the goal was to get Ms. Benning on the stretcher.
Correct.
And once she was on the stretcher, get her to EMS services.
Correct.
You would agree with me that that is consistent with someone that's trying to assist you.
Correct.
One second. Now, Ms. Baldwin, you've been an EMT for 9 years now.
EMT and paramedic, both in the 9 years.
Okay. And have you ever had an occasion where you showed up to the scene and you had to render CPR?
Yes.
Sometimes that's not uncommon depending on the situation, correct?
Correct.
And can you just educate this jury as to what are some instances where you would immediately perform CPR when you come upon a patient?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure.
Just,
Can you educate the jury on what are some medical scenarios that you will perform CPR immediately upon arriving to a patient?
if a patient is pulseless, we would start CPR until we can get the cardiac monitor on them.
Okay. And is a pulse something you check upon reaching a patient?
Yes.
But just to be clear, you didn't perform CPR when you immediately came upon Ms. Benning, did you?
Correct.
No further questions from Ms. Wilson.
We agree to agree.
Andrea Browning.
And could you spell your first name and your last name for the court?
Andrea Browning.
And Ms. Browning, what was your relationship with Jade Benning?
I was her stepmother by Miss Mom.
When did you become Jade's stepmom?
When I married her father in 2009.
And how old would Jade have been at that time?
11.
Had you met her before you actually married her father?
Yes.
And it's her father, Dennis Browning.
Correct.
Where were you living at the time that you met Jade and you and her father got married?
We were living in Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
And did you continue to live there, or at some point did you move?
We moved in 2016 or 15, somewhere in that time frame.
Where did you move to?
Jacksonville and then Nashville.
And where was Jade living during that time?
Arkansas.
Did she come and visit, and did you guys see her regularly?
Yes, as often as we could. It was,
and you moved to the Nashville area. Were you working at that time?
yes, I moved here to take a job.
And I guess during that time frame when Jade's kind of going through school, what does she do? Does she go on to college, or what does she do after high school?
Yeah, yes, college after high school.
Where did she go to school?
The culinary school is what you're asking about. I forgot the name of it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Did she go to a culinary school?
Yes.
And did she graduate?
Yes.
And at some point, did Jade move to Nashville?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
January of 22, I guess. The time frame is
January of 2022, sound right?
yes.
Okay. And when she moved, did she have a job, or what was she doing?
She moved here and accepted a job as a chef.
And where was she working at?
Ernest.
And do you have a connection to Ernest?
Yes.
Is the, I guess, full name of the restaurant, was it Ernest Bar and Hideaway?
Correct.
And what's your connection with that restaurant?
My brother was a co-owner.
Can you describe, did you go to the restaurant, or how often did you see Jade once she moved back to the Nashville, or I guess the first time for her being in the Nashville area?
Right. Pretty regularly, just would stop in after work, see her, or just when I could get down there.
Did you spend time with her outside of going to the restaurant that she worked with?
Yes.
And does Jade have any siblings?
Yes.
And can you describe her siblings?
Our daughter Ava, and she's 7 now. She has Down syndrome. She's a beautiful little girl.
Did Jade spend time with her when she was here?
Absolutely.
And in February, I guess, where was Jade living initially before February of 2023, kind of the end of 2022?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Where was Jade living at the end of 2022?
At the apartment in Nashville.
Did she have a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom?
2-bedroom.
A 2-bedroom apartment at the end of the year before she moved?
No. Sorry, I forgot the dates. At the end of the year, she was still in her 1-bedroom.
Okay. And at some point at the beginning of 2023,
Right.
did she move?
Correct.
And did you go to that apartment?
Yes,
ma'am. And can you describe, how did you find out that Jade was expecting and pregnant?
she told me.
Do you remember when?
Yes, it was just after Thanksgiving, 22, and she was at my house, and we were gonna help her fix something on her tire, like a hubcap or something, I think. We neither one knew what we were doing, so we were getting help from my father and also YouTube, and then we went inside, and both my parents were there as well, and she told us that she was gonna have a baby.
And at that point, did she tell you anything about Blaise Taylor?
No.
And can you describe what was her demeanor like? How did she seem when she told you about it?
Just pretty matter of fact, and that she was good with it. You could tell, like, that it was just very short and quick and matter of fact.
And did she make any reference to if there was a father that was going to be involved?
No.
Had you ever heard that name, Blaise Taylor?
Not that I can recall.
And at some point, I guess after that date, did you continue to talk to Jade about the pregnancy?
Yes, for sure.
And can you describe kind of her demeanor when y'all would talk about it?
She was very getting prepared. She was just like, this is what's happening, this is what I'm gonna do. She was doing all the things that a mother would do to prepare for a child.
And did she talk to you about her appointments that she would go to?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically on New Year's Eve? Did you see Jade on that day?
I did.
And can you describe what happened on New Year's Eve?
Her father and I drove to Nashville to meet up with her and hang out with her and bring in the new year. Just hang out and have a good time.
And did y'all take any photographs that night?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask if the witness even did a photo.
Ms. Browning, do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is that a photo of?
Jade and her father and I.
And was that taken on New Year's Eve?
It was.
So that's December 31st of 2022?
Yes.
And at this time, I would ask that that be admitted as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 2, and request permission to publish it for the jury.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Yes. Ms. Browning, can you just point out who the 3 people are in the photograph? You can touch the screen. Is it in front of you?
Yeah. Jade to the left.
If you touch the screen, it'll make a mark.
Okay. There's Jade and Dennis and myself.
Can you describe Jade's demeanor on that Christmas Eve?
New Year's Eve.
I'm sorry, New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I can. She was just really happy to be hanging out with everybody and happy that her dad was there to celebrate with us as well.
And that night, did Jade have anything to drink?
No.
Did you know of Jade to have anything to drink after she found out she was pregnant?
Not at all, because we just had celebrated Thanksgiving and she was not having a drink. And then just after
Everyone else
Thanksgiving.
having a drink?
Yes.
And did she not only not have anything, but not even have a sip?
Correct.
And on that New Year's Eve when you were celebrating, did she say anything to you about Blaise Taylor?
No.
Kind of after New Year's Eve, that January, February, did you continue to see her on a regular basis?
For sure.
And specifically, when she was moving into the new apartment?
Yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
Yes, we did.
And did you actually go to that apartment?
I did.
I'm going to ask the witness be handed a single photograph that's been shown to the defense counsel. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what is that a photograph of?
Jade standing in her kitchen, holding a pint of ice cream and a hand on her belly.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to admit that photograph as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 3.
Okay.
And may I publish that to the jury?
All right.
Browning, do you recognize that image?
Yes.
And specifically, were you familiar with a camera that Jade would keep in her apartment?
Yes.
And can you circle that in that photograph?
Well, I sort of covered it up, sorry.
That's okay.
That's where it is.
And so that camera, is that where she normally kept it, kind of to the left of the stove?
Yes.
And in that time of February, in those last few weeks of Jade Benning's life, did you go to any appointments with her?
I did.
And can you describe that?
I met her at the OBGYN in Franklin and just sat with her in the waiting room until they called her back and went back with her. We saw a sonogram, I believe, one of the times I was with her.
Did you go to more than one appointment with her?
I want to say I did, but I'm not 100% certain. It's been a minute and I forgot the details. I definitely remember being with her when we saw the sonogram. And I actually do think I was with her at more than one. Because one was in like the office where the doctor was with her, and then one was with the sonogram.
And did you know who her OBGYN was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Alison Mullaly.
And did you also know Dr. Mullaly?
Yes, she delivered our baby.
And you said that you specifically remember one appointment with a sonogram. Was there something kind of big about that appointment?
Just checking the anatomy and finding out
If it was a girl or a boy?
the gender, yes.
And you were with her at that appointment?
Correct.
Was anyone else there?
No.
And did she find out on that day?
Yeah,
And what was she having?
a girl.
Was there anything else that came up during that sonogram?
Yeah, I don't really remember all the specifics, but just some further testing where they were just going to check everything out, make sure everything was okay.
And did Jade have to go back for testing and another appointment?
Yeah.
And do you remember if you went to either of those with her?
I can't really recall.
Can you describe Jade's demeanor at the appointment on February 2nd when she found out that she was having a baby girl?
She was good with that. She was happy.
And did that demeanor change at all from that February 2nd date up until the last time that you saw her?
No.
When was the last time that you saw Jade before she was murdered?
I'd say less than a week before I had stopped by Ernest and she was working. I don't know exactly how soon it was, but I'd say less than a week if I had to guess.
And can you describe her demeanor when you saw her then?
She was great, just busy working. She's a hard worker. She always was doing what she was supposed to do. She was popping over to say hey and back into the kitchen.
And at any point, did she talk to you about Blaise Taylor, or did you ever meet him?
I never met him. At some point she did mention him, but I don't remember a lot of details other than she was just, I believe she had said he'd gotten back in touch with her. This was after January.
But you had not met him, is that correct?
Correct.
And had Jade said anything to you about him being kind of a permanent fixture?
No.
Can you describe, Ms. Browning, how were you notified about what happened on February 25th of 2023?
I was asleep and they had a bunch of missed calls, and then I figured out that she was on the way to the hospital or at the hospital, and I just jumped out of bed and drove to Nashville.
And when you got to the hospital, can you describe who was there and what was going on?
Yeah, I believe I was met by a social worker when I first got there. I can't really remember other than they brought me into a room and Isaiah and Blaise were both in there. but the social worker helped me outside the room for a few minutes just to tell me that things were heated,
That things were
intense, kind of, yeah.
And did you know what he was referring to?
No.
Did you, I guess, what happened next after he kind of told you things were tense and heated?
He left us all in the room together, and I was just trying to get some information out of both of them, and it was a lot at one time to take in. So I ended up asking, just to speak to Andrea, because I knew that was Jade's best friend.
Do you remember anything that Blaise Taylor said?
Not specifically. He didn't say much.
Can you describe his demeanor?
Quiet.
Did you see him cry at any point?
No.
And kind of same questions about Nigea. Can you describe her demeanor?
Yeah, she was really worried. She was a little frantic, and we were both panicking at that point. But I was just trying to, talk to her and kind of ease her a little bit as best as I could, and also as well as just hear her version of what had happened.
And had you met Nigea Jackson before?
I knew that she was Jay's best friend, but we had tried to link up, and we didn't link up at that point. I think I might have when they were really little, but not since she had been living in Nashville. I hadn't seen her. We missed each other on a couple of dates, but yeah.
But you were aware of who she was?
For sure.
In her relationship with Jade?
Absolutely.
And did she tell you everything that she knew about what had happened that night?
Yes.
And did she specifically tell you about things she heard Jade say?
Yes.
And were you there? Was she telling other people at the hospital as well?
No, it was just me and her at that point.
Do you remember specifically everything that she said?
I don't.
Do you remember generally?
I do remember that she was saying that she was talking like.
You care to be heard on the objection? I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. She did tell you specific statements, is that right?
Yeah.
And after she told you that, can you describe what happened next?
I was upset and I was worried too, but I was mostly just wanting to, at this point, see Jade. I don't really remember all of the interaction and the contact, but Nigea and I weren't together for too very long before I was allowed to go back and to where Jade was so I didn't get to have any thorough conversations really with Nigea, but I do remember her saying that.
And I'm not asking you specifically what she said.
Okay.
But she did tell you.
Yeah.
Can you describe when they took you back to see Jade?
It was the worst thing I've ever seen. I don't know how to describe it. She had tubes in her mouth. She was shaking. The nurse just seemed very worried, or like they were trying to kind of comfort me, but Jade just, it wasn't Jade, you know.
Did they let you stay in the room for very long?
Yeah, it seemed like it. I don't know how long it was, but they were going to be moving her, so I was with her as long as I could be before they moved her.
And you said that she was shaking. Can you kind of describe that? Was she conscious?
No.
Did the shaking, did it appear to be involuntary?
Yes.
describe that night? Did other people show up at the hospital?
Yeah, some of the people that she worked with showed up. People that she was friends with that were worried about her as well.
Do you remember their names specifically?
Yeah, Lauren and a girl that I forgot her name, but her nickname, she has a nickname that I can remember, but I don't remember her real. Natalie, I think is her real name.
And at any point, did you ask them to do anything related to Jade in her apartment?
No, did I ask? We were just concerned about it being unsecured. I don't recall asking them to do anything specifically. We were trying to find out what we should do because she needed her identification. I believe there was a candle burning in the apartment. We were worried about Jade's belongings and her having access to the things that she needed.
And at some point, did Natalie and Lauren leave the hospital and then come back?
Yes. Or I don't know if they came back or not. I don't remember all of that.
Okay. Did you ever receive anything of Jade's?
Me personally, no.
And did you have any other?
If I did, I don't recall. So it's been a while, and it was a high stress, and I don't really remember all the details of that.
Absolutely. Did you see Blaise Taylor again from that first interaction when he was in the room with Nigel?
No, I saw him in the hall briefly, but that was it.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
And at that point, can you describe his demeanor? How was he acting?
He's just pacing a little bit. He was on the phone. That's all I can remember.
And in those days that followed from February 25th until March 6th, did you spend a lot of time at Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes.
And can you describe who else was at the hospital during those days?
Yeah, but all of her parents and friends. A lot of friends that in that week she wasn't able to have visitors, so like the people that could just go in the room were close family and close friends.
Did you ever see Blaise Taylor again?
No.
And since that night of February 25th, those days when Jade was in the hospital, did you see Nigel Jackson?
Yes.
And can you describe how much was she there?
Constantly.
And you continued to interact with Nigel Jackson from that day of March 6th, 2023.
Yeah.
And can you describe what happened on March 6th?
Well, we had brought her some cupcakes and some balloons and some flowers, and because that's her birthday, and close family and close friends were there in the room the entire day until then to the machine.
And you said that you've continued to talk to Ms. Jackson since that day
Yeah.
when Jade was taken on life support.
Yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe that Ms. Jackson would harm Jade Benning?
No.
Just one moment. Thank you, Ms. Browning. I don't have any other questions.
Questions you may have?
Good morning, Ms. Browning.
Good morning.
So I think I heard this correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but Jade, Ms. Benning, she moved to Nashville around January 2022, so a little more than a year before this incident.
Yeah.
And you've lived here a good bit longer, is that right?
Yeah. I moved back here in 2016.
2016, okay. So where she lived before this?
And not specifically.
You don't know?
I know that she was in Northwest Arkansas. I think it was Brightwater was the name of the culinary school.
So she was at school before she moved to Nashville?
Yeah, and then I don't know who she lived with after that during COVID, and I don't know specifically about her exact location of where she lived. I know that it was in Arkansas.
Okay. So, when she moved to town, you guys developed a bit of a relationship, is that correct?
We'd always had a relationship. We got closer as I got to spend more time with her.
Sure, so you got closer when she moved to town, right?
That's correct.
But before that, you had some relationship, but you're not that close, is that fair?
We're close. We're family.
But you didn't know what city she lived in before she moved to town, is that correct?
That part was irrelevant to me. I knew that I could get to her when we needed to.
I got you, but that's correct, you didn't know what city she lived in before she moved to town?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
She's grown, yeah.
She's grown. You need to know who any of her roommates were, right?
That's correct.
So when she moves to town, did she have a roommate or did she live alone?
Alone.
She lived alone. Okay. Were you familiar with any of the people that she was dating or seeing when she moved to town?
No.
So now Jade Jackson doesn't move to town until August, right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Sure.
Sometime after Jade moves to town, right?
Correct.
So there's about 8, 9 months when she's here, kind of establishing herself, getting her bearings, right?
Okay. Sure.
Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
Okay. How often are you seeing her during that time period?
Probably at least every other week or every couple of weeks, depending on depending on both of our schedules.
Sure. Okay.
So frequently.
Yeah, like a family relationship. You're seeing her every few weeks, but not every single day, right?
Correct. We talked more than we saw each other.
I got you. You indicated that when you saw her at Thanksgiving and you saw her at Christmas, she wasn't drinking. You didn't see her even have a sip, right?
That's true.
In this time before November, did she drink?
I never saw her drink.
You never saw her drink. Okay. Do you know if she drank?
Yeah.
So she drank, but she never drank around you?
No.
No, she didn't drink around you?
Correct.
Okay. But to your knowledge, she did drink?
Correct.
You just don't know how much?
That is correct.
Do you know if she did drugs?
I don't know.
She certainly did do drugs around you, right?
Correct.
But you don't know if she did drugs?
I don't know.
And you're seeing her maybe once every other week, so she potentially does things on her own time, right? She's an adult. Is that fair?
She's an adult.
Okay. And we sort of mentioned you hadn't met any people that she was dating in this time that she's in Nashville. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so the name Des doesn't ring a bell to you?
It doesn't.
The name Renee doesn't ring a bell to you?
No.
The name Walt doesn't ring a bell to you?
Okay, she said she didn't know anything about any
Okay.
dating.
And there had been you and her had not discussed her relationship with Mr. Taylor really hardly at all. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You were aware that at some point around New Year's or after, they had started having some involvement again, right?
Yes.
You just are not aware of the extent of that?
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this night, February 25th, 2023, okay?
All right.
Who did you receive a call from notifying you that Jade was on the way to the hospital?
Both her mother and her father.
Her mother and father?
Correct.
Do you know about what time you received those calls?
No, I know it was late-ish, like, not too late, like 10-ish, or maybe a little before, I don't know exactly.
You said you had to come to Nashville.
Yeah, yeah.
About, obviously we don't want to know exactly where you live, but about how long did it take you to get from your house to the hospital?
About 25, 30 minutes.
25. Do you know about when you arrived at the hospital?
No, without looking.
You think you got there before midnight?
Probably.
You think you got there before 11?
No. Probably.
By the time you got there, were police officers already there?
No.
So you got there sometime after Jade, but before police had arrived?
I believe that's correct.
And some of your initial interactions, if I'm understanding, were a conversation with Najee and Mr. Taylor and a social worker, is that correct?
Yeah.
Were you guys all in a room together? Were you in a hallway? Where was this interaction?
A room.
It was in a room.
Correct.
And you described that interaction as tense?
No, it was just tense when the social worker wasn't in there.
So the three of you were alone in there?
Correct.
When the social worker was there, it was a little calmer?
I don't think that he ever went into the room with us. I don't remember him going into the room with us. He was just trying to prepare me for what I was going into a room with.
Oh, so you spoke to the social worker in like the hallway?
Like right outside of the room, I believe. I don't remember the exact specific details of every conversation and interaction, but I don't recall if the social worker came in with us or not, but I feel like he just left us at the door, but he did leave us alone.
I understand, and it is tough sometimes to remember exact details. So before you go into this room, you talk to the social worker, were Mr. Taylor and Najee Jackson in that room alone?
I believe so. I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know.
That's maybe the best of your recollection?
I don't know if they were alone. I don't know if he left them alone.
But at some point, you and Ms. Jackson and Mr. Taylor were in that room alone together.
Yes, it was very brief.
And that's the interaction that you described as tense.
It was.
And while I don't want exactly what was, not going to ask about exactly what was said, is that the first time you heard anything that resembled an accusation made of Mr. Taylor?
As far as I can remember, yeah.
At some point after that interaction, did law enforcement arrive at the hospital?
Yes.
And you stayed at the hospital
Overnight.
all overnight. And you spoke to law enforcement, right?
Yeah.
And was it your understanding, your impression that law enforcement was kind of speaking to everybody that night?
Yeah.
And obviously they were taking the situation very seriously. Right?
Correct.
Do you know about what time Lauren Weber and her friend Natalie showed up?
I don't.
Did you see them?
Yeah, briefly.
Do you know if when you saw them was before or after they went to?
I don't recall.
Do you know if when you saw them at the hospital was before or after law enforcement had shown up at the hospital?
I don't recall those details. It seemed like it was all pretty much at the same time almost. I don't know.
Do you know if at any point in time you were involved in any discussion with law enforcement about, hey, if we want to go back to the apartment and get an ID, get a purse, get keys, blow out a candle, the things that you mentioned, what's the best way to do it? Is someone from law enforcement available? Should we just go back and do it? How should we do that?
Can you ask that again?
He's asking, did you have any discussion with law enforcement about the apartment?
I believe, I think that her mom was on the phone. I don't remember all the details. We were all very upset and
Sure. I'm really wondering if you remember if you were involved in any of those, in that conversation.
I don't remember that specifically. I remember talking to them about it, and I don't remember what order things happened in and who was telling us what, you know.
So far as you're aware, law enforcement did not go back with Lauren Weber or Natalie to the apartment.
I'm not certain about that.
Do you know how you know that there was a candle burning in the apartment?
I don't know what. Somebody had said something about that, maybe Najee,
Okay.
because she had been by there, I don't know, I don't remember.
So your impression is that maybe Najee had been by there?
Well, earlier in the evening, she was there.
After that night, February 25th, and I know a lot happened that night, next day, and the following 9 days. Were you pretty involved with the rest of the family in the next 9 days?
For sure. Yeah.
Was it your impression that Mr. Taylor was a welcome part of Jade Benning's family during those next 9 days?
No.
Was it your impression that Mr. Taylor would have been welcome at the hospital by Miss Benning's family if he had showed up there?
Probably not.
Was it your impression, or were you involved in any specific discussions about specifically not allowing Mr. Taylor to come to the hospital?
Was I involved in him not being allowed to come?
Yes.
I wasn't involved. I was told
That
that,
he was not allowed?
I guess, I don't remember exactly what the exact terms were, like, he wasn't to come into Jade's room.
He was not to come to Jade's room, possibly not to come to the hospital to visit her at all?
I'm not certain what the restrictions were.
But that's your impression, that was the family's wishes?
Right.
So there was some questioning while you on direct by the state's attorney that you were at the hospital, the family was at the hospital, right? Is that correct?
Right.
Najee came to visit her at the hospital,
Right.
right? But Mr. Taylor never came to visit her.
He did not.
He did not. But in fact, he may not have been allowed to visit her, is that correct?
Potentially,
Even if he had wanted to?
I don't know what he wanted. I don't know.
But the family certainly did not want him around, correct?
Right.
And at that point, Jade was unconscious, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I just- Do you remember having a conversation at the hospital with Officer Fish? I think you were on an upstairs little alcove in the hospital.
I do remember having a conversation with an officer, but I don't remember their name.
Sure. Do you remember as part of that conversation being advised that nobody should go in or out of that apartment?
I don't know what time all these things took place that you're referring to, so.
Sure. Miss Burks was on the phone during that conversation. You called her, was on speakerphone. Remember that conversation?
I do.
And you remember the officer, law enforcement, telling you all that nobody should go in and out of the apartment?
I don't remember all of that specifically, but I do remember being on the phone with her and an officer being present.
And do you remember the officer telling you nobody should go in and out of the apartment?
Your Honor, if it has been answered.
Okay, could you answer it definitively whether you recall that or not?
I don't recall a lot of things from that night. I was
He's asking
very
about the
distressed.
conversation about don't go into the apartment.
Yeah,
You recall that?
yeah. I don't remember specifically somebody telling me not to go into an apartment. I don't remember the extent of that conversation.
Okay. I know this is confusing, and I know that there's a lot.
Yeah.
And you don't recall.
Yeah, the timeline is very,
I'm not worried about the timeline. I don't need times. We're just talking about one conversation. Don't worry about times from for a minute, okay? Do you remember in that conversation, which I think you remember, with the officer upstairs where he was on the phone, that the officer said, nobody in, nobody out? Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Yes? Okay.
I
Thank you.
remember.
You need to read your record.
There you are.
All right, thank you. Who is the next witness?
Dr. Alison Mullaly.
Okay.
She running off that stand. She was not ready for that smoke from that defense attorney. In no way, shape, form, or fashion. Wow. It's like they're trying to blame it on the best friend. Interesting.
Still barely morning, so could you please state your name?
Alison Mullaly,
And could you please spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Alison, Mullaly, Mullally.
And do you practice a profession?
Yes, I'm an OBGYN.
And so would that mean you are Dr. Mullaly?
Yes, I'm a physician.
And how long have you been practicing?
I've been practicing for about 30 years if you include residency.
And don't need to go into all that much detail about your educational background, but where did you go to undergraduate and then medical school?
Undergraduate at UT Knoxville, and then I went to medical school at UT Memphis, and I did my residency at UT Memphis also.
And with respect to the specialty, would that be obstetrics, gynecology?
Yes, that was the 4 years of residency.
OBGYN.
Oh, yes, obstetrics and gynecology.
And has that been essentially your primary, if not only, area of practice for the last 25, 30 years?
Yes.
Where is your practice currently located?
I'm at Vanderbilt Franklin Women's Center, which is in Franklin, Tennessee, and it's right next to Williamson Medical Center.
So is it a part of the Vanderbilt medical umbrella?
Yes, it's part of VUMC, but I don't practice at Vanderbilt Hospital. We just do our deliveries and our surgeries at Williamson Medical Center.
So is it a essentially full service there where you can do examinations all the way through delivery?
Yes, our office is right in sort of in front of the hospital where we do our deliveries.
Okay. And how long have you been at that specific location?
Since August of 2001.
So then were you there in 2022, and on into
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
And during a time in late 2022, did you come to have a patient named Jade Benning?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when she became your patient?
She came to see me for her first OB visit on November 16th of 22.
And was there any, was she a referral? Did you have any relative of hers as a patient?
Well, no, I have known her stepmother for a long time.
Oh.
Andrea, yes.
So was that a connection?
Yes.
Through the acquaintanceship?
Yes.
And I believe you said that she came to you November 16th. That was the first
Yes.
visit. Had you ever met Ms. Benning before?
No.
Or had her as a patient?
No, she had been seen in our office by one of the nurse practitioners, but I hadn't seen her before.
Tell us about that first visit. What occurred? What did you do? Did you obtain a history from Ms. Benning.
Yes. So it was a routine first OB visit. She had had a positive pregnancy test at home. And so saw her, took her history, vital signs, and did a pelvic exam, and then we do just a bedside pelvic ultrasound, just a vaginal ultrasound to confirm dates. And so all of that was done. And everything.
Oh, pardon me for interrupting. Was the information you gained from Ms. Benning and the information she provided in the history, was that for the purpose of medical diagnosis and treatment?
Yes.
Were those obtained for that purpose?
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, the ultrasound confirmed her dates, and then she had her prenatal screen labs done, and then she scheduled for her next visit in six weeks from then.
With respect to that initial examination, what was her appearance and demeanor, if you recall?
Very normal and pleasant.
Physically, how was she?
Very normal. Her physical exam was normal. Her vital signs were all normal.
Did she present with any illness, any pre-existing condition that warranted medical attention?
No.
With respect to confirming the pregnancy, is that the time that you, as a doctor, estimate a due date?
Yes.
And how is that, what is a due date and how is that arrived at?
Well, we start by using the first day of the last menstrual period, and then conception generally is a couple of weeks after that. So we start with that, and then the due date is 40 weeks from that. So her due date was estimated to be June 19th, and which went along with her period and coincided with the 9-week ultrasound that I did.
So everything matched.
Mm-hmm.
And the ability to get that due date, was that in part because of the history she had given you?
Yes.
And so everything was consistent?
Yes.
Now, what is the precision, if any, of the due date? How close is that to the hours, minutes?
It's pretty precise, especially since it coincided with the early ultrasound, which is very accurate at estimating. So, within 3 days or 5 days, it's very accurate since it coincided with her period.
The first visit and examination, were there any concerns about her ability to keep the pregnancy going?
No.
Now, I'll go ahead and ask this as part of her history. Did you learn at that time, or later, that she had had a previous pregnancy?
Yes, it was in the history that she had had a prior pregnancy, and I don't recall if she had had a miscarriage or a termination. A lot of patients don't like to discuss that, so I don't really dwell on that for very long. So it's documented in the record, just non-specifically.
Is that relevant to
It's
the
not.
treatment that you would provide or did provide?
No.
And first appointment, was she there on time?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not anyone came with her to that first appointment?
I believe she was by herself. I know she never had a male partner with her. I think Andrea may have come to an appointment or two, but it was maybe a later one.
By Andrea, Ms. Browning?
Yes.
The next appointment. Did she keep that appointment?
Yes.
Is she on time?
Yes.
Do you recall her appearance, demeanor at that?
Normal and happy to be there.
Okay. When you say happy to be there, what do you mean by that?
Engaging and interested in information and appropriate concerns and.
she express to you any concerns about the pregnancy?
No.
Or the opposite, any happiness about it?
I remember her being happy about it, but I can't remember anything specific about that.
Suffice to say, was there anything unusual about her actions or appearance,
No.
anything to do with it?
No.
And just briefly, I mean, any specific details, but what was the second visit? What did it entail?
The second visit is usually when I do the breast exam, part of the exam. I go over the prenatal labs, and we just listen to the fetal heart tones with the Doppler. And then at that visit, she would get scheduled for her 20-week ultrasound at her next visit.
At that second visit, was there any concern on your part about her ability to carry the child to term?
No, everything looked good.
The ultrasound, you recall approximately when that was?
It was at 20 weeks. I think the date was February 2nd, I think.
Hang on just a second. Would you have them have a seat, Miss Haney? All right, then if there's not room, just leave. If there's not room, just leave. Can't be distracting things. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, February 2nd. Now, are you present for that, or how is that scheduled and operated?
No, I'm not present for that. That's done in a separate room in our office with the ultrasound tech, and then the maternal fetal medicine doctors read the report, and the report comes to me.
And did that occur in this particular case?
Yes.
Now, on that February the 2nd, 2023 date, would Miss Benning have known the results or been given the results of the ultrasound?
I called her, I think, on the 6th with the results because there was not really an abnormality, but a soft finding for a soft marker for Down syndrome. So what we do in that case, it was an intracardiac echogenic focus, and that's not a problem with the heart in and of itself. But we offer genetic testing because she didn't do that before. So we offered her genetic testing because if the genetic testing is normal, then we know that it's just a normal variant and it's nothing to worry about. So I talked to her on the phone and discussed the results, and she decided she did want to do the genetic testing just to make sure everything was okay. And so she came in and had that drawn. I can't remember the date of that. Maybe that was the 6th. I can't remember.
And was that testing done, and was there anything of concern?
No, that testing was done and it was normal.
And was Ms. Benning told that?
Yes.
And you recall what, if any, reaction she had to that?
Well, I think one of the nurses called her. I didn't call her for that, but
Okay. Did you see her again?
I didn't see her after 20 weeks,
Okay.
after the 3rd visit.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Third actual visit, not counting the ultrasound.
Right, so I saw her for her 3rd visit just after she'd had the ultrasound. She had the genetic testing drawn, but it wasn't back yet.
Okay. Well, tell us about that visit.
Oh, it was a good visit. I mean, I reassured her again that this likely was nothing to worry about, and she was just waiting for the testing to come back.
Okay. She arrived on time.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not anyone came with her to this visit.
I don't recall for sure.
Now, if anyone would have come with her, would you have met that person?
Yes.
As opposed to them just staying in the parking lot, or is there a waiting room? And depending on who it is, can they actually come back and be with the patient?
Yes, there's a waiting room and then a sub-waiting room, and sometimes the nurse will room the patient and then we'll get the partner back or whoever's with them.
Again, on February the 10th, I was calling the 3rd visit. Was she progressing normally?
Yes.
And again, other than waiting for the genetic testing, were there any concerns about her ability at that time to carry the child to term?
No.
What was her demeanor, appearance about that visit?
was normal.
Did she ever express any concerns or any hesitancy about wanting to have this child?
No.
Now, as part of the history that you obtained, are there certain things that an expectant mother should not do? As in drinking, drugs, probably any number of things.
Yes.
And did you have those kind of discussions with Ms. Benning?
Yes, I always take a history to make sure they're not doing any drugs or alcohol or smoking or vaping. And I would note it if she was.
Was there any indication she was doing any of that?
No.
And at any time during the visits, did it appear that she was taking anything that you would have told her not to?
No.
You've asked about did she ever miss any visit? Was there any visit scheduled that she missed?
No.
And did the name Blaise Taylor ever come up in any conversation or any history?
No.
Did that name mean anything to you at all?
No.
Did there come a time when you found, prior to what would have been her next scheduled appointment, that she had been admitted to Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes. I don't remember when that was, but I got a call from one of the MFM doctors just to let me know, since she was my patient.
And was there anything that you could do at that point?
No.
And as of, let's say, February the 25th, maybe I need to do some math, but based upon calculations, what week would she have been approximately?
She was a little over 23 weeks. I think 23 weeks and 5 or 6 days.
And again, you told us how that is estimated and how that is arrived at within a very narrow time frame. Is there an ability to judge that just upon observation of a patient?
You mean
By
on
looking.
exam?
By just looking?
No, it would be a very rough estimate.
That appointment that she was not able to make, what would have happened at that?
We would have measured the fundal height, listened to the heartbeat, and she would have had her gestational diabetes screening test.
You told us about her being advised of the ultrasound. Would she have known the sex of the child she was carrying?
Yes.
And
It was a girl.
did you know? I was going to say. Or if I could have this packet, which council has reviewed, past business. Dr. Mullaly, you're being handed a packet of materials. Got some paper clips, keep them separate, but could you review those and see if those appear to be the Vanderbilt procedure, or basically your medical records of Miss Jade Benning and your treatment of her?
Yes, these are all my call records from our office, from the office.
All right, let's go to those. It's exhibit number 4.
Okay.
Let's make a collective exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Dr. Mullaly, as far as your treatment and care of Ms. Benning, was she doing all the right things to become a mother?
Yes.
Those are my questions.
Barbara, questions on behalf of the defendant?
Yes. If I could just have one moment.
Dr. Mullaly, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I am good, thank you. I am Letitia Quinones Collins. Can I ask you a few questions? At any time you don't understand, let me know. I'll do my best to rephrase.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a few questions for you, Dr. Mullaly. Will you tell me, am I saying that right?
Mullaly.
Mullaly. Okay. Dr. Mullaly, can you tell me, have you been able to determine when Ms. Benning would have become pregnant based on your examination of her?
Well, by her dates, she would have conceived roughly 2 weeks after her first day of her last period.
Okay. And the first day of her last period was what?
I don't remember that. I have to look.
Will you trust me if I tell you that I just looked in the records that you just reviewed and we got into evidence? If that date was, patient's last menstrual period was September 12th, 2022?
Yes.
Do you see that there on page 1 of 8?
Yes.
And so then you would tell me then that her date of conception would have been 2 weeks after that?
Yes.
And that would put us, September has 30 days in it, does it not?
Yes.
And if we put 14 days past that, that puts us at September 26th. Is that right?
Yes.
So then we would be safe to say that by September 26th of 22, Ms. Benning would have been pregnant.
Roughly, yes.
And what day was she in your office?
November 16th.
And that is the day that she was diagnosed, if that's the proper term, of being pregnant.
Well, it was confirmed to be an intrauterine pregnancy.
Okay, confirmed to be pregnant. Fair enough. So, would it then be safe to say that if September was the last time she had a period, she did not have a period then in October?
Correct.
Now, you stated on direct examination that the patient did not or was not involved in any drugs, to your knowledge. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, to be fair, you did not test her for drugs, did you?
No.
So you're only going off of what she's sharing with you. Is that right?
Yes, and somewhat by her vital signs and her demeanor.
Okay. But you'll agree with me that certainly someone's vital signs and demeanor is not indicative as to whether or not they're using drugs.
Not always, correct.
Would it be surprising to know that Ms. Benning had sent a message to Ms. Nigella Jackson that she was doing so much Adderall and
I
alcohol?
object to the hearsay that's outside the scope of the witness's knowledge.
May I respond?
And whether it's surprising or not is relevant.
What's your response?
Yes, there's just been an allegation that Ms. Benning has not done any drugs in her
To her knowledge. Now, they're objecting to hearsay.
It's in regards to impeachment.
If you want to ask, does she have any information about that?
Dr. McLean, did you know that, or would you have known that Ms. Benning had felt that she was doing so much alcohol and Adderall that it was
All right, I'll
causing?
sustain an objection.
Can I give you a hypothetical?
Yes.
If a patient,
Object this witness has not been tendered as an
Hypothetical
expert.
about what?
about a patient doing drugs or alcohol,
You want to ask this doctor if they want their patient using alcohol or Adderall while they're pregnant?
No, I don't. What I would like to do.
What's your question?
What I would like to do.
What's your question?
My question is whether or not, based on this doctor's statement, that Ms. Benning was not doing drugs and nor alcohol, and that she would be able to tell by her vital signs.
Is that your question you're wanting to ask this lady?
The question I would like to ask her is whether or not someone feeling as though they're doing so much Adderall and alcohol, their body is shutting down.
She doesn't have any knowledge about that, and I've sustained the hearsay objection.
So am I not allowed to ask
I
this?
sustained the hearsay objection about your question.
Let me ask you in another way, if I may. Did Ms. Benning ever share with you that she was doing Adderall?
No.
Did she ever share with you that in November she was doing mushrooms?
No.
Did she ever share with you that she was doing alcohol?
No.
Did she ever share with you as her medical professional that she felt like she was doing so much Adderall and alcohol that her body was shutting down?
No.
If she would have shared that with you, would that change your previous statement in regards to that she was not doing any drugs?
If she told you she was using drugs, that would change your opinion about whether she was using drugs, is what she's asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you. But what you've just represented to this jury, is it not, Dr. Mullaly, was that based on your knowledge and representations to you by Ms. Benning, she was not doing any drugs or alcohol at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other? Any redirect?
Hang on.
Okay.
May this witness be excused?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Just remember what I said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, the other admonitions I gave you yesterday. We'll get back here in 1 hour. You can step down the hallway. All right, we'll get lunch recess for 1:15.
Yeah, he may be a victim of the short man complex. Quiet as kept. I'm just saying. Yeah, every witness seemed like after the defense questioned them, like they are running off the stand. They don't want no parts of anything like this at all. Nothing at all. Like they don't want any parts of this. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, he definitely short. At least it appears that way. He's shorter. I think he's shorter than her, right? I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. I guess they do possibly have some type of reasonable doubt, I mean, if Corey went up there and claimed reasonable doubt or claimed that she didn't do it, I mean, anybody can, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, this judge gave them all of 6 minutes, drunkie. Told them to be back in 6 minutes. No, you do not get a 10-minute break. You do not get 7 minutes. You do not get 10 minutes. You get 6. That's all you get. And make sure you back. How long did they say they were going for lunch? I can't, I don't remember if I think I might have missed it. Ouch. Yeah, that's going to be the testimony of testimonies of testimonies that I think everybody is kind of like waiting to see. It's her testimony. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. 1 hour. Okay. Do we need to rewatch any testimony, or you guys want to take a break? Do we go to lunch when they go to lunch? Which should we do? He said 27.5 minutes for lunch. Lexi said he said an hour. Now here you come with 27.5 minutes. They don't get 30 minutes. They don't get a full 30. They don't get that full 30s. Let's see. That is too much. Yeah, I've been noticing, just FYI, it seems like sometimes when I like when I restart the stream, I don't know if it does like a different alert or something, but it appears like sometimes if I end our stream and restart it, it does something different. I don't know why, but it does. Let's see. So for the, I'm just looking out here to see what else is out here that I see. Oh man. I wonder if he in jail. That would be interesting for me to know, is if he's currently in custody. Do anybody know if he's in custody? I couldn't tell. I want to say that like he was out on bond and he has an ankle monitor, but I could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong in regards to that. He's on bond. I thought he was out. Oh, you say, oh, that's good to know. Never knew that. He in jail? Nah. He was allowed out on a ankle monitor. I thought I heard that. Yep, I thought I heard that. Because when I look at his So like this is the I mean, it don't really give you nothing unless I'm not looking in the right place. But it doesn't give you a whole bunch of information or anything. On it, yeah, his bond it was 2.5. Yeah, and these is his 4 counts. I'm assuming his lead attorney is going to be Joshua Brand. Yeah, and that's about all it kind of tells me. Like, it don't, I can't even see where you can get any paperwork or anything from, which is really messed up. Yeah, he out. Chat GPT told you that he in jail. I don't know. Sometimes you have to fight with Chat GPT because sometimes Chat GPT don't know what he be talking about, he or she, depending on which one yours is. I'm pretty sure it's a he. Like, yeah. Sometimes they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I am really surprised at all, even with the bond being at 2.5 million. That means that it's a very serious crime. Like they were trying to make it where he possibly could not get out. But most times when they know that is probably going to be a conviction, they typically don't give you no bond. So I'm really surprised that he was able to get a bond at all. You say you he be tripping. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, but sometimes I'm really surprised that he got a bond at all. But I wonder how I gotta feel to know that now he's walking into court each day, like counting down his days. Like it kind of reminded me like with Josie when she was coming to court each day, counting down the days. And right before the verdict, like the night before, what did you eat? What was your last meal? Did you stay up all night? Did you get any rest? I have so many questions for people that be out on bond, and they know what they did. Because if don't nobody else know, they know, right? They may try to fool other people to think it's something different, but they actually know. So he actually knows each day as he's walking into court what he may have done to this young lady or not done. So if he knows that he actually put something in her drink, like I wonder what his thought process is coming into court each day. Like, does he have like bubble guts? Like, can he eat? Has he lost a lot of weight? I have so many questions. I want to know what they be thinking. Do you be thinking that you just want to run? Because I probably would just want to run. You say he only dangerous if you preggo. And that's what I'm saying. Like I can't understand why men give up so much power, especially when they know they do not want kids. Like if you know you don't want kids, then you probably should protect yourself, because if the woman on the other end does not care if she gets pregnant or doesn't mind having a baby at that time, you kind of leave that up to her to make that determination once you decide to go raw dog it. But I do understand that both people had a responsibility of protecting themselves, but it's different if you know you do not want kids. Like her as a woman, if she's not requiring him to put on protection and she's not wearing protection, then she may be okay with having a baby. You know, she may have decided that now is the time that she wants to go down that road. But if you know as a man that that's not something that you want to do or you're not down for right now, I really think that it's a man's responsibility at that point in time. Because if not, then don't complain about it because you had your opportunity. Now, once you decided and this didn't happen, game over. You never heard raw dog? Yeah, raw dog with the hot dog. I heard that the cups, I heard, but Gabber, we haven't seen it just yet. But I think I was reading somewhere where I heard the cups are not there. Like, I don't know how he got rid of all the cups or the glasses. I don't even know how they know which particular glass she was drinking out of. But I heard somewhere like the glasses are missing or something. Hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed, our girl Leslie B will get in the courtroom tomorrow and get us some jury info. And she said she probably would try to attend court a couple days since she doesn't work far from it. So that would be awesome for us here. And we'll do some after hour ones after she gets off work and things and we're out of the courtroom and kind of give us some information, what the jury looks like. I'm interested to see, or know, at least. Would you say it's off the charts, Ilona? They be raw dogging it. Frank said both of them were wrong. Yeah, well, I get that you say both of them wrong, but why are both of them wrong, Frank? She may wanted a baby. Why would she be wrong? He the one definitely did not want a baby considering his past. So he should have been strapping it up. He should have been going in there and making sure everything was bulletproof. Like, I don't know. Or don't go in it at all. I don't know. I just heard something that the cups were but what'd he do? Take all the cups out of the house? Like, how they know what cups they were using? Were they on FaceTime? Or was the little spy cam that was in the kitchen, did that catch him getting the cups and they no longer can find the cups? Talk to me. I want to know. I need to know. Yeah, and of course, it'd probably be the red Solo cups. You got that right. Everybody got to be drinking with the red Solo cups. And what really, really, really confuses me about all this, and I could not understand this with even the Corey Richens case, is that when you're drinking something and something tastes different to you, like, do you continue to drink it? Or did she, like, drink some of it, it tastes funny, or I thought it tastes funny? Or do you just kind of, like, put that what would you call it? Like, that little ding, ding, ding. Do you just, like, push it in the back of your head? Like, I'm just thinking things. Or what do we do? Because I'm like, well, if you just took a sip of it, that tastes funny. Do you not, like, put it down and start your process over and pour it out? Or, you know, because I'm assuming if you sip it, that would not have been enough, or maybe not, or maybe it was, to unalive you. Or did she continue to drink it and decide afterwards that that's when the thought came to her and saying her drink tasted funny when she was on the phone with her friend? I have so many questions about that. I mean, I know we probably won't get those type of answers, but I can tell you a couple things about me. If y'all don't already know, I hate smells. And if something is, like, off, I believe it's off. I'm like, I just start over. It's not really that deep to me, you know? Like if I, I used to go to McDonald's, and I kid you not, I would go there and they would, when they put the cap on your cup, your coffee cup. Well, I know that the workers, they like to come to McDonald's and they fresh and clean and they got their perfume on and all that stuff. But when they would put my top on my cup, their perfume would transfer over. And just the smell of the perfume on the top of my cap would be like, oh no, I can't do this. I have to take the cap off and hope that is not any kind of smell up in my coffee in order for me to drink it. Or I can't do it. And if it tastes nasty or tastes funny, I'm probably just going to start it all over. Oh gosh. Who's talking about pulling out? Because pulling out does not work. Oh, Drunky. Drunky said, pulling out is probably real hard for them. I don't know what it is because I'm not a man, but for some reason, from the men that I have talked to, pulling out is much harder than us women could ever expect it to be. And yeah, and for some reason, they just always slip up with just a little bit. Or maybe it's even the pre. Remember they used to tell you about the pre-sperm? Maybe it's the pre that got there. But yeah, pulling out don't work at all. Yeah. No, it's just probably better for you to and to be honest, like even, condoms are not 100% proof. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's best if maybe that you just not out here bumping and grinding. Maybe you should probably keep it in your pants if you're not wanting to take the chance. Ooh, I just dropped a bar on y'all. Bars. Did that blow out your eardrums? It blew out mine, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm dropping bars. Okay, let me see. With her saying that she thought he did something to her drink, I wonder if his recent behavior towards her changed recently, because why did she think that? I think because she probably, I think because she probably tasted something funny and him just now coming back into the picture, trying to be the good baby daddy. I guess maybe because he was only back for like what, maybe 2 months, if that. And then how you getting back? Talk about, okay, since you decided to have this baby, we don't really know each other, but let's get to know each other. Like, how about y'all should have got to know each other before y'all lay down in the bed? Just maybe. She was open, he was open, everybody was screwing everybody. So that's what it sounded like. So even with that, like, she told you didn't have to be involved in the baby's life, blah, blah, blah. Maybe he was worried about child support. Maybe he had a big contract coming up. Because remember, he moved from Tennessee to, I want to say, is it Utah? Or maybe it's Idaho. I think it's Utah. He moved right after she passed away for a job. So maybe he had a big contract coming up and he didn't want her to have any parts of it. I have no clue what he was thinking, because he could have probably waited, because what if the baby wasn't even his? Yeah, I think that he might have made her drink and put all that Coca-Cola. Yeah, they had the community, everything. We had community P now and community box. And I mean, I don't have anything against that. If you're not married and you live in a single life and that's what you want to do, hey, by all means, as long as you living safe and you doing what you need to do, then I mean, just do it. I don't judge people on stuff like that. I can care less. Me personally, I can care less. I don't care nothing about that. You say, does anyone smell their cups before using them? Both my brother and I do. And my mom makes fun of us. Let me think. Do I smell cups? Because I am a nose person. Like, I should have probably been a puppy or something like that in my. Maybe that's what I'll be in my next life. I always keep saying in my next life I want to be a butterfly. But maybe I should be a puppy. But let me see. I don't think I smell my cups. But I am real particular. I don't, if like in my house, I don't have plastic cups or paper cups. I like to drink out of glass for some reason, even though I know it's more work to clean them and all that stuff. I don't like plastic cups. I like glass, preferably. That is. You say your daughter expects all the dishes before she uses them. She may not trust you, SD. That's how like yeah, I can see somebody doing that, like looking to see if there's anything on there. That's one thing that I hate about the dishwasher, like if it puts spots or specks on my dishes. I'm like, and unfortunately that's just what dishwasher does, but I would prefer not. Oh, just speaking of that, SD, I just ordered my water bottle. The new water bottles that I put up there on our channel. I ordered me one. It should be here soon. I can't wait to get it. I ordered that and I ordered a desk mat. I think I just be making stuff on the website just so I can order it for myself. I think. So I can't wait till it come. I'm hoping it encourages me to drink more water. So if you guys haven't checked it out, go check out the Sweet Pea Gang merch. I added a additional store to the other store that has the the t-shirts and stuff. This store that I added, it offers more variety of items. So I was able to add like some tumblers, some desk mats. I'm gonna be able to add some mouse pads. Looking at trying to get us like a courtroom docket kind of notepad thing. Yeah. So I was like, I want my desk to be like, and then I got to get off purple because like everything's purple. Oh gosh, I got to get off purple. Don't no man want no purple. Here, I'll put it in here. Yeah, don't nobody want no purple. Like, I'm just putting everything in purple. Oh gosh, if y'all don't save me. I'm like, I gotta find something for the men or something just like neutral. Cause everybody don't want purple. But for some reason, I keep putting all this purple everywhere. Like, it's like disgusting at this point in time, to be honest with you guys. I'm like disgusted with myself. That's why I was like, I need to find a different color. So I was thinking about red. So yeah, or like gold and white, maybe something for the guys. Let me see if I can let me get when I get go there, it puts me at the design thing. So let me see. me see. I don't even know how to do it. I need to figure out how to do this stuff. So don't ask me because I don't know. I'm gonna go on here. I gotta go the long way. I gotta go to YouTube and then I'll go to the store and then I'll share it. Because other than that, I don't know how to do it. How about that? Store. Let me go to the store. Okay. Yeah, you should have seen me trying to order the other day. I was like, okay, well, how do I order? I don't know how to do this. I don't know. Film is real good at figuring that stuff out. I don't know. I have to figure it out. I don't know. Then by the time I figure it out, it'd be in the chat. So there we go. There you go. See? There, SD got it. You say blue, gold, silver. Okay. Okay. I like it. I like it. Let me do something. I'm going to do something blue, gold, and silver. I just didn't know what would be. I know purple is my favorite color. I can't get off purple. Like, y'all see there, I got purple mic, purple this, purple computer. I mean, like, I'm so over purple. Like, I'm going to make myself mad at purple. Like, I'm not even going to want purple. Purple going to not be my favorite color anymore because I got too much purple. I like blue, gold, and silver. I never even thought about that combination. Blue, gold, and silver. Thanks, Frank. I'm going to go in there and make some desk mats that color. And some mouse pads. So they got mouse pads. What else stuff can I make? I'm gonna make some socks. Not from hand, guys. No, I'm not doing them from hand. I am going to make some socks off of here. They have keychains and stuff like that, but I said like if I go to like do any like promotions, like if we did like a crime con or anything like that, like I would just order those. But you have to order those like in bulk. So I know I seen I'm just on here looking. I don't want to go up under the site design. Yeah, I can make that tonight. And that will be awesome. Yeah, so you say you painted your room purple, but it turned out to be too light, so it looks not a toddler. Oh, you're so funny. Yeah, I'll do one in I'll do some stuff in red, white, and silver, or maybe some stuff in red, and because I know red is a very popular color far as faves. Red and black. And silver. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like what her room is, like a lavender or like. I know. That's the same thing. I was like, I'm so glad that we able to get like water bottles instead of, just coffee cups and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm gonna go on there and get some more stuff. As soon as I get a chance, I'll go on there and do some other stuff. A hot pink ceiling. That is too funny. Yeah. That may be purple overload and hot pink at the top. Gabber. Yeah, I think products. Let me see. Create new products. Let's see. Yeah, so they have like they just have way more stuff for me to be able to kind of create like so I'll still keep the shirt. I was thinking about maybe moving some of the shirts and stuff over here, asking therapists to help me, but to move some of that stuff over here because it seemed like they may have like the prices may be even more reasonable. So that was another thing that I was looking at. Let me see. So like they have like posters, they have candles, they have aprons. They got anything that you kind of really want to. They even got cards. Like, of course I wouldn't be making all of this stuff because I don't think that we would be interested in that, but at least not for me. But I thought that maybe, because most of us be at work or some of us be at work, the mouse pads, desk mats, things like that would be very interesting. Water bottle. I said I'm really, really hoping it makes me want to drink some water. At least some more water, because right now I'm not really that great with water at all. You say you gonna post it? She gonna post it in there for us. Hot pink ceiling. I cannot. Let me see where they're at. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, and so this is not a DP case, just for anybody that is wondering. This is a LWAP case. So for anybody that was wondering in regards to that, that's what kind of case we're dealing with right now. Is a LWAP case. Okay, so I think what I'll do here is, do we want to, because they're still kind of like at lunch. I can keep talking y'all halfway to death, but do y'all really want me to talk y'all halfway to death, or do y'all want to re-listen to somebody's testimony? I like photos. Not that they really gave us anything, but they kind of gave us something. Let me see. Oh, yeah. They did this in 2 parts. I wonder if they're going to end this and put another part up. Wait a minute. Yeah, it looked like they are. Yeah, they are. Okay, they are. Wait a minute, they are. I'm glad I seen that. So what they're doing is they're doing it in like parts. Instead of it being one continuous stream. Let me see. Oh, no. Yeah. Let me see. I probably would only want to watch the defense opening statement. I thought that her opening statement was great. I like people that like, I am a visual person. I don't know how many of you guys are visual people, but I am a visual learner. So I appreciated that she had that. Hey, Luna. You say you just finished dancing. She's a dancing machine. Really? How much is shipping, Morel, to like $100? I can only imagine. Like, it has to be something like ridiculous. You say you're a visual learner too? Like, I like to see pictures, and I like to see presentations. I want you to present to me. I want you to say, here is A plus B equals C. Like, I want you to write it out for me, please. And then I'm gonna write it out too. Let me see if I can find a clip of his the friend. Oh, my heart. When I heard it, let me see. Here, I'm gonna put on some tunes while I try to look up the clip of the friend. It's just a real short clip, so it's not gonna really like give you a whole bunch of or spoil anything, because of course the defense gonna be on her neck. Oh, they're gonna be so on her neck. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd be like, did you poison your friend through the phone? Were you in two places at once? That's what they're gonna try to do, I guess. Maybe. I'm just saying. Who knows? Mm-mm.
Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in chat. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the free. We the California's rolling deep on 9. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big, you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
We the California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, 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 we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Californians, Californians,
Let me see. I think I may have found it for us. I wanted to see if I can find it from like a courtroom feed. Wait a minute, guys. Oh, maybe I don't have it. Wait a minute, let me put on another song. I don't have it. I thought I had it, but I don't have it. What a bust. What a bust.
Whoa, yeah! Woo! Courtroom packed and the cameras on. Folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole chat buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. Hear the cell doors locked. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Mama crying in the second row. Defense still talking, but it's moving slow. State dock receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's long breaks and uneasy nights. Woo! Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got cleared. L-Wop-Bop-Bop. Hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop. L-Wop-Bop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Hey, 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 hey. The L-Wop-Bop. Hey, 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 hey. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Hey. Case pause, courtroom tense. Hey. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-Wop-Bop.
Okay, so I found the clip for us to look at. It's just a small clip, but this is her best friend. Yeah, so you can see just from this right here, it's all bad. Like, gonna be very, very, very emotional stuff here. But here we go.
And her head was like, tilted to the side.
An emotional Nigella Jackson faced the courtroom Thursday, remembering her lifelong best friend, Jade Benning.
And as I'm like talking to her, she was not necessarily responding back to me.
As new details come out in the case of Blaise Taylor, the man arrested in connection with the deaths of Jade and their unborn child.
And as she was saying, like, my drink tasted funny, I can't even walk straight, you did this so something could happen to the baby.
The night in February Jade went to the hospital, her best friend told the judge she got a phone call and overheard Jade and Blaise in conversation.
She started to say, you did this to me. You put something in my drink. I knew my drink tasted funny and I couldn't really, I was like, Jade. She stopped responding.
Police say Blaise later called 911 and said she was having an allergic reaction. Her unborn baby died right away. Jade died days later.
Your Honor, what we heard today was that Mr. Taylor called 911.
During Thursday's bond hearing, the defense claimed there's not enough evidence to convict Blaise.
Your Honor, we're just asking that you set a reasonable bond. Let Mr. Taylor fight this case.
Though the state...
Mr. Taylor's actions that day are unlike any other case that we have ever had in Davidson County.
And homicide detective Adam Reese
It appeared there had been some cleanup done.
say this was premeditated murder.
It's not a spur-of-the-moment type of thing to put drugs in someone's beverage.
And that Blaise may not have let his family know how serious Jade's condition was in the hospital.
When he calls his mother to tell her this information, the only information he gives her is that Jade Benning has COVID.
But Blaise's mother, along with over a dozen on the left side of the courtroom, stood up for her son.
He has not had any legal problems, no arrests.
As everyone now waits for more answers come May. Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
I can tell y'all now, if that testimony from our friend, the friend, oh no. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how this is gonna fend for him. Let me see what else they have on here that I can find for us. Yeah, I don't know about that one. You say everybody. Just because he has no record does not mean, yeah, right? He's starting to create a record. Mom, you didn't know? I was out here trying to create a record. Let me see. Yeah, so I think that's, that's different, when you talk about money and if you want to even say power, like, yeah, he got on a bond, so however we try to, slice and dice it, yeah, they let him out. Let me see if I see anything else. I was wondering why they said Blaise's mom testified when I was looking at the little clip. I was like, what she got to say? But I see why she was up there. She was trying to assist with in regards to getting him released, of course, right? Let me see if I don't think they're back yet, just so y'all know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he get past this. I wonder, always gonna be something else if that camera caught him, boy. I guess if the camera would have caught him, they would have never let him go. Right? I would hope not. Like if they had video footage of this, of him even pouring a drink, like he better not have been even touching a cup in the house. Like I'm sure that if he was even touching a cup on camera, they wouldn't have let him go. Like they better have him on film doing nothing in the kitchen. Like matter of fact, Blaise better hope he wasn't caught on camera in the kitchen at all. He better brought whatever cups that he did to commit this with him. Like he came in the house with his cups like I got my own cups. Better not be in that kitchen. Cause I wonder how many times has he been to her house? Remember, this was all new. The first time they met in the park. I don't know what else they did together, but I don't know how. Did he know it was a camera there? He better not have touched not one cup, y'all. He better not be, his fingerprints better not be on not a cabinet, not nothing at all. He'd be like, what you mean? How did I poison her? I didn't even touch anything when I came in there. Who was the last rich person that we seen in custody? Rich or just have money? Pino, he wasn't in custody. He was out. He never got arrested. They gave him choices. Mr. Pino, would you like to take this blood alcohol test? No, I decline. Mr. Pino, would you like to be arrested today? Absolutely not. Mr. Pino, would you like to do 60 days in jail versus to us going to trial? Hell no. Mr. Pino, would you like any lesser included charges? No. He was able to do everything that he wanted to do. So no, he did not do not one day. I think they arrested him, but he got out on a personal bond. He was like, I ain't even got to put up no money. I'm just going to put up a personal bond. Meanwhile, in between time, he got all the money to be able to leave the country, take his passport, do what he want to do. I don't even know if they restricted any of those things from Mr. Pino. I don't know. But what I will say is my prosecutor lady, I think her name is Tracy, I will not say that she was doing anything not to have him convicted, baby, because she wanted him up under the jail. I mean, up under it. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at me? You got something that you want to say? I just knew she was going to lose her shit. And then she, she came back a couple days later, in the trial and was like, look, he's making noises behind me and blah, blah, blah. Oh my gosh. I just know last night was very hard for her and the family, because she was really being an advocate for the family, right? But I know it was hard for her because she lived and breathed in this case, like lived and breathed it. Good grief. Yeah, maybe because the dad has money, and he was still a scout, so I think he was still doing some stuff. Well, you need money in jail so you can be able to get them oodles and noodles, get you a TV, get you an iPad, get you a PlayStation, maybe, buy off a couple people. You need that bag in jail. Yeah, pretty. They want some money while they in jail so they can do some things. Absolutely. No, he is his dad is a college coach. Now, what happened was he came down here as a scout for the Tennessee Titans, which is an NFL team. Yeah, his father is a coach, but I think it's just college. I don't think it's the NFL. I don't want to mistake that. Oh, matter of fact, listen, we can listen to this because she tell you right here in the beginning. Hold on, let me pull it up. If you can hear her. She kind of gives us a chart, the family chart.
Talked about yesterday. This is a very, very serious.
Were y'all unable to hear it? Uh-oh, I hear it. I see. Oh gosh. Let me pull this down. It's probably because the way, sometimes it stops bringing the audio when I share screen, stop share screen. I see my phone going off. I'm getting in trouble. Uh-oh, I'm getting in trouble. Here we go.
Blaise is the oldest of 2 children. He is the son of Ebby and Trooper Taylor. Blaise has a younger sister, Star Taylor. Blaise's father is a football coach, a college football coach. And I've since learned that living a football coach's life on that level takes you around several places across the country. And so they traveled a lot. They lived in a lot of different places because Dad worked in a lot of different places. And Blaise got his education from the University of Arkansas, where he graduated in 3 years with his master's degree in business administration. After that, he began working. And he ended up, after a few jobs, working for the Tennessee Titans as a pro scout. That is where, here in Tennessee, is where he meets Jade. But what's also important to know is that throughout Blaise's life, even when he played football, even when he was in college, he never drank and he never did any drugs. No alcohol and no drugs ever in his life. I want to now show you who Jade Benning is and was. She was a beautiful young lady. She was an aspiring chef. And she too was from Arkansas. And she moved to Tennessee after graduating from culinary school to become a chef and work at Ernest Hideaway Grilling Bar. But different.
Okay, so that's just to clarify exactly, you know, who his dad was, who he is. They are back from lunch, so of course I'm not gonna hold us and I'm gonna put us back in the courtroom, guys. Let me share.
gotten anything to Ms. Jackson yet, but
Yes, but the state is asking that the defense not be allowed to ask witnesses about messages unless they have shown them to the state. She misstated the message and who the sender was, and that was inappropriate and wrong, and we would ask that she provide us with a copy of anything she's asking.
May I respond?
do you think the message that you quoted the doctor is from Ms. Benning?
I am looking at the.
It's just a yes or no?
Yes, I am. Yes, I do, based on the records that I have.
She thinks it's from Ms. Benning.
And that is why I'm asking the court that she be required to provide us with a copy of it so that we can
Is it not
determine that
something
before
you
she.
already have?
I don't, I
Where
have
do you
a
reference
copy
it?
of the message
Let
she
me
ran.
see, Ms.
Let me make sure I give you the right one. And what I was trying to tell the court was that this is the dump of Ms. Benning's phone. So I am referencing the dump that we were provided by the
Well,
state.
still gotta know who it's coming
Yeah,
from.
so let me find it, and
Okay.
then I will turn it to the court, because what I saw on there was, it was from Ms. Benning. So if I'm wrong, it's based on the records that we received from the state. So I'll find it and I'll give it to the court.
Okay, let me see it.
Okay, let me find it.
Who's the next witness?
Keyante Jones.
Keyante, okay.
Uh-oh. The last name is Jones that's coming to the witness stand. Is that the friend, y'all? I don't think I'm ready.
Does the state have their available text that you're saying came from Ms. Jackson to Ms. Benning about her body shaking?
That's correct.
Is that what you're referencing, Ms. Holmes?
No, it was not about body shape.
Well, that's what you asked.
No, what I asked was,
Look at that message and see if that's what you're speaking of.
yes, that is. That's it. So it
Okay.
was on my computer, so
Let me
let
see
me
it.
pull it up on my computer.
Well, that's the state's copy, just let me see it.
But that's the state's copy, it's not what I was looking at.
But that's the text that you're referencing.
I don't know that that's the text.
I thought you said it just was.
The text context was, it doesn't mean that the sender and the recipient that I was looking at was, because I verified that before I went into it. So if I can pull it up on my computer, because that's, I just remembered I was looking at it from my computer.
Well, it says.
Oh, listen at that attitude.
0608. How do you pronounce it?
Nigeria.
Najee.
Okay, thanks,
My
Leslie.
body's starting to feel like it's shutting down.
Yeah, it's not shaking, you said shaking.
You said it was from Ms. Benning, that's what I'm trying to determine.
I'm trying to pull it up for you
Okay.
so that I can get it to you.
Oh, don't look like the judge playing. Pull it up. I mean, pull it up right now. Boss. Yeah, only day one. We already getting started.
November 2nd, 2022, 11:29:48 seconds.
Yep, I gotta get on the internet.
Yeah, so what you speaking of only is he told his mom that she allegedly that she had COVID, downplaying the situation. But I guess he told the EMTs or the EMS and the paramedics when they got there that she was having an allergic reaction. He believed, because I don't know how he would know if she having an allergic reaction if he didn't know her well enough to know if she was allergic to anything. But who am I? I'm just, I'm like I said, I'm just here for shit and giggles. I don't know. I don't know. She better find this text message. This message is what I do know. I mean, and y'all got to consider this is the judge that gave him a 6-minute break. He not playing.
If you look at the bottom of page 169, it has the sender's number, and then it has the message next to it. The message is the next one under. Look at the bottom of the page.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I don't know, show that to this thing.
If you look at the bottom of that page, the sender number is 501. The recipient is Nigeria. The very
She dropping them bombs on him.
Her copy is the metadata.
Yeah, no, I get it. I can read all of this. On page 1969, the record 4388, it says the sender name is Nigeria, 501, 541, and this following page, 1970, is the message.
If you also see the
sender goes with this message.
Can I finish? So I can tell you?
Let me ask you a question.
The sender says 501-541-5008.
Is there a police officer here that can tell us who's the sender and who's the receiver on that?
I absolutely can get someone here.
Okay, why don't you do that? You're, Ms. Holland, you're still thinking that this message is from Ms. Benning.
What I'm sharing is when I looked at the sender's number, it said 501, and then when it said recipient, it did not say Jade Benning. So when I saw sender 501,
Okay,
which is,
well, let me ask you, are you acknowledging you're now mistaken?
I don't know that. I can say that she's right because it does say sender's name, Nigeria, but the number was 501-541-0608.
What do you need to figure out whether you were mistaken?
Let me just speak with my staff who sent it to me.
Okay.
Several other messages where she does in fact do the same drug, so we can come back.
You're jumping way ahead of me.
Well,
The question you asked the doctor, is that wrong?
Let me say this.
That's just a yes or no.
Well, no, it's not, Your Honor. If I can,
Ooh.
please allow me to say what I need to say.
Share for the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. We were mistaken in regards to that
Does
particular.
the jury need to know that?
They can, but if they know that, then I need to be able to go into other messages that suggest the same drugs. Because I can go a day later, because one of the questions I asked
I'm
was,
just saying the doctor's gone. I'm just saying the message you try to convey to the jury is, you want to listen to me or co-counsel?
I'm listening to you. If I can.
What did I just say?
You said, do I need to let the jury know?
No, I said the doctor's gone.
I heard that part too. But if you would remember, what I said was, if she told you she did mushrooms, would that make a difference?
Right.
I have a
That's
test.
not what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the question that you used this text message from what you said was Miss Benning, and now that's not true.
You sustained their objection to this text
You went and
message.
asked the question a different way the second time,
And the
and
question.
they didn't object.
The question I asked was, if she told you she did mushrooms, would that make a difference?
And the final question we can replay it.
We can't, and I also
The final
asked,
question you asked was this same thing.
it was, but the drugs
And
are
she
still
said,
the
no,
same.
that, I didn't know that.
We can clear it up and I can talk about the same drugs in
I'm
a
not
different
dealing with
text.
the others and what are the witnesses. I'm dealing with, were you wrong on who generated this text?
I was, but that text did not come into evidence. The question was.
Your question included the text.
No, it did not. Not what was in front of the question this witness was able to answer did not
The
deal with the
question
text.
they objected to and it was sustained did not come in. Then your final question after the mushrooms and everything else was, if you knew that she was taking Adderall to the point of shutting down her body, would that been contrary to her history? She answered yes. They didn't object. So the jury heard all that.
And they can bring the doctor back and say something different.
She's gone.
Well, she can come back. If she wants to impeach that, she can.
And you said it didn't get out. Why was she saying impeach it?
Because you're saying it did. And I'm not
It
gonna-
did.
Well, then she
I'm
can
gonna
do
bring
what
the
she
jury
needs to do.
down,
Your Honor, I don't
tell
wanna
them
argue with
that
the court.
questions are not evidence, which I told them from the get-go.
That's right.
But that the question you asked, generated from a text from Miss Benning, was not from Miss Benning.
The question I asked had to do with the drugs Ms. Benning was doing. And there's plenty of drugs.
And I'm not getting into it.
Okay, well, that's what, if she goes and
If you
corrects
think
that.
you want to question now who you know is Miss Jackson, then we have a jury out. Do you think it's relevant that this text comes in to impeach Miss Jackson about her reliability?
No, I don't.
Okay, then let the jury step down.
It's getting hot in here. Wow, I was not expecting that type of exchange. Go on, Steve. Steve ain't playing. 6 minutes. Are you listening to me or co-counsel? What did I just say? She couldn't repeat it back.
Who's the next witness?
Keyante Jones, Your Honor.
Keyante Jones. All right, hold him up just, I didn't know if he was in here or not. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me give you this piece of information. One, and this deals with Dr. Mullaly's
No,
testimony.
I'm gonna object to this on the record in regards to.
All right, let the attorney step up.
Ooh wee. Oh, he is not liking this. Like, he don't like this at all. Oh my goodness, he had this jury come in. Now she talking about she about to object. Now he got to bring them up here. Oh, whoa. Oh, she not rolling over, baby. Oh yeah, I like it. Get feisty with it. We ain't had a Sparky since Sparky. Now we got another Sparky. She gonna make this court date go good. Yeah, the judge like, look, you're not gonna be doing this. Oh, take the jury out. Send them back. I'm about to get in that. We're gonna put all this on the record. Send the jury out. I'm about to get up in that. He about to tap that. He about to give her a whooping. She about to get a whooping. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
So just so the court reporter understands what we were talking about at the bench conference, you, Ms. Hollins, are now saying that you didn't say it was okay for the court to instruct the jury that that question coming from Ms. Benning's, a text from Ms. Benning, was wrong.
What I thought the court was.
Did you say that or not?
Judge, I cannot
You play back the
respond if you cut me
video.
off every time that I'm trying to protect.
I said, I'm gonna bring the jury in and instruct them that questions aren't evidence, and
That's
that your
what we
question about, to the Dr. Mullaly, about Ms. Benning generating a text that she was starting to feel like her body was shutting down, did not come from Ms. Benning. You now agree to that, right? You agree the text did come from Ms. Benning.
I do agree that the text is coming.
But you're now saying you didn't say that that was okay.
No, what I thought the court was saying was that you were going to instruct the jury that what the lawyers say is not evidence. I don't have a problem with that. But if you want to comment on exact evidence, the court can't comment on evidence. The proper way for the DAs to impeach me is to bring that witness back in and then ask that particular question in regards to this exhibit. That is the proper way. Then at that time, I have a right to come back and ask about those very same drugs so that the jury doesn't believe that I'm misleading them. The way that the court wants to do it, it makes the jury believe I'm misleading them about the drugs.
Because you misunderstood the text.
You're right. But the court sustained the state's objection.
Not the third time.
The third time, if my question is wrong, the proper thing for them to do is to bring that witness
But that
back.
message got to the jury. So how would I explain to the jury what question or what information we're talking about?
Your Honor, that's not for you to do. It's for the state to do.
How would you're saying it's okay for me to bring the jury in and instruct them that what the attorneys say is not evidence?
That's correct.
About what?
That's for the jury, for them to come back and decide. If the court comments on direct evidence, it is improper. And the court knows
There was no evidence of your question.
Then why are we talking to the jury if there's no evidence?
Because you brought it up and misunderstood what your staff gave you.
So that means that the state has a right to bring that witness back up. That is the way that that is handled. It's not for the court to then impeach me. That's not the way that
Is
they
the
do it.
doctor still around?
No, Your Honor, but she keeps talking about us impeaching her. She's
I
supposed to
know.
be ethical, follow the rules, and not lie to the witnesses.
Okay, so
She wasn't unethical, she was wrong about who sent the text. Maybe that's the last time that happened.
you're right, Your Honor.
All right, let the jury step back there.
It's getting hot in here. Okay, here we go with take 2. Maybe we can get it right this time. I don't know. He better not say what he think he gonna say, because if not, she gonna object. You just not gonna do anything, Judge. Oh, no. It won't go down here. We are not PD. Oh, let me stop. Shout out to all the public defenders. She working for her money today. Yeah, get you a sip of that water, boo. Get ready. Cool down. I like it that she not gonna back down on what she know. She may have made a mistake. Now I don't know why the prosecution team talk about she was unethical. Like she trying to take shots over there. I'm like, And that's not the case. She just misunderstood who the text message is coming from. But it's still the same information.
Shuri, what I was saying before this next witness will be called is that questions asked by the attorneys, as I told you yesterday, questions, arguments are not evidence unless it's adopted by the witness, as I said yesterday. There were questions during Dr. Mullala's testimony about a text generated from Ms. Benning that is now acknowledged that text was not from Ms. Benning. So just disregard that information. All right, Jill, step up, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is from the truth, so help you God?
I do. Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Keyante Jones. First name Keyyaunte, last name Jones, Jones.
And how long have you lived in Nashville?
About 4 years now.
Okay. So, are you originally from Nashville, Tennessee?
No, sir.
Why did you come to Nashville?
Came down here for school.
And what school is that?
Meharry Medical College.
And what medical degree are you pursuing?
Doctorate of Dental Surgery.
Where did you go to undergraduate?
Grambling State University.
And when did you graduate from there?
I graduated in fall of 2021.
And when did you begin dental school?
I began dental school fall of 2023.
When you came to Nashville, did you already know anyone here?
No, new person in town.
Did you live on campus or close to the Meharry campus?
Did not live on campus, but I'm in close approximation to campus, yes.
What is your current status as a student at Meharry?
I'm going into my 4th year of dental school.
And how much longer is there to go?
A few more months.
When you came to Nashville, as you told us, you didn't know anyone here. Did you meet fellow dental students and or other people here in Nashville?
Yes, sir. Met quite a few people.
And was one of those individuals Jade Jackson?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to know her?
Hanging out with different people in our class. Went out a couple times. Got lunch, things like that, and then we developed a friendship.
Was she also a student at Meharry?
Yes, sir.
In the dental school?
Yes, sir.
Is she still in dental school?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to know at any time a young lady named Jade Benning?
Yes, sir.
And how did that come about?
Through being friends with Najee, just, I guess, developed like a mutual friendship in that sense.
Did you know Jade Benning prior to being introduced through Najee Jackson?
Never met her a day in my life.
So did you know anything about her other than perhaps what Ms. Jackson may have told you?
Only thing I knew about her is what was provided to me through Ms. Jackson.
You recall, I'm not asking specific dates, but approximately when you would have met Ms. Benning for the first time?
If I got here in 2022, became friends with Najee approximately 4 months after I moved here in September. Let's say I started to know Jade like beginning of 2023, maybe like February-ish of 2023.
And on how many occasions prior to the date we're going to talk about here in a minute, February the 25th, 2023, how many times approximately would you have seen Ms. Benning
No more than 2 or 3.
And was that ever just you and Miss Benning?
Never.
And what sort of settings?
We would be like in a group setting. Yeah, never alone, never personal hangouts, anything of that nature.
Had you ever been to her apartment?
No, not until that day.
Until the day we're going to talk about?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever communicated with her via text, email, or?
I don't even believe I had her number. I don't think I even had her number.
Now, did you know anyone named Blaise Taylor prior to February the 25th of 2023?
No, sir.
Had you ever heard that name before?
Heard of him, but never was familiar with him. I didn't even know what he looked like.
And what was the context of knowing the name?
Simply just knew that this is who Jade was soon to be having a child with.
And again, did you receive that information straight from Miss Benning or through Miss Jackson?
No, through Miss Jackson.
Let's move on to February the 25th of 2023. Do you recall the events of that day?
Yes, sir.
And prior to the evening, do you recall anything about what you were doing during the daytime?
I believe that day we had just left the library from like studying. I know, yeah, we had just left campus from studying.
And who is we?
Myself and Andrea.
So y'all were fellow students?
Yes, sir.
Same class?
Yes, sir.
Same courses?
Everything.
Okay. So, we'll pick up there. You finished studying. It's in the afternoon, is that correct?
Yeah, probably about 6 or so, maybe 5, 6.
Okay. And what were your plans for the evening?
I had plans to go home and get ready to hang out with some of my friends. And then I was informed that there was an invitation to perhaps get some food at Jade's house that night.
And was that information from Ms. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Now, in those days of being in college, free food, was that?
It sounded like a good idea, man.
So, anything out of the ordinary? Was anything unusual about that, really?
No, I mean, I knew Jade was a chef, so there was nothing abnormal that she wanted to cook for her friends or anything of that nature.
Had you ever been to the restaurant where she worked as a chef, where Miss Benning worked as a chef?
No.
Or eaten her cooking?
Never.
So, offer was made. You say, sounds good.
Sounds great.
And what, if anything, did you do after that, as far as getting to where the food was?
I think we may have went to my house, parked my car, and then from there, Najee and myself rode in her car to Miss Benning's house.
Okay. And who drove? It being Miss Jackson's car?
She did.
She drove?
Yes.
Anyone else with you?
No, just us two.
At that time, did you know where Miss Benning lived?
No, I just heard she had just moved into a new apartment, but I was not familiar with the area or, specifics as to where it was.
Did Miss Jackson drive you to what turned out to be Miss Benning's apartment?
Yes.
Recall approximately what time you arrived?
Like 7:30-ish, maybe.
This time was just a routine evening so far as everything that you knew.
Just another day to me.
Any reason to be keeping track of time?
No.
Directions or anything?
Not at all.
When you arrived at the location, what did you do?
Get out the car, go to this address that we were sent, which obviously was Miss Benning's house. At that point, we knock at the door and we wait for a response.
was there a response at the door?
Yes.
From that point on, tell us what occurred. Who, if anyone, opened the door?
Jade opened the door.
And what was her appearance or demeanor when the first time you laid eyes on her that evening?
She was in good spirits. I can't remember necessarily maybe like what she was wearing, but I'm assuming it was like loungewear. She was at her house in the comforts of her own home, so assuming loungewear, but appearance and everything, she was in good spirits. She was excited to see Najee and even myself at that time. I think we may have hugged, and she welcomed us into her home.
And, I mean to be repetitive, but was that the first time you had ever set foot inside her apartment?
First time and only time.
From your memory, can you describe anything of what it appeared as you stepped over the threshold into her apartment?
Normal, calm evening. I remember there were, there were small conversations, obviously, maybe some catching up and things like that. But to me, everything seemed normal. There was some food that was just getting done, being prepared. I know when I came in, she wasn't like still hustling around the kitchen, making anything. It was just a calm setting with a pot to the right of me as I walked in. Ahead of me as I walk in is a living room and calm evening.
Was there television on, music playing, anything?
I do believe there was like music playing in the background, yes sir.
This time we've talked about 3 people being there.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anyone else besides you, Ms. Jackson, and Ms. Benning?
Yes, there was a gentleman there, yes.
Had you ever seen that individual before in your life?
No.
Were you introduced?
I was introduced, yes.
Right. And who was the person?
I was then at that point introduced to Blaise.
Right. Did you have a last name at that time?
I can't recall. Yeah, I don't think so.
Let me just ask before we move on, is the individual that you met for the first time the evening of February the 25th, 2023, here in the courtroom?
Yes, he's here.
Did you indicate to that individual and perhaps tell us an item or 2 of clothing he's wearing?
I see Mr. Taylor. He's wearing a blue suit.
Did you indicate which individual?
Gentleman to the right of me.
All right, that's the record to indicate he has identified Mr. Taylor. First time you've seen Mr. Taylor, you've heard his name before, correct? I'm sorry, you have to answer.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. Can you describe how he appeared in first impression of what you saw?
First impression, nothing really seemed to strike me as off-putting. Seemed like a decently put together gentleman. He was quiet for the most part. And yeah, like I said, nothing really caught me off guard about meeting Mr. Taylor for the first time.
And you, I believe, referenced some sort of small talk or getting caught up. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Taylor?
If I did, I can't remember. Probably just guy talk, how you doing, something like that. Maybe talked about sports or something of that nature, but nothing overextensive.
When you first saw Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, was he doing?
When I first saw Mr. Taylor when I came in, he was kind of, like I said, to himself, quiet. He was like shuffling some cards, playing with what I believe at the time was like some Uno cards or something like that. And yeah, that's pretty much what he was doing, to himself, quiet, maybe chimed in a few times in the conversation, but just to himself.
And he told us about cooking and there being food prepared, and was that for you to take, at least some of it?
Yes, yes.
Were there any indications of anything else that was happening in the apartment?
As far as what, can you clarify that?
Just have the food. Did you see anything else that indicated that there was any activity that they were going to be engaged in?
Yeah, at that time there were like some canvases out, and when further questions were asked, it was told that they were going to be having like a paint night.
And understand, if at all, what purpose of the painting was?
To my knowledge, these paintings were supposed to be for like the baby's room.
And was there, when you said canvas, was there paint and other items that would go with that?
I mean, paintbrushes, stencils, things of that nature. Yes, sir.
And where were they?
On the kitchen island as well with the canvases.
Did you see any, talk about there being food, any type of beverages, any drinks?
Yeah, I saw like there was some like a glass out, maybe a glass or two, and had like some juice in it or something like that. But from what I can remember, that was all that I saw as far as like beverages.
You remember anything about what color the beverage was?
Some sort of pink juice.
While you were there, did you consume any beverages?
No, I didn't drink anything.
Were you offered anything to drink?
I was. I think I might have been offered maybe some of the juice or either water, but yeah, I wasn't thirsty at the time.
Did you see any alcoholic beverage inside?
Not to my knowledge that I can recall, no.
Just ask, how long were you there approximately?
At most 30 minutes.
During this time, did you sit down, watch TV, or were you standing the entire time?
We were standing the entire time, never sat down, no sir.
And during that time, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. Taylor doing other than shuffling the cards?
Didn't necessarily observe him doing anything, like I said, peculiar. I guess there were conversations that were asked as far as to what was going to be like painted. And within those conversations, I remember Jade saying that she was going to be painting a butterfly. And Mr. Taylor, when asked that conversation, I don't want to quote anything wrong, but it was more so something like an ominous and dark image. Maybe he was going to be painting like a dark hole or something like that. I don't know.
And did the butterfly reference mean anything or have any significance to you?
It did, just for the simple fact that at that time, through knowing Jade, I knew that that was her favorite animal.
You're there, the small talk, the catching up. Did you and Miss Jackson at some point leave the apartment?
Yeah, we leave after about, like I said, about 30 minutes, 40 minutes most. We were not there for a long time. And then, yes, after we had our conversation, got the food plated and everything, we left.
During the time that you were there, do you recall whether any one of the four of you were on cell phones or doing anything like that?
No, not to my knowledge. I feel like everyone that was in the room at that time was pretty present in the moment. I don't think there were phones that were, I don't think anyone was on their phone much.
You and Miss Jackson leave. Was there any sign to your observance that there was anything out of the ordinary?
No, not when I left, not at all.
Okay. And as far as Miss Benning, was her mood the same as when you got there?
Yeah, she was same Jade. She was happy, bubbly. She, said it was good to see us. And as we left, there was nothing that would have made me presume that, anything was wrong with her.
Were you able to visually observe that she was expecting?
I think at that time, I think she was showing a bump a little bit, I believe so.
I believe you said you already knew that anyway.
Yeah, I knew she was pregnant, yes sir.
Where did you and Miss Jackson go after leaving the apartment? What happened?
At that point, we go back to my house, in which, like I said, when we left the library, that's where we initially went to drop my car off. So we go back to my house, and I think she was at my house for maybe like another 40 minutes or so while we were eating, things of that nature. And then from there, after about 40 minutes to an hour, she leaves because, as I stated, I was getting ready to hang out with some friends later that evening.
Let me ask you, so did you eat the food at your apartment? And by you, I mean you and Miss Jackson?
Yes, we ate at my apartment.
Okay. Anything unusual about the food?
No.
Was it good?
It tastes pretty good, yeah. Nothing unusual.
So, does Miss Jackson then leave your presence?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after Miss Jackson left?
After she leaves, I carry on with my evening. I get dressed. After I get dressed, I go to my friend's apartment to meet them there. And that's where, yeah.
Okay. So, while you're at your friend's apartment, were these also fellow students? Or
Graduates. Yeah, they were graduates.
So, while you were there, does anything unusual occur?
At that point, I get a phone call, a very frantic phone call from Andrea, pretty much, panicking. I can tell she's in distress. She's crying a little bit, and I'm trying to ask her what's going on, and all I can really get out of her is like, is something wrong with Jade? There's something wrong with Jade. There's something wrong with Jade.
And were you able to comprehend what was wrong, or?
At the time, no, but I think as I kind of maybe got her to calm down, or she calms herself down, she ends up telling me that, like, Jade.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
So, she's frantic, calms down, is able to communicate with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do based on that communication?
At that point, I'm on the phone, and now that things have been clarified as to what's going on, she lets me know that Jade wants.
His question was basically what you do next.
What do? I stay on the phone.
Okay. And who, if anyone, was on the phone?
Najee, I think I get merged with Jade.
Yes. And so it's then a three-way
Conversation.
Were you able to hear the voice of Miss Benning?
Able to hear the voice to make out what was being said? No.
And what, if anything, did you describe the voice you heard of Miss Benning's?
Soft, faint, not within the same coherence of the voice that I had previously just heard an hour ago. It was like we discussed earlier, just the fact that it seemed like she was in distress.
How long did that three-way call last that you were on?
No more than 2 minutes at that point. I think the call might have dropped or something of that nature.
So to say, did you hang up or?
No, I didn't hang up. She was no longer on the phone with me after 2 minutes.
Before you said this, did you have any idea at that time what was going on?
No, I didn't have any idea as to what was going on. Just there was two people I knew in distress.
Did you call 911 or?
No.
And why not? You told them.
I really don't know what I would have been telling them to do had I called 911. I didn't really know the severity of the situation.
The call drops.
Mm-hmm.
You and Miss Jackson were at separate locations, I think.
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did you do after the call dropped?
After the call drops, I believe I give Najee a call back, just trying to confirm what's going on. She tells me that she thinks.
Listen, don't have to say what she alleged, but did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. And following that conversation, what, if anything, did you do?
I carry on with my night.
Right. At that time, did you have any idea if there was anything that you could do or needed to do?
No, except be there for support.
Well, we'll get to that part. I'm when you've finished the call, did you learn that you might be needed to go somewhere for support?
Yes. After that call, the second call we're speaking of right now, yes. At that point, I knew I might be needed somewhere later in the evening for support.
And did that in fact turn out to be true? That you...
It did indeed turn out to be true.
And where did you go?
Vanderbilt Hospital.
And let's say, why did you go there?
Because at this point, I had learned the severity of the situation that was occurring with Miss Benning.
And that you would have been one of the last people to see her?
Or speak with her, yes.
To speak with her?
Both, yes.
When you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I pull up and park right in front of the ambulance dock at Vanderbilt, and I was instructed to park in the garage that is right across the walkway.
Who, if anyone, did you see there that you recognized?
At that point in time, I don't believe there was anyone outside that I knew, but I did eventually go and meet with Najee.
And where was Miss Jackson when you first saw her at the hospital?
Either coming down the stairs in the lobby, if I can recall, more so like the lobby, the main area right inside of the emergency room.
Do you recall approximately what time it would have been when you arrived at Vanderbilt?
In between 12:45 and like 1:30 a.m.
At any time while you were there, did you see the gentleman that you had met earlier in the evening, Mr.
No.
Taylor?
No, didn't see him at all.
Did you, or were you allowed to see Miss Benning at the hospital that night?
That night, no. I did not see Miss Benning that night.
Did you see or speak to any police officers that night?
No.
As the days went on, did you go back to the hospital?
Yes, I went back to the hospital, I believe the next day when like the family and friends arrived, again for support and just because at this point, like I said, the severity of the situation. And then I believe I went back a final time for her birthday.
Was that a larger family gathering?
That was the day that it was decided that the plug was going to be pulled.
Since that night, evening, when you left the apartment, have you seen or spoken to Mr. Taylor again?
No.
What I was getting around to is being personally in the presence of Mr. Taylor, that's not occurred, has it?
No.
Okay. As far as where you were involved that Mr. Taylor was on the line?
I believe on 2 instances the night that, things transpired on February 25th.
Yeah, okay. And that's what's around you. Those conversations, how did that work? Let's talk about the first one.
So the first one was that initial phone call when I was told that, something was going on. I get on the phone with Mr. Taylor and I simply just ask him like, yo, what's going on? Like, is everything good? Like, please tell me you didn't, something didn't happen at the house. And he answers me and says that, no, nothing happened. He doesn't know what's going on.
And you described Ms. Jackson's tone of voice, and what was Mr. Taylor's tone?
I could sense a little bit of panic in his voice, kind of just, I don't know what type of panic, but there was some sort of like panic in his voice.
Now, was there a second communication?
Yes, so the second line of communications happens while I'm at my friend's house. I think Najee calls me back and I can hear her and Mr. Taylor like, going back and forth with each other. This is now currently while they're at the hospital. Again, I'm not there, but I'm at my friend's. And I hear them going back and forth with each other. I think she's telling him, like, stay away from her, X, Y, and Z. And so I ask her at that point, like, put him on the phone. And when he gets on the phone, I ask him again, I'm like, yo, listen, like, please tell me you didn't do something to that girl. And he again states that he didn't. He doesn't know what's going on. I again reiterate that question and say, bro, please tell me, like, you didn't do anything to the girl. And again, his word is that he doesn't know what's going on. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything to her. He swears on it.
And what was his tone or demeanor?
Again, like there seems like a little bit of uncertain panic that's going on in his undertone. Like I said, I'm no detective or anything, but like I said, I feel like there was some sort of panic that was perhaps in his voice.
And is that the extent in the final conversation that you had with Mr. Taylor?
That would have been the last time I spoke with him, yes, sir.
You and Ms. Jackson are still in school together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know any of Ms. Benning's family or relatives prior to seeing them there at the hospital?
No, just heard of them, word of mouth, but I never met them or anything like that.
Those are my questions, right?
Questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ed Jointer. People just call me Ed. I'm going to be asking you a few questions. If at any time you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
Gotcha.
Mr. Jones, when you were talking to the state, you said you came to the Nashville area for school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where did you come from? What state?
I came here from Ohio.
That's where you were born and raised at?
Yes, sir.
And just I want to clear up a few things. You also said that you began Meharry Medical School in the fall of 23?
Well, I was in the online master's program in 2022, and I started actual campus classes fall of 2023. Yes, dental school in fall of 2023.
So, fall of 2023 will begin when?
We actually have a MAPS program that begins in about this time. Actually, orientation was just yesterday, but actual on-campus classes start the first week of August.
The first week of August. So, the incident that we're here for is February of 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So in February of 2023, where are you in terms of your enrollment? Are you online? What's the deal there?
In February of 2023, I would have been in person on campus, a dental student at that point in time.
Okay. And there you met and knew Miss Andrea Jackson.
Yes.
And you all were friends.
Yes.
And so I want to talk to you about before you went over Miss Benning's house.
Okay.
You stated on direct examination that you had planned to go out that evening with your friends.
Yes, sir.
And at some point you were invited by Miss Jackson to go to Mrs. Benning's house.
Yes, sir.
And you also knew that Blaise Taylor would be at Mrs. Benning's house.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And so, did you have any reservations about going on a date to Mrs. Benning's house and Blaise was going to be there? Did you feel like you were intruding is my question.
I can't say at the time. I think, it was more so I knew that they were going to be having like I guess, couples night. So I said it was okay, like they could have their time together. But I was told that Jade wanted us to come.
Right. Was it going to be like a double dating situation?
No.
What was your purpose of going there?
Because I had been given the invite to come get food as well.
And so, did you plan to stay long?
No.
So, you were going to get some food and then leave?
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Can I ask State's Exhibit 1A, 1B? Commissioner Publishon?
Yeah, it should be coming up there.
All right. So you talked about going over Miss Benning's house. Does this look like Miss Benning's house as it was in February of 2023?
No, not as it was as February 2023, no, sir.
This is not her apartment?
No, this is her apartment.
Okay. And that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, is this the apartment that you were at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. And so you all go over there, and there was some talks about Blaise's demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
And by all accounts, you described him as normal.
Normal, yes, sir.
Nothing was alarming about him.
The only thing that was alarming, like I can attest to, is a comment about painting a black hole. It's the only thing that stood out to me.
I agree. Let's talk about that. You see this? Can you draw a circle around that image right there for me? If you touch your screen, it'll put a circle around it. Do you know what that is?
I can't tell you what it is, no.
That's a painting. Is it not?
I can tell you it's a painting, yes, sir.
Does it look like an ominous black hole?
I don't know what it looks like.
Do you know what a black hole looks like?
Dark, kind of how this looks, a little dark as well.
I want to point you, can you draw a smaller hole within inside of that hole? Mr. Jones, is that a dark hole?
It's a white circle.
My question is that a dark hole?
No, sir.
One other thing.
They're going to clear that.
Okay.
Unless you want it still up.
Thanks. Thank you. The state Jade had asked you who was present there. And in this photograph, we see two people here in this corner. You see those two individuals there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see those two individuals there?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Were they present when you came?
No, sir.
So, at some point, you and Ms. Jackson get your food and you all leave, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where do you go again?
To my house?
And does Ms. Jackson accompany you there?
Yes, sir.
And about how long does she stay there?
As I've stated already, probably about an hour max. I think 40 minutes to an hour.
And how do you, if you remember, how far do you live away from Mrs. Benning?
At most 12 minutes, if you put it in maps.
Okay. So, from Ms. Benning's house, you go back to your house, correct?
Yes.
You stay there about an hour.
Yes, sir.
You eat the food.
Eat the food.
It's delicious.
Yes.
And then at some point, Ms. Jackson leaves.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how long was she gone before you received a call from her?
I can't really recall.
Do you remember feeling like it was quick? Damn, she just left.
I think it was probably about, again, like 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. So, she calls you. And when she calls you, you describe her as being in a panic.
Yes, sir.
And as a result of her calling you, you get on a three-way call with Miss Benning.
Yes, sir.
And so now it's you, Jade, and Andrea on a three-way call.
Yes, sir.
And you're not able to make out anything that Jade is saying.
Like I said, it just sounded distressed. I believe she might have maybe said my name or that she needed help or something of that nature.
Oh. So you heard that when you were on the call?
I need you to reiterate that.
I'll rephrase it, no problem.
Yes, sir.
When you were on direct examination with the state, you talked about when you were on a three-way call.
Mm-hmm.
It was you, Andrea, and Miss Benning.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And when you were on direct examination with the state, you said how you could not ascertain what Miss Benning was saying, correct?
It was very slurred.
And now on direct examination, you're saying she was saying your name, Key?
I can't tell you what she was saying.
So, which one is correct? Did she say something audible that you could understand, or did she?
It was very muffled. So no, it wasn't too clear what she was saying.
Okay. But just to be clear, the original call from Nigeria, you felt that she was in distress and a panic, Nigeria, correct? When she first called you.
You're asking me was Najee in a panic?
Yes, that's how you described it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, as a result of you experiencing that distress phone call from Nigeria, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then being on a three-way call with Nigeria as well as Miss Benning,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
What you did after that was continue on with your day, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said you went out, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you change your clothes?
At what point in the night?
After the call, and when you got back home?
Yes, sir.
Did you change your clothes when you first got back home?
To go out, yes, sir.
Do you remember what you changed into?
Nah, I couldn't tell you.
So, at some point, while being out, you said you received another call or you made a call?
I can't recall. I just know I was on the phone at some point, me being out.
Okay. And as a result of you being on the phone, while you were out, you said you went to Vanderbilt Hospital.
After me being out, yes.
Right, because regardless of what you heard earlier, you still went out with your plans, correct?
Yes, sir.
And while you were out, you got another call.
Mm-hmm.
And that call led you to go to Vanderbilt Hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you get a visitor's pass that night?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Well, tell the jury, what did you do after you got at Vanderbilt?
When I get to Vanderbilt, obviously I think I check on the person that I'm most connected to in the situation, and at that point, I check on Najee and Miss Jackson.
How do you check on them?
We meet in the emergency room lobby.
Are you able to do that without getting a visitor's pass?
I wouldn't know Vanderbilt's criteria as far as how they go about seeing visitors.
Did you go through a metal detector that night?
I don't think they have metal detectors at the door.
Okay. So if Miss Jackson had a visitor's pass and went through a metal detector to get into Vanderbilt, certainly you would have too, correct?
I would assume so, but like I said, maybe their staff wasn't doing their job that night.
Maybe so. Let's talk about who you encountered once you arrived at Vanderbilt. Did you encounter an officer named Fitz?
I don't believe so.
Did you encounter a Detective Smith?
I don't believe so.
Did you encounter an Officer Kaliski?
Don't believe so.
Did you talk to law enforcement at all that night?
I don't think so.
At some point during either call, when you were on the phone on the three-way, did you ever hear Blaise say he was about to call 911?
I think I do recall him maybe saying something of that nature.
At any point, did you ever learn that the police wanted to speak with you?
At that particular night, no.
And if the law enforcement wanted to speak to you, would you have been a willing participant?
Yes.
Do you recall an interview with an investigator around April 30th of 2023?
The one that showed up to my house?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And do you recall speaking with that investigator?
I do.
And do you recall telling that investigator that no one from law enforcement ever contacted you?
I guess so. I can't recall.
You can't recall?
I don't recall that conversation. I think that was almost 2 years ago.
Would a recording of that conversation refresh your memory and aid you in your testimony today?
If you have it, yes, it would definitely help.
Brief moment, y'all. Now a moment to just get the audio recording.
Okay, just have audio or also have a transcript?
I have an audio. I only have one transcription, Your Honor, but I have an audio that way I can provide it also to the state and let them hear it.
Or we may need to approach.
Okay, pull out the transcript and see if we can show it to the witness and see if that refreshes his memory.
I have a copy of the transcript, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you wanting to approach the bench?
Yes, sir. I was supposed to ask him for the jury out.
Okay.
So while they are refreshing our guy's memory, I think that this is key because this is going to lead into the testimony of her best friend. Remember, guys, they are trying to create some reasonable doubt, like maybe it was something her friend gave her. Don't ask me how they going to get that in or how that's going to work, but I think that may have something to do with it all. When he's asking these questions like, you went through a metal detector? Did she go through a metal detector? How did he sound when you talked to him? What did he say? Did he say anything? How was everybody when you left the house? So I think that that has a lot to do with the way he's questioning him. I don't think they're going to, of course, they're not going to outright and say her friend did it, but like, did he poison her while her friend and them was there? Like, I'm really trying to understand this because he's saying he didn't get anything to drink. They kind of came over, got a meal, went back to his house, ate the meal, and then he was going to kick it with his homies. Yeah, with his homies. I'm assuming that him and Jade's best friend, Miss Jackson, I think that's her last name, Jackson. Maybe they were friends with benefits. Who knows? I'm assuming so. But, you know, that's just me. That's not for the truth of the matter. But he was going out to kick it with his friends and, you know, they had ate and he was on his way. And then Miss Jackson called him like, well, my friends sound funny. So you think that friends may have did it? You say you definitely think they were friends with benefits, Lexi? I like friends with benefits sometimes. Hey, friend, what's your benefit, Keyante, Mr. Jones? Hey, Amy, welcome in. Well, I think it depends because if your friend is already doing that, I think that I don't know because if your friend is already doing that, it may be a different way of looking at that is what I'll say. I mean, yeah, let's say that. I mean, it may not be the thing that maybe you or somebody else would do. Like, I can't even understand the whole shroom game. You know, like I don't get that part of it, but people do it, you know? So I don't know. I'm not going to, I won't hold too much weight on that part of it. I won't, but you say that ain't no friend of yours. Well, that's just like if a friend smoke cigarettes. If they ask you to bring a pack of cigarettes and they with child, I mean, I may say I'm not gonna get them, but I mean, we still gonna be cool. Like, I can't tell a person what to do.
All right, get that, Eric. They're wanting to show you just this transcript of this paper and see if you can just look at the bracketed information at the bottom. Is the question he's wanting to ask you about whether you ever talked to the police. Does that refresh your memory as to what you told the investigators?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then what is your question? You need it back?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Jones, we were discussing whether or not you recalled having an interview on April 30th, 2023 with an investigator from Covert. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall stating that at that time the police did not interview you?
Yes, sir.
And do you also recall stating that, honestly, I was trying to kind of be as far away from the case as possible?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Jones, have you ever been convicted of a misdemeanor theft?
Never been convicted, not to my knowledge, no.
1 second, Your Honor. Not to your knowledge?
Ask and answer.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Sure. I just want to make sure that I understand when you say no, that are you saying it never happened or you don't remember ever being in legal trouble for misdemeanor theft out of Ohio?
I object to that.
Okay, legal trouble. You asked him if he'd been convicted of a misdemeanor theft, and your answer is?
Not to my knowledge, I've never been convicted for a crime.
Okay, so. 1 second, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, you are from Ohio, correct?
Like I stated earlier, yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Wait, let the lawyer step up just a moment.
They must have been actively trying to look at his record. No, sir, I have not been convicted of any crimes. I am aspiring to be a doctor. I don't have time to do crimes. Your client is the convicted person or will be the convicted person. Like, what are you talking about? Don't be questioning me on my background. How dare you?
Who let her father got married.
Yeah, something else. But I guess I gotta do what they gotta do.
Any other questions from the state?
Always reluctant to say just briefly, but I'll try to do that. Sir, April 2023, was that when the defendant's investigator came to your residence?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any advance notice that someone was coming to interview you?
Not at all. I was woken up out of my sleep.
And this person identified themselves. Do you recall who it was?
If they did, they didn't make themselves clear as to who they were, just that they were an investigator of part of this case.
As the police investigation moved along, have you not only been interviewed, but spoken with the prosecutors on several occasions
Yes, sir. As far as, yes.
in preparation for?
this
This
case.
trial.
Yes, sir.
And this being very shortly after Ms. Benning passed, was that something you were focusing on?
At the time, no. I was probably more so focused on school and, you know, things of that nature.
Is this, you described hearing both Mr. Taylor and Ms. Jackson as panic. You used that word. Their voices, the tenor of their voices.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a difference between the two types of panic?
There was a difference. Miss Jackson's, like as I stated, was more so like a frantic, worried panic, and I don't know what language I'm allowed to use in here, but Mr. Taylor's was more so like a "oh shit, I just effed up" type of panic.
Those are my questions.
Any other questions?
Sure. Mr. Jones,
Yes, sir.
that description that you just gave while the state was on redirect, "oh shit, I fucked up" panic. Have you ever stated that before at any time to anyone?
Yes.
Did you state that to the investigator when he spoke to you on April 30th?
I don't know if that question was even asked in that investigative conversation.
Do you not remember?
As I already stated, that was about 2.5 years ago, so no, I don't recall.
And would, if given the opportunity to review a transcript of that conversation, would that refresh your memory and aid your testimony here today?
I think it would. Can I say where would you like me to be reading, or should I read the whole thing?
Take a moment, read all of it.
Can I ask, is there a specific place that you want me to read? I've read over it, but nothing, I'm not getting where this is leading.
It's not for you to get where it's leading, sir. Did you read all of it?
I mean, we would be here a while if I read all of it.
It's worth it. Please take the time to familiarize yourself with it.
Okay. Okay, I think I've seen enough.
Did you read all of it, sir?
I didn't.
Did you read all of it?
I did read whatever page, last page. You didn't read.
While he's doing that, maybe approach briefly.
Yeah, so clearly what's going on here is that our defense attorney is getting a little petty. He making them read through it. And you know, if I was Keyante, boo, you told him it would take you all day. Take all day. Take your time. Read it twice. Read it 3 times. I think that he doesn't want to have to keep presenting this same document in order to impeach him or remind him. But Keyante, take your time, boo. You already told him. So if he don't want to point it out, take your time. Reread it. Understand the words that are on the paper. Just do it. I would be so petty up there. Oh gosh, they wouldn't never want me to be that person.
So, Mr. Jones, the description you gave that Mr. Taylor was, oh, I fucked up panic. Have you ever given that statement to anyone at any time?
Yes.
When?
When I met with the DA.
When was that?
First time I probably gave that testimony was back in February.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to Detective Reese on February 28th of 2023 by phone?
I don't know who Detective Reese is.
So if he said he spoke to you, you don't recall that?
Is that who this person is?
No, sir.
I don't know who Detective Reese is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just you, Mr. Jones, having read this transcript, did you see anywhere in there where you were asked the question to describe or asked to describe the panic that you testified in today? Were you ever asked that?
I don't see that question presented in this document.
All right. But we asked you, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Any other questions?
Mr. Jones, you understood that the purpose of that visit was to get information about what happened and what information you may have had as it related to Jade Benning, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I guess so.
No further questions, John.
Mr. Jones, when did you realize that that person who came and tried and got this information from you was working for Mr. Taylor?
After I had already had this conversation to give them the information they requested.
That's all.
Any other questions?
No questions for Ms. Winshaw.
Thank you. Who's the next?
Andrea Rose.
they're gonna show you something that'll show up on that screen.
Okay.
Ma'am, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Rose, Andrearose.
And Ms. Rose, where are you employed?
Nashville Fire Department.
And how long have you been with Nashville Fire?
It'll be 4 years in October.
And how are you currently employed with Nashville Fire?
As a paramedic.
Okay, have you been in that capacity the entire time with Nashville Fire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you on duty February 25th, 2023?
I was.
Okay. Did you respond to an incident located at 1522 Lebanon Pike, apartment 107?
Yes,
Was that here in Davidson County?
it was.
Do you recall what you initially were told you were responding to, what the dispatch was for?
I believe it was an allergic reaction.
And were you in the ambulance?
Yes,
Driver or passenger?
passenger.
Were you the first medic on the scene?
I was.
Ms. Rose, can you describe to the jury what you remember when you first got there?
I don't recall who took us. I don't know if he took us to the patient or if he met us at the door. I don't remember any of that. First thing I remember was seeing Miss Benning on the bed.
Okay, I'm going to publish something for you. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is the apartment where when you walk in.
And these two females right here, they were not present, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned a male. Do you see that male in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, could you point him out and describe something he's wearing for the court, please?
Yep, he's right over there wearing a blue suit and a white shirt.
Your Honor, the record could reflect our identification of Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
And Ms. Rose, do you recall what Mr. Taylor's demeanor was like on that 25th?
Yes, he was very frantic.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He was very anxious.
And what did you do when you got in that apartment?
First thing, we went to Miss Benning and we turned her over.
What are we looking at right here?
That's the bed that Miss Benning was in.
Okay, and you can draw on that screen. Can you show the jury how Ms. Benning was positioned on that bed?
Yes, she was laying long ways like that with her head this way.
And right here, what am I circling?
That's where she had vomited.
Okay. And what did that look like?
It was like a pink frothy sputum.
Okay. And were you trying to get any medical information from Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Did he give you anything?
He just told us that she was pregnant and he couldn't tell me how far along she was, nothing. No medical history or anything like that.
Okay. Was he saying anything while you were in the apartment?
Yes, he did say that she ate bad food. That's what he kept telling us.
And was the scene considered safe?
Initially, yes, but by the time we tried doing patient care, no.
Okay, and what do you mean by try to do patient care?
We tried to assess the patient. Like I said, we tried rolling her over, and he would not allow us to. He just kept being very handsy with the patient and not allowing us to properly take care of the patient.
Did you perform CPR on Ms. Benning inside the apartment?
I did not.
Why?
Because the scene was not safe. So for the patient's well-being, it was better off just to get her to the truck. We call it load and go. If the scene's not safe, that's what we do.
Mr. Wright, if I could get the computer, please. And Ms. Rose, when you rolled Ms. Benning over, can you describe to the jury what her condition was like?
She was unresponsive, no pulse, was limp. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Rose, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do you create a report for every incident you respond to?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what normally goes in a report?
Pretty much a summary of what goes on with each call. Basically, we just put what medic unit we were in, saying that we were dispatched to what address, what type of call it was, and then what kind of interventions we do while we're there, and then we just put that we took the patient to the hospital, And then we put that we got a signature, or that we gave a report to the oncoming crew at the hospital, and basically just get signatures from them, and we make sure we put that in here just so it's clear. And then once we get the signatures, that patient care is transferred over.
Okay, and did it appear to you that Ms. Benning was suffering from an allergic reaction?
No, it did not.
Okay, can you tell the jury why not?
Allergic reaction usually is, they have symptoms such as like a swelling tongue, like a closed airway, hives, itching, and Ms. Benning did not have any of that.
What are we looking at on this first page of the EMT report?
So the top part, I guess the very top part is the patient's name, the address, age, birthday, and then the big paragraph is a summary of the call. And then after that, any medications, allergies, food allergies, anything like that, which I was unable to get. And then after that, the top part of this one is what heart rhythm that the patient was in. Again, she was in cardiac arrest. So once we got her on the monitor, it showed PEA. That's what I have there.
What is PEA?
Pulseless electrical activity.
Did you ever try to use the paddles on Ms. Benning?
They were placed, but we never got to use them.
Why not?
Because we do not shock PEA.
And why is that?
It just doesn't do anything for the heart. The best thing to do would be epi, which we did.
I'm going to jump over to this. What are we looking at right now?
All the 0 over 0 is a blood pressure, so she never had a blood pressure, and all the zeros to the right is her pulse. She never had a pulse at all.
And can you walk the jury through what the procedures were you did once you got to Ms. Benning to try to save her life?
Yes, so like I said, when we got to her, we realized that she didn't have a pulse, she wasn't breathing, so we got her loaded to the truck, which is where we actually started the CPR, and then we did the IV, so we could give her drugs through the IV, such as epi and Narcan, and then we gave her oxygen, put her on the cardiac monitor, and we intubated her with an eye gel, so that way we can breathe for her since she wasn't breathing for herself.
Okay, and what would epi do for Ms. Benning?
It tries to excite the heart, get the heart pumping again.
And what about Narcan?
Narcan is for to see if we can reverse any side effects of opioids.
Did Ms. Benning respond to the epi or the Narcan?
No, she did not. Not for us anyway.
And once you got Ms. Benning in the truck, do you recall seeing anyone else?
On scene, yes. Once we got on the truck, we saw a female.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what that female demeanor was like?
Yeah, she was very upset, very scared. Was very concerned about Ms. Benning, asking if she was going to be okay, asking what was wrong with her. She eventually tried getting in the truck too, but we told her we can't have her in there. And so yeah, she was very, very concerned.
Okay. And the female that showed up and Mr. Taylor's demeanor, can you describe to the jury if they were similar or if they were different and how so?
They were very different. The female seemed, like I said, very concerned for the patient, trying to figure out what was wrong with her, and the male just felt like he was just more anxious and just trying to, like I said, be very handsy, like not wanting us to do anything, not wanting us to touch her, and he wanted to try to take over from us.
Okay. At any point did you see Mr. Taylor crying?
Never.
At any point did Mr. Taylor ask you if Ms. Benning was going to be okay?
Never.
At any point did Mr. Taylor try to get in the ambulance with Ms. Benning?
Never.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the GCS. So she had a GCS of 3, which means she was never verbal, never alert, just had no reaction to anything from us.
And at some point during your assessment of Ms. Benning, did you call Vanderbilt Hospital?
I did.
And why is that?
We like to call them ahead of time, let them know what we've got coming in. I let them know that we're coming in emergency traffic with this patient, cardiac arrest, CPR in progress, and that she was pregnant as well. That way they can get more staff readily available before we get there.
Right. Did you transport, did the ambulance go with lights and sirens?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Because the patient was critical, she was in cardiac arrest, so we would go lights and sirens with that to get to the hospital faster.
I want to talk a little bit about the time. It looks like you arrived at Miss Benning around 9:50 p.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you departed only 10 minutes later?
Correct.
Is it typical to be moving that fast with a patient like Miss Benning?
Yes.
And why is that?
Any critical patient, we try to get them to the hospital as soon as we can. We don't like to waste any time on scene.
And you got Miss Benning to Vanderbilt 12 minutes later to Vanderbilt? Is that
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And am I correct in saying that all life-saving measures started once you got in the ambulance?
Correct.
Okay. And why is that?
Because the scene was not safe, so we could not perform CPR immediately like we would like to have done.
And at any point in your care of Miss Benning, was she ever responsive?
Never.
Did she ever have a pulse?
Never.
Okay. And once you released care to Vanderbilt, is that when your involvement with this case stopped?
Yes, that's correct.
Give me 1 minute. The EMT report.
Okay, you get that.
Those are all my questions, Ms. Rose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Happy to confirm that I know it's 3 o'clock. I don't know if it might be an effort.
It's 3:05, but go ahead. Break it right after this.
Good afternoon, Miss Rose, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do my best to remember that because I know your report says Miss Gerod.
Yes, sir.
Right? So I apologize because at the top of my notes here, I have a Gerod written on every page. And so
Oh, that's okay.
I hope I don't confuse that.
That's okay.
That report that you create that's been introduced, that's something you create in every case, is that right?
That's correct.
And so sometime, obviously not when you're in the middle of a call, but sometime later you collect all the information and everything you remember and you write it down in a report, right?
That's correct.
And it's important for you to be thorough and include all the information, right?
Yes.
And so especially in a serious situation like this, where several years later you've got to come testify, is that kind of what you use to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So it's not a super long report. It's about maybe five pages or so. Does that seem about right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's got a lot of technical details in it, right?
Correct.
And a little narrative about what happened. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there other materials that you reviewed in preparing for your testimony today?
Just the report.
Just that report?
Yep.
Did you have a real clear, independent recollection of this night?
Yes, it was pretty clear.
Very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Was there something about this night that allowed you to recall it specifically 3 years later?
I mean, losing a baby is pretty kind of traumatizing.
Did you follow this case along afterwards?
No.
Okay. So how did you know that the baby passed away?
I mean, I reached out the next day and got a report, but past that, no.
So you did follow up the day later?
Yeah, just a day later.
But not a week later or 10 days later?
Nope.
And you've done some case prep?
Yes.
So you know that there was a murder charge that were here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Taylor's on trial, right?
Yep.
So went to the grand jury and there's been an investigation and all that stuff?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And you've met with the district attorney's office and prepared for your testimony here today?
Correct.
But the only notes or anything that you've kind of used has been this report that's been introduced?
Yep.
Okay. So, I want to ask you a few questions about kind of how you ended up out there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, your initial call in this report is that you were actually dispatched for an overdose. Is that right?
So I don't recall because the CAD kept changing. He kept telling dispatch different things throughout the CAD, or throughout the report.
But that report, the very first line in your narrative says you're dispatched for an overdose. Is that right?
That's what it says, but again, this was 2 years ago, so. I mean,
So you don't actually remember why that is in that report?
whatever's in my report is that's all I remember.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm asking, the report says you were dispatched for an overdose. Is that right?
Again, I don't recall. I remember the allergic reaction part. He kept telling dispatch different things. That's all I remember.
Well, hang on a second. Let me back up a second. You're not on the call with dispatch, right?
We get updates through dispatch on our CAD.
Okay, so you can see like a CAD scrolling along in the
Yes.
vehicle? And so you're seeing, we got new information, it's an allergic reaction. We got new information, it's an overdose. We got new information, it's something else.
Correct.
Okay. So you specifically remember seeing that on this call?
Correct.
Okay, what time was it changed from an overdose to an allergic reaction?
I don't have the exact times.
How many times was it changed between an overdose and an allergic reaction?
I don't recall.
If I passed you a copy of the CAB report, I'll pull it. If I passed you a copy of the CAB report, how could you show me where in there it shows that it was listed as an overdose?
Possibly.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So the question is, I know that was a little bit of conversation, but at what point during that, in that CAB report, does it list this call as an overdose?
So this is not our CAD report. This is PD's CAD report. That's totally different.
So is there another CAB report out there?
There is.
From the fire department?
Yes.
That is a different, or from EMS?
Correct.
That is a different report?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
And that's generated by, not by 911 emergency communications?
It should be, but this is not the same report.
That's not the same report. There is an actual 911 CAB report.
That's correct.
It has additional information.
Yes, that's correct.
All right? Now, clear that. I have that report. Do you know where those reports are generated?
I do not.
Do you know who maintains those reports?
I do not.
Do you know who inputs information into those reports?
I do not.
But you get information from those reports when you come out to a call.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so at some point you believe that there was information in that CAB report that says, this is an overdose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you wrote down in your report, that it was believed that this was an overdose. Yes?
Yeah, whatever I saw in that CAD report is what I put in my report.
Do you have any idea where the information came from that this might be an overdose?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know how 911 dispatch does their stuff. 911 dispatch gives us what they hear, and that's what we go off of.
So it's possible that it was like a description of symptoms that could have caused them to classify it as an overdose?
I guess you could say that. I mean, like I said, they tell us what it is, and then they can change throughout before we even get there. It can change from an overdose, it can change to an allergic reaction, it can change. It changes throughout the whole time. So
sometimes clearly someone calls and says, hey, we were taking drugs, we were shooting up, and they passed out. And that's an easy, like, we know it's an overdose, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sometimes there's an emergency call where someone is doing drugs and they pass out, right? Like they're shooting up and they just fall out, right?
Yes.
There are calls like that.
Yes.
And 911 knows that that's a clear overdose.
Not always.
Not always?
People don't always tell the truth to dispatch.
Sure. You're absolutely right. And I apologize. I'm being a little bit presumptive here. But occasionally, maybe 911 has a little bit clearer idea that there are drugs involved in this situation. They have been told that there are drugs involved in this situation. And they know that's an overdose. Put that way over on this end of the spectrum. Right?
Sure.
Sometimes maybe is it fair to say there's situations where they just get like a description of symptoms? And then they're guessing that it's maybe an overdose?
Sometimes. Just depends on the call.
But you don't know from this situation, you don't have a memory in your CAD of why they called this an overdose?
No. it must have been what he said to 911. I'm not sure. Again, that would have to be a conversation with 911 what they were told to dispatch.
Okay, that's interesting. So, what you just said, it must have been what he said, right?
Yeah, we don't know what callers told dispatch.
You don't know what he said, right?
No.
Did you receive any information during this case about what Mr. Taylor told 911?
It's very vague. It says either what type of call it is, where the patient's at, the address, possibly the age. That's that.
So do you have any reason to believe that any specific information that suggests that Mr. Taylor told 911 that Miss Benning was overdosed?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I clarified. The call maybe have come in as an overdose. I don't remember. You'd have to look at the 911 CAD. And if it changed to an allergic reaction, which obviously it did, we would know that on the CAD.
So you're just assuming that he would have told them that it was a drug overdose?
That's what the CAD said.
That the caller said it was a drug overdose?
Yeah. The CAD comes in and says either overdose, allergic reaction. That's what we go off of, and we don't know anything until we get to the scene.
Okay. So we somehow changed, and you don't know how many times it changed, right?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. And I apologize. I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but I'm trying to understand because I don't think I have that CAD report. So I'm trying to understand how this works. Okay. So, and the information you had was that at the time of the call, the patient was breathing normally, right?
Yep.
And that was the information, that's what's in your report.
Before we got there, yes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Before you arrived. Now you noted, and I'm going to take a quick side step here. You've been with the Nashville Fire Department for 4 years, right?
Correct.
And you are an actual paramedic?
Correct.
Did you work somewhere else before Nashville Fire Department?
Not as a paramedic.
Were you an advanced EMT somewhere else?
No.
Do you have other medical training or background?
Yes, I've been an EMTB in a hospital since 2012, different hospitals.
So you have a pretty good amount of experience in the medical profession.
Yes.
Do you have a significant amount of experience responding to emergency calls then?
Yes.
In your significant experience then, can medical crises happen quickly?
Yes.
And can an individual's medical condition change quickly?
Yes.
Is it always easy or always possible to predict how quickly someone's medical condition can change?
No.
So is it possible that Miss Benning was in fact breathing during a call and that within the 10 minutes it took for EMS, the fire department, to respond that she stopped breathing?
It's possible, but we don't know for sure.
Sure, we don't know, but it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think you mentioned this. I just want to make sure while we're looking at this first part, you did know, Mr. Taylor did tell you guys right up front that Miss Benning was pregnant, right?
After we asked him, yes.
Okay. So you were asking him questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get some basic information.
Correct.
Is that correct? And he was answering your questions?
Correct. Well, we asked him about medical history, and all he could tell us was that she was pregnant. He couldn't tell us how far along, nothing. So that's the only thing he told us.
Okay. And you don't know whether he just doesn't know a lot, do you?
We don't know. He couldn't answer anything.
Sure. Okay. But he did tell you that she was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. If I could see Exhibit 5, I think the most recently introduced event.
A report?
The report, yes.
You want her to see it?
No, I'd like to see it. I think if we could go do some things.
John?
I'm Unfortunately, I apologize. I don't have a very fancy presentation with little things snipped out, so we'll kind of have to do this the old-fashioned way. I have to hit a button here.
Yeah.
Okay. a second about the timeline of this call. Let's get to this page. Okay. Okay. This portion of the report right here, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is it accurate to say this provides information about when various things occurred during the call?
Yes.
So the very first entry, what does PSAP stand for?
I honestly have no idea. Maybe what time the call came in. I'm not sure. We don't do anything with the times until unit dispatched.
So it's the very first entry in this report, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 2138, I'm so terrible with military time, but what's 2138?
9:38 p.m.
9:38. So potentially that's when the call was initially made to 911, right?
Correct.
The next entry is dispatch notified 2140. That's 2 minutes later, right?
Correct.
And is that the time between the call was made and they're finally dispatching you guys, telling dispatch we need somebody to get out on the road?
Unit dispatched is what time they contact us.
Okay, it's the same time between dispatch notified and unit dispatch, 2140 and 57 seconds.
Correct.
So almost identical. That's you guys getting out, being told you need to get out on the road.
Correct.
And we don't know why there's a 2-minute delay up at the very top there.
No.
You are en route 941.
Correct.
You are at the scene 7 minutes later at 9:48.
Correct.
You are at the patient 2 minutes after that, 9:50.
Correct.
You depart 10 minutes after that at 10 o'clock.
Correct.
And you get to the hospital 12 minutes after that.
Correct.
Right? That seems about accurate to your recollection of that night.
Yes.
One thing I wanted to kind of clarify from your testimony before is you had sort of discussed this set of readings that you had, blood pressure, pulse, all this stuff, right?
Correct.
And this is the only set of readings that's included in your report.
Correct.
So the time on those readings begin at 21:57 and 30 seconds.
Correct.
Right? But we had just seen that you had actually arrived at 21:40 and gotten to the patient at 21:50.
I mean, it's very easy for times to get mixed up in an emergency.
Okay.
It's an estimate, pretty much.
Is it possible that this set of readings starting 7 minutes later is from when you got Miss Benning into the truck?
Possibly.
So we're not totally sure what her blood pressure, pulse, all that other stuff would be like the minute you got there and got to her at 12:50.
We do know because I manually checked it.
Well, let me ask about this. There is a note that her cardiac rhythm on arrival is sinus tachycardia.
Correct.
What is sinus tachycardia?
A fast heart rate.
Fast heart rate. So when you arrive, she had a fast heart rate.
In the ER, that's where it says ROSC in the ER and the ED. They got ROSC back when we got there.
Okay, in the emergency department.
Correct.
Right. But at arrival, she had a fast heart rate.
No, that's not correct.
Well, it says cardiac rhythm on arrival at destination.
Correct. When we got her to the ER and got her over, that's when she had the sinus tach.
At the emergency department?
Correct.
So where is it that is the arrival on this?
Can you say that again?
Is it PEA, the arrival event?
PEA is what she was in the whole time that we were with her.
And that's like no heart rate?
Correct.
So sinus tachycardia is when they got to the emergency department?
Yes, after our care was transferred over already.
And that's after she's being administered Epi and Narcan and whatever else.
Correct, none of that worked.
So let me ask, is it possible that her heart rate, like we sort of mentioned, her heart rate breathing condition could have changed in a minute?
It's hard telling, it's possible.
It's possible.
Don't know for sure.
So she could have been breathing, could have had a heart rate at 945?
Yeah, I can't tell you what it was before we got there.
But it is possible.
It's possible.
Especially, well, we haven't really talked about any of this toxicology stuff yet, but in your experience with a drug overdose, can drug overdoses happen quickly?
Yep.
I noticed you gave her Narcan.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you give her Narcan?
In case it was an overdose.
Were there signs and symptoms that made you believe it might be a drug overdose?
I mean, any overdose could possibly cause cardiac arrest, but it's just protocol. Any cardiac arrest, we give Narcan regardless.
Is that just protocol nowadays?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In your substantial experience dealing with medical emergencies, serious medical events, do the people who are present for serious medical emergencies, serious medical events, always react the same
No.
to those things? No? Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, it is what it is. Everybody acts differently.
Okay. Is it fair to say that being present for a really serious medical emergency is a traumatic event?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that sometimes people react differently to traumatic events?
Yes.
Sometimes people are calm, cool, and collected. They're always right on doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Is that sometimes you see that?
I've never seen that.
Sometimes people are screaming and crying and shouting.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people are, I don't even know what other options there are, but there's lots of ways that people react. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you always predict how someone's going to react?
No.
I know that you testified about Mr. Taylor being anxious, panicky, and there were some questions about contrasting his reaction to the woman's reaction you showed her.
Correct.
Are you able to say, well, I know why that they reacted differently?
No.
Because you've been around a lot of different medical events, right?
Correct.
And in your experience, sometimes people react differently?
Correct.
Now, I know there's some discussion about, use the words it wasn't a safe environment. That's like a technical term, right?
Correct.
And I don't know if you have codes or whatever the thing is, but you probably have a procedure. If you can't do your work in a space, you have to remove them. Is that
Correct.
right? And that's what happened here.
Correct.
And you said Mr. Taylor was sort of getting in your way a little bit.
Yes.
That's kind of my lay term way of describing it. If I was understanding what you were describing, was he trying to like lift her off the bed? Is that what was going on?
Yes.
And that wasn't what he was supposed to be doing.
No.
Right? Were you asking him not to do that?
Yes.
And he was it fair to say he was upset?
He seemed anxious.
Anxious. Okay. He was having a reaction to the situation. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Yes.
Putting exact words to describe it may be tough because we're all going to have different ways of wanting to frame that, right?
Right.
He was having a reaction to it.
Right.
And so, was it your impression please tell me if this is not a great question to ask, but was it your impression that his sort of getting in the middle of you guys trying to work was somehow related to his reaction to the situation?
Can you repeat that again?
Right. Not a tricky
Yeah.
question. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. Do you think, just by what you saw, what you experienced, you kind of being there in the moment, that his getting in the middle, trying to lift her off the bed, not listening to you, the things that you've described, did it seem to you that that was related to his reaction to the situation?
Possibly, could be. I don't know for sure.
That's fair. I appreciate that. And similarly, you kind of noted this other woman showed up a little bit later, and she had her own kind of reaction to the situation. Right.
Correct.
And it was different.
Correct.
And we've been trying to put some kind of words to it, but there were different reactions.
Yes.
Right? I can just say. So, if I could just ask, if Mr. Taylor was getting so far in your way that you couldn't do your job, couldn't do what you needed to do inside the apartment, that wasn't in your report, was it?
No, I don't believe so.
Why wasn't it in your report?
It's easy to forget things like that in your report. There's a lot to try to remember to put in there.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. All right.
Yes, sir. Ms. Rose, you did put in your report that he was not listening to you.
Did I? I don't have my report anymore.
You said, and would not listen to you.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. And acting hysterical, yes.
And we talked a lot about the CAD. The info from the CAD report comes from the 911 operator, so the 911 audio would be the basis for that CAD report. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Mr. Brand also talked to you about, is it possible she hadn't been breathing for just a few minutes? Is it also possible she could have not been breathing for 20 minutes?
Correct, it is possible.
Okay. He also noted about the timing that CPR didn't start until 9:57, 7 minutes later. And that's because Mr. Taylor was not listening to you and you could not try to save her life in the apartment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you know the allegations in this case that he is alleged to have poisoned Miss Benning and her unborn baby.
Correct.
Did he act like he was concerned for the health of Miss Benning and her baby, or did he act like he was in trouble?
More like he was in trouble.
Okay, could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, he was just very anxious. Like again, he was not listening to any direction that we were trying to give him. He just acted very frantic, just constantly just having his hands like this and just pacing and trying to get in our way, and just like I said, just very anxious.
Okay, could you demonstrate that one more time? I'm not sure the entire jury saw what you were.
Yeah, he just had his hands like this and like pacing and just like freaking out.
And when you rolled Miss Benning over, well, I guess, let me ask it this way. At what point was Mr. Taylor trying to touch Miss Benning?
It was immediately. The second we rolled her over, he tried to get his hands on her and try to control what we were doing.
And when you rolled Miss Benning over, is Is that when you saw the pink frothy stuff on her mouth?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And was it also on the comforter?
Yes, it was.
And Miss Benning was limp?
Yes, correct.
Those are all my redirect questions, Your Honor.
Any other questions?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Rose, control what you were doing is a very strong word. Was he removing your hands from her body?
Every time we tried to touch her, he would grab exactly where we were trying to grab.
Okay. Was he removing your hands from her body?
He never physically touched me, no.
Never physically touched you. Was not removing your hands from her body?
No.
Okay. Was he pushing you away?
No.
Was he getting in front of you to keep you from touching her?
Yes.
Standing between you and Miss Benning?
Yes, he was trying to touch her while I was trying to assess her.
Was he standing physically between you and Miss Benning?
Next to her, yes.
Was he standing physically between you and Miss Benning?
No.
No. Thank you. Were you able to lift Miss Benning off the bed?
We tried to, and we had to wait for our firefighters to get there.
Okay. So you and your partner, Ms. Baldwin,
Mhm.
is it correct you were not physically able to lift her off the bed?
Correct.
Did Mr. Taylor lift her off the bed?
Yes.
I know he wasn't supposed to, but did he?
He did.
Okay. So when you say he was putting his hands out there, like, as if he was trying to be helpful?
No.
Misguided, but as if he was trying to be helpful?
No.
So he's like moving your hands off?
I told you he did not physically touch me.
Okay. But he's getting his hands in the way, but he's not
Yes.
shooting your hands off, is he?
Yes. We told him not to do that so we could do our assessment, and he did not listen. He kept touching her.
But he's touching her, he's not shooing your hands off, right?
Correct, that's what I said.
Okay, so he's touching her, which he's not supposed to. So let me ask this question, because you've sort of testified that he has, his anxiety is a guilty person's anxiety as opposed to a worried person's anxiety, and you want to explore where you are drawing that opinion from. So a worried person who's not listening, how would a worried person who's not listening be behaving in that situation?
Again, it's hard to tell. She asked me my opinion, so I told her my opinion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's get the basis of that opinion. So he's touching her, he's not listening. If he was a worried person not listening, how would that be different?
I feel like if he was worried, he would have let us do our job to try to save her.
Okay, but you said people react in all sorts of different ways to trauma, right?
Correct.
Okay. So a worried person reacting to trauma and getting in the way and just not listening, how would that be different from someone that you're testifying is kind of nefariously doing it?
Can you repeat that?
Okay. If he was worried and not listening to you, how would that be different?
I just feel like if anybody was trying to be wanted the best for the patient, they would let medical professionals do what they need to do.
That is ideal. I do understand that would be the ideal situation. But, and you and I discussed this a little bit earlier, not everybody reacts to trauma in the same way, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Sometimes people are hysterical, sometimes people are screaming and crying, all sorts of different ways, right?
Correct.
Do sometimes people not listen to you when they're reacting to trauma?
Well, I've never personally experienced that, but maybe it's possible.
In all your years, you've never had someone not listen to you?
Not when it comes to family members and bystanders, no.
Okay. So, I guess tell me, he didn't stop you from doing your work, did he?
In the house, yes, that's why we had to take her out.
Well, hang on a second. He didn't tell you, no, you can't do your work here, right?
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Taylor has medical training?
I have no idea.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Taylor has knowledge or experience with paramedic or National Fire Department protocols?
I have no idea.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Taylor would know or should have known that if he tries to help, you can't do your work?
I have no idea.
So, when you say he was trying to stop you from doing your work, why would he have any reason to believe that his misguided efforts to help would stop you from doing your work?
I'm not sure.
So, then help me understand when you were saying his anxiety is like this, and that kind of looked like he was, seemed like he was caught or he was guilty, whatever the words that you used, I can't remember what they were. How does this to you, or whatever his facial expressions were, seem like he was somehow conveying guilt or something?
I just said he looked anxious.
Anxious, right, but when you were on redirect examination, you had a different description for it. It's not just anxious. Like you thought he had gotten caught or something else. What were the words you used?
I don't recall. She was asking me, and I agreed. I mean, someone who walks around like this looks anxious, and to me, I don't know.
Okay, but can't that anxiety just be like, oh my God, the person I was just with just passed out and is now being taken away by EMS and an ambulance?
Could be.
Okay, doesn't necessarily mean they did anything, does it?
Can't tell.
Okay. So your impression is that it meant something bad?
All I said is that he looked anxious and hysterical.
Okay, and you have no idea. You've never seen you never met Mr. Taylor before, right?
Nope.
You've never seen him respond to an emergency?
Nope.
You've never seen him respond to a medical situation?
Nope.
So you don't know how he reacts to a medical emergency?
That's correct.
You don't know if that is his perfectly normal, natural reaction to a medical emergency?
That's correct.
Right? And so you don't know if that is his absolutely 100% normal reaction to a medical emergency?
Nope. Not sure.
Right? So the suggestion a minute ago that there was somehow something unnatural about that reaction, you don't have a basis for that.
I said he looks like it. Doesn't mean that's true. That's just a description of what he looked like.
Okay. But you don't really have a basis for that, do you?
No.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we release this witness? Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break. And who will the next witness be?
Officer Jack Pfeiffer.
Okay. All right, we'll take a 15-minute. Court's in a 15-minute recess.
Okay, y'all, we get a 15-minute recess. Not 16 minutes, not 14 minutes. You get 15. Make sure you use it appropriately. You know, the defense attorney asked if they needed a break before he started his cross-examining of the last witness, the paramedic, Andrea Rose. And now I understand and I see why he wanted that break, because he knew he was about to have her up there forever. Oh gosh. And I mean forever. And ever. Yeah, that's what he was doing. Like, wow, oh we. Yeah, and she definitely did not appear like she wanted to be there, wanted to be bothered, or any of those things with him or this case on that side. But it was definitely necessary for him to do the question that he did, because, I mean, it sounded like a person that, like, what is going on kind of thing. I don't know why he would call somebody and wouldn't let them work on her, but maybe it's just frantic, trying to help, trying to assist in any kind of way. I don't know. I don't know how to play that part of it or understand it, if that makes sense. Yeah, so seems like a lot lot he needed to question her about. And then she's so standoffish. Like she didn't even want to answer the questions or something. I don't know what that's about. Typically, I always thought that medical personnel, I mean, I know that they want to seek justice, I guess, seek justice. I just never seen them so standoffish in regards to what's going on. Have you? Put a 1 in the chat if that's something that you've seen before. I've never seen it like that. Even the last one that testified, the first paramedic, what was her name? I wrote it down. Baldwin. She didn't seem like she wanted to be bothered with him either. So I wonder is it be when they meet before and they kind of like have issues? If that makes sense, I don't know. But let's see here. And he mean 15 minutes, so they better not take no longer than that, or they're gonna be in trouble. Hey, lady, you been gone? Because I know you always listening, so I know you be here. She say good morning, grand rising, and good night. So if she's saying something in the middle or something going on. What's going on, lady? That's about the most I will get. Grand rising, and it need to be grand falling. Good night. So to see her saying something in the middle or something, I need to know. You said, no, you been here all day? You off work? Because I was about to say, she's saying something, then it must be something going on because she just good morning and good night. Unless there's something that must be said. Okay. Okay, so they still on break. I wouldn't be surprised if they start a new thread, because this channel that we watching it on, they typically end the thread and then kind of like open up a new thread, but we'll see.
Hey guys, Lisa Figueroa here, board certified criminal defense attorney in Florida. Back to talk to you about the Julio Fulio murder trial. I didn't even realize that today was the sentencing, and ironically, it's almost...
Yeah, they did. I kind of figured they would. They typically do. Y'all can tell the people that's in my timeline. I listen to the same people all over and over and over again. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get my mic set up so I don't have to keep putting my mouth like this close to it to talk to you guys. I hope it sounds a lot clearer. I hope that's what it sounds like. But me holding something this big to my mouth, I'm not like Pretty Brown Girl. I don't know. I know it is actually... Okay. I won't start that over again. That may be all bad for us again. Wait a minute. Let me get real quickly. Let me make sure I have it up so we can go right back into when the court feed comes through. It sounds perfect. I know after yesterday I felt like so terrible because a lot of people was like, I can't hear your guest, Leslie, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have so many things to say. We have an echo. We got all types of things going on, and nobody can hear me. Oh my. Like, wow. Yeah, so there's that. Let me pull up to make sure I get the next feed up for us. Not to say I don't mind like holding on, like even when I'm not close, it's okay. Okay, so this is okay. You can hear me. Let me make sure I'm not yelling, because I might be yelling into it now, like being real loud and sarcastic. let me see. Get this up. Oh, no. Oops. Let me go back out and how do I do this?
To the T, 2
Wait a minute. No, we can't listen to you right now, Lisa.
years after.
I know I love me some Lisa. Let me see. Okay. So they don't have it up just yet, guys. So at least I got the screen up. So I'm assuming her best friend is probably going to testify tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get her testimony today because they said next they have an officer that's going to be on the stand. So I'm assuming that's what we'll have next. Yeah, that'll probably be what we have next. We'll see that tomorrow. Let's see here. Yeah, and I didn't know that when she got to the hospital, like she was on life support for that time period. And like they never had a pulse, they never had anything. I find it kind of I want to know, like I'm interested to know, like when they got there and they decided that they thought that she may have had an overdose and they stuck her with the thing. I want to know how that kind of went in that regards. But let me get our feed up. Okay, nope, they haven't did it yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, and I wonder, I guess that's like when they say, I mean, so I don't know. I'm not a medical person, so I'm not going to even try. I'm not going to even try to act like I know what those things mean when it's the difference between, okay, so when you're brain dead, walk down here. When you are brain dead, but they got like a machine and stuff breathing for you, and that's the only way you kept alive. What's the? I don't understand that between that and dead. Like, what's dead? Like, is because that sound brain dead, right? So is it saying other parts are not functioning? Because if your brain dead, your brain tells what body parts to function, right? So what's the difference between that and dead? I don't want to be insensitive or anything, but I'm just really trying to understand. Because the baby died, baby passed away 2 days later, from my understanding. I wonder if they were trying to keep her alive to keep the baby alive? The machines is the difference, but it's all the same. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand a little bit more, like, I mean, in that regards, because when they're making that, because I'm like, well, damn, well, why even keep her, for 5 days, but I see why. Maybe it was to keep the baby together. Okay, so we got some answers coming up in here. So, we learn something new every day. Brain dead is no electrical activity in the brain. Your heart still pumps. Oh, so you still are alive in the sense that your body does not decay. Interesting. Yeah, so your heart will, and that's the only way to continue to beat is the machines, right? Wow. Because I'm like, okay, well, what's the difference? I mean, what's the choice in when they put somebody on a machine versus to just letting them, pass away? You get what I'm saying? Not being I'm not trying to be insensitive to anything. I'm just really just trying to understand just for my own personal knowledge. Okay. Okay, it looks like they are back. I am going to go ahead and put us into the courtroom. Give me 1 second. Let me share. Let me share screen. Share. I think they doing it like at a slight delay, but that's fine. It's not that far delayed, and that's just, I think that's just the way they doing it for, for the courtroom. But let's see what we have for our next witness that's on the stand. Okay, and the jury's entering the building.
All right. If you'll stand up.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
Sir, can you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Jack Pfeiffer. First name is Jack. Last name is Pfeiffer.
And although it may be fairly obvious to us, could you tell us by whom are you employed?
I work for the Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
A little over 4 years.
And what are your current duties and assignments with the police department?
So I work on patrol in Midtown sector precinct. I am a field training officer and also a maritime officer as well.
And what is a field training officer and the FTO?
So a field training officer deals with training anybody new that's going from the academy and kind of bringing them through training in the actual field environment outside of the academy. My duties as a maritime officer is boat enforcement. So if you see us on the rivers and on the lakes inside Davidson County, we would be the people that are dealing with that issues of, you know, putting on the influence, other stuffs of like disorderly issues on the lake.
And do you hold currently any particular rank with the police department?
No.
Okay. But as an FTO in the maritime, do you train other officers now?
Correct.
Okay. Directing your attention to February of 2023, particularly the evening of the 25th into the early morning hours of February 26th. Were you working for the police department?
Yes.
And what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer at the time in the Midtown area that I currently still work.
And just generally, what is the Midtown area?
So we have 9 precincts that divide Davidson County, and I work in Midtown, which is that precinct. It goes from essentially 40 to parts of 440 all the way down to the county line off of 65 and Knowlesville area. We cover probably over 200 to 300,000 people.
Does it include the Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
Correct, it does.
And back on, again, the evening of the 25th, morning of the 26th, were you dispatched to a call at Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
I was.
You remember approximately what time it was, the day or night?
It was, I think, closer to like 11 o'clock at night.
And when you were dispatched there, did you have any real specifics about what you were going for?
The only specifics we were given is the call for service that we are given, which is, you know, somebody calls us and gives us their description of what they want us to come out and deal with. We had gotten a call from Vandy about some poisoning that had occurred. I believe for poisoning at least.
You say we, the police department, received that, and that information was sent to you?
Correct.
And did you go to the Vanderbilt campus?
I did. I went to the Vanderbilt ER.
And were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
Were you given, before you arrived there, the names or descriptions of any individuals to look for?
Not, from my recollection, I don't remember exactly who, but the Vanderbilt Police Department had advised us of names of people to look for, and we had, and who to talk to.
So, fair to say, Vanderbilt was assisting, or at least helping to some extent, with names and other information.
Correct.
Did you ever talk to a doctor
No.
or a nurse?
No.
And when you arrived, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And as part of that uniform, did it back in February of 2023 include a body-worn camera?
It did.
Have that on today?
I do. It's a different model, but same concept.
And just briefly, tell us about that concept. How does that work?
So our body-worn cameras take video 60 seconds prior to their activation, and then upon activation, they also record audio. And they're meant to stay on for the duration of the call or to get the completion of the call.
And, pardon me, can you manually operate it to turn it on and off?
Yes.
And are there places where you would turn it off?
Very, very specific instances, but very rarely do we ever turn them off.
Okay. And was the area at Vanderbilt Hospital where the ER, was that a place where you turned it off at any time?
we do not turn off our body on camera unless during my recording. Of course, I went to the restroom. I turned it off when I went to the restroom.
Now, when you arrived there and were given some names, was one of the names that you were given Blaise Taylor?
Yes.
And did you come to see that individual in the area of the Vanderbilt emergency room?
Yes, I was directed by Vanderbilt PD towards the individual, Blaise Taylor.
To your knowledge, had you ever seen that person before or had any interaction with him?
No.
Was your interaction with the person you came to be directed to, Blaise Taylor, recorded on your body-worn camera?
He was.
And you see that person here in the courtroom today?
I did.
Did you describe where he's sitting, perhaps article or two of clothing?
He's wearing a blue suit over here to my right. He has a goatee.
This record reflects he has identified Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review that body-worn camera video?
I have.
And have you had an opportunity to review a transcript of the conversation that you had with Mr. Taylor?
I did.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, now I have the officer handed a copy of the transcript, which has been provided to counsel, but I have another copy. May I have some extras left over?
Okay, show that.
Along with the USB. Those could be answered up. Officer Pfeiffer, you're being handed a manila envelope that contains a USB, and you just open that and just take a look at it. I believe it has an identifying tag on it, your name on it.
It does.
Or it should. Right. Now, the transcript that you've been handed, have you had an opportunity to review that in comparison with what is on the USB?
I have.
And the transcript, a fair and accurate transcription of the conversation that is on the body-worn camera.
Yes.
All right, this time I would move to introduce the USB as an exhibit, and with a copy of the transcript as an exhibit for identification. I have made several copies.
Not wanting the transcript made an exhibit.
Well, at this point, after the jury hears it, I was just gonna, but now it's fine. Exhibit 1 and, well,
All right.
6 and 6A.
and B. Are you wanting to play that?
Yes, Your Honor, and for another question or two, but I said, if I can
You
pass
get
out
those copies. This probably.
Yeah. Just get them out of my hand. There should be enough for the jury and the court reporter and an extra one for the. Now, what I'm going to ask Officer Pfeiffer, identified Mr. Taylor, saw him there, and was your body-worn camera running the entire time as you walked up?
Yes.
I know you will show the interaction, but what was your initial observation when you saw Mr. Taylor? Of what was he doing? What was his appearance and demeanor?
This is during COVID, so everyone's gonna have a mask, or it's kind of the end of COVID, right? So he's on his phone, and I'm being directed by Vanderbilt Police about where he kind of direction he went, and so I could see him on his phone, kind of talking into the distance on the outside of the ER.
Was he the first individual you talked with when you arrived at Vanderbilt, other than the Vanderbilt Police?
Yes.
Involved in the incident that you were there for? Did you later speak with an individual you learned to be Nigeria Jackson?
Yes.
Had you received any information whatsoever from her before you talked to Mr. Taylor?
No.
I would ask to publish the video and
So this is I'm walking out of the entrance to the emergency room to like the lobby area. So this had been like, there's a valet area in the front of Vanderbilt ER. He's standing right next to that valet area.
And just for a second, ask you, the person in the yellow top, have any involvement with this?
No.
Somebody walking by?
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of foot traffic around Vanderbilt ER as you'd expect from a big hospital.
And this is audio, so not ask anything while it's playing.
All right, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you've been given a transcript that the officer says is fair and accurate, but if you find from your listening to the audio, seeing on the visual, that there's something different between what you hear and what's related in the transcript, you have to rely on what you think was said. Okay?
We need
Mike.
Hey man, what's happening today? What's happening today? So, my girlfriend, she's obviously in the nursing or whatever. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I was the last one. We were together on date night. Where were you? Where? At her place. At her place, okay. What's that? That's off Lebanon Pike. It's a new deal. She just moved there. You know the address? No, I don't know the exact address. I just know, I know how to get there. It's real easy to get there. And I know it's right behind Burger King, so I can take Burger King. I know it's right there on the left. Okay. But it's a new deal. They're still not even finished with all the buildings there. But her buildings. I gotcha. But yeah, she's a common one of her condo. So what happened today? So went over there. She's like, hey, got this thing planned for us. Late night, 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock. She cooked dinner. She had these canvases for us to paint. And all this stuff. And then get there, do all that. She made a lot of food, so one of her friends came by with her, I think boyfriend or friend or whatever. They picked up some food, stuck around there about 5 minutes tops. Just us hanging out. And all that. She started not to feel well. It's kind of all the blur. She wasn't feeling very good. I said, she was like throwing up, kind of shaky. So then I called my dad and I was like, hey, I don't know what to do. He was like, call 911. Immediately, I called 911. They kind of walked me through what to do, like, turn on her side, wipe up her mouth, like all that stuff. Has she been drinking it all the time or anything? Yeah, not any alcohol. We didn't have alcohol or anything like that. There's no alcohol. Were you guys arguing or anything like that? No. So you know what, like, was it some she ate, or you know? People I talked to they just told me that they thought it was she was on the reaction. So they were asking me a lot of medical questions, but I didn't really know. They were asking me to check out the pain, but just the lungs and stuff.
you can pass those transcripts back down this way, ladies.
Officer Pfeiffer, when we saw the time at the top, was that coming from the body on camera?
Correct.
Military time?
Correct. So 23, it was 43 around that time, so it'll be 11 p.m.
Now, did you ask or ever find out who Mr. Taylor was talking to on the cell phone?
No.
When you were interviewing him or trying to interview him?
I never asked.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Taylor, did you provide the substance of that to any other officer there? The substance of what he had said?
Yes, later I advised other officers about what he had told me, but I advised Officer Fish, and but I don't know at which point who I talked to exactly.
Now, with respect to, did you see the individual that was identified to you as being Chad Jackson?
Yes, I was told of another individual who had wanted to talk to us about this incident.
Right. Now, I'm not going to get into what she may have told you, but where was she when you first saw her?
She was also outside in that same area, just a little bit farther off, closer to the street.
Drew's obviously seen the video of Mr. Taylor, but what was Ms. Jackson's demeanor or appearance when you initially saw her?
She seemed very worried.
Was she by herself at that time when you spoke with her?
Yes.
And the information that she relayed to you, was that then also passed along to other officers?
Correct.
Do you recall there being Officer Kaliski? Was he there?
Yes, he was.
And Sergeant Smith?
Yes.
Did you ever communicate with Sergeant Smith that night about anything that you had observed or had recorded?
No. I relayed all my information to the primary officer on the scene, who then relayed it to the detectives.
Okay. And is that how procedurally things are supposed to work?
Yes. There's always someone who's in charge of the scene, and everything gets funneled up to them so that there's no misunderstanding about what's happening.
How long were you there? Night, morning?
A couple hours.
Were you assigned to do any follow-up investigation or duties, responsibilities about this matter?
No, that would be outside the scope of patrol.
So it'd be fair to say this is the extent of your dealings with Mr. Taylor?
Correct.
Did you see him any more at the hospital after your interview with him?
Yes, he was sitting in the waiting room.
And what, if anything, was he doing at that time?
He was on his phone.
Was there anyone with him in that particular area of the waiting room?
I don't recall exactly if there was anybody sitting that would have been associated with him.
Those are my questions, Gerod.
Good afternoon, officer. So you were not the primary investigating officer, right?
That is correct.
Is that basically assigned based on kind of who gets there first?
No. Normally the primary investigating officer will be the individual that we, like I said, we have precincts, but we divide precincts up into different areas. So there's a zone officer, and that zone officer normally, if they respond to that scene, are going to be the primary officer for the investigation.
So was that Officer Fish on this one?
Correct.
Was she at the scene before you?
We responded, and I think we arrived pretty close in time.
But just based on sort of internal police structures that maybe are above my knowledge level, she was assigned as the primary investigating officer at night.
Correct.
So then does your role kind of become assist where needed, kind of take stock of everything that's going on and interview people and collect information?
Correct.
And that's generally what you did in this case, right?
What I did? Sorry? Yes.
Do you know about how long you were there that night?
However long my body and work cameras, I think it's a couple hours though.
Okay. Do you know about how long you had been there when you interviewed Mr. Taylor at 11:43 p.m.?
I know it had been shortly after I responded because we kind of started doing our job right away.
Okay. So that's one of the first conversations you have when you got to the scene. Is that fair?
Correct.
Did you and Officer Fish kind of divide conversations, or was it just whoever you guys run into is who you talk to?
I think it's more on the aspect of she went to go talk to medical staff because this is a big hospital, and we didn't really have any information about the victim, so I was going to collect information from anybody that had been around the area.
So the fact that you guys were called to the scene, there was some concern whether it was Vanderbilt or any of that. This was something that needed to be investigated. Is that fair?
The call, yeah, someone was worried that something was wrong, yes.
Okay. But at this point, there's no homicide detectives involved. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you haven't talked to Jade Jackson yet, correct?
Correct.
When you talked to Mr. Taylor, do you know how long he had been at the hospital?
I did not know at the time, no.
When you indicated that sometime later you still saw him sitting in a chair on the phone, do you know how much later that was after this body cam conversation with him?
Of him sitting in the waiting room?
Yes.
He'd been kind of in and out of the waiting room the entire time, so, I mean.
So let's try, I'm trying to kind of get maybe some rough timeline here. So you get there, let's say 11:30 or so, does that seem fair?
Yeah, around there maybe.
Okay. You interview him about 11:43, right?
Correct.
Your body cam is at least 2 hours, maybe between 2 and 3 hours, does that seem fair?
Correct.
Do you think that you saw Mr. Taylor still sitting in the waiting room at least 2 or 3 hours later?
Correct, he was there, I think, from my knowledge, I recall him still being there like an hour plus after we had talked to him.
To your knowledge and your recollection, was he there the entire time that you were at the hospital?
From my recollection, he was there at least the majority of the time at the hospital. I don't know if he ever left in between.
So you don't have any specific recollection of him leaving during the time that you're at the hospital?
Correct.
And during that conversation that you had with him, obviously we've watched it, right? Right. That's the only conversation you had with him, right?
In depth, correct.
Maybe there's something brief in passing.
Yes, I may have missed some information. I had to make sure I had some like demographic information if I missed anything.
And other than him kind of being on the phone and quickly picking up another phone call, he answers your questions, right?
He does.
He provides you some information about what happened that night, right?
He does.
And it's at this time, it's not your responsibility to do like a full like interrogation of anybody, is it?
No, we do like preliminary statements about what's happening and kind of figure out what the general idea of the scene is.
Yeah, just kind of getting the lay of the land, right?
Correct.
Figuring out who the players are, right?
Correct.
Kind of knowing what everybody's saying happened, right?
Correct.
Just very brief, right? It's intended to be brief. Is that correct?
I mean, unless more information is coming up from previous stuff, we may ask more specific questions, but normally there's a follow-up, and we'll follow up if there's more questions to be had at the time. But sometimes we leave that for detectives because they are the ones that have the ability and means to follow up at a larger extent.
Okay, that's fair. But this interview with Mr. Taylor, this was just the initial interview, right?
Correct.
You hadn't gotten any kind of follow-up interview or questioning, right?
Correct.
So it's kind of almost intentionally brief. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say that I'm intentionally making it a brief conversation. I would say that I make it as long as it needs to be.
Okay. But I guess maybe what I'm just trying to understand, just maybe for myself and for the jury, is it wasn't unusually brief. Is that fair?
I mean, he gave me the information that he had at the time. There wasn't really much specifics to what he gave them.
Okay. During that conversation, he does note at one time that it's kind of a blur. Is that right?
He does say that.
He does refer to Ms. Benning as his girlfriend, right?
Correct.
He does indicate that during the 911 call, they asked if it might be allergic reaction. Is that right?
Correct.
There wasn't any point in that time questioning that he refused to answer any of your questions. Is that right?
No.
At some point in time during your time at the hospital, did you interact with a social worker?
I don't recall if I ever interacted with a social worker.
You don't remember a social worker being involved in the hospital situation?
I remember there being a social worker involved. I don't recall if I had interaction with them.
Well, you do remember that this was a situation where whether the hospital asked or on their own accord, there was a social worker involved.
Correct.
Are you familiar with situations, other situations where social workers are involved?
Correct, yes.
At the hospital?
Mm-hmm.
So you've been an officer for 4 years now?
A little over 4, yep.
It sounds like you have sort of a variety of things that you're involved with in the police department.
Yes.
And is it fair to say you respond to, at this point in your career, a pretty large number of calls?
At the point I am at now, or the point that I was at?
Now.
Yes.
Some calls involve medical emergencies.
Yes.
Some calls involve various allegations of criminal conduct.
Yes.
Some calls involve injuries or death. Is that right?
Yep.
So you responded to a kind of wide variety of situations where the police might be involved.
Yes.
In your experience, do all people in those situations, friends, family, whoever, witnesses, do they all react to situations that you're responding to in the same kind of way?
No.
And obviously, I'm not asking you to describe all the different reactions, but can you often predict how a friend or family or loved one or even a witness is going to react to the situation where police is involved?
No, I can't predict how someone's going to react to a situation.
Is that particularly true where someone is critically injured or even killed?
Yes, but a lot of times people will be pretty direct with you if they want to talk to you.
Okay. But I guess what I'm sort of asking is, when someone's injured or killed, is it fair to describe that as traumatic?
Yes.
And in your experience, do people respond to that or react to that trauma in different ways?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to sort of observe like a wide variety of those reactions, right?
I have.
And you've never interacted with Mr. Taylor before, right?
Correct.
You don't know, especially at that time, you didn't know anything about his background, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't know anything about what experience he has with trauma or traumatic situations?
I do not.
So your job in this case was really just collecting information, right?
Correct.
You weren't reaching any conclusions or anything like that, right?
No, that would be up to the detective.
Just one second. That's all I got. Thank you.
You need to read your break.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm assuming that this is probably going to be our last witness.
Gerod Kaliski.
What? What time are they working to off in Tennessee, in Nashville? What time is it in Nashville? They calling somebody else? Hey Leslie, how are you? I hope my mic don't sound all funny. Y'all know I'm working.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
I'm Officer Jade Kaliski. First name Jerrod. Last name Kaliski, Kalinsky.
And for whom are you an officer?
I'm an officer for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been employed since August of 2020.
What are your current duties with the police department?
I'm currently a field training officer, still working in the patrol capacity.
And of the 9 or so precincts, are you assigned to any particular one?
Yes, I work at the Midtown Hills Police Precinct.
And where is that area, just generally?
I'd say it goes from about the Edge Hill area all the way down to the county line with Williamson County.
Back in February of 2023, also Metropolitan Nashville Police Officer.
Yes, sir.
What were your duties and responsibilities back then?
It was very similar. I was still working in patrol capacity. I was not a field training officer at the time.
And what precinct then were you assigned?
Yeah, I was still assigned to the Midtown Hills Police Precinct.
And with the Midtown Hills Precinct, late evening of February the 25th and on into the early morning hours of the 26th of 2023, were you dispatched to the Vanderbilt University Medical Center Emergency Department?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall approximately when you received the call to go there?
I recall it was later in the evening. It was kind of close to the beginning of my shift, closer to 10 or 11 p.m. is when we responded to the hospital.
When you say we, did you have a partner that night?
Me, myself, Officer Pfeiffer, and Officer Fish.
And did the three of you go together? Who arrived first? Did you recall?
I don't recall exactly who arrived first. I was one of the last officers to arrive on scene, and I met with Officer Pfeiffer.
Now, without going into detail, what was the nature of the call?
All I remember from the nature of the call was we were responding to a possible drugging that was being reported at the hospital.
When you arrived at the hospital, were you given additional information with respect to people to speak with?
I spoke first with a representative of the Vanderbilt Police Department who was asking what I was responding to, and then I spoke with a friend of Ms. Benning.
would that have been the person you later identified as being Andrea Jackson?
That's correct, yes.
Not Jacob. Where was Ms. Jackson when you first encountered her?
I believe we were outside of the emergency room, kind of close to ambulance bay.
Now, how were you directed to her, or did you call out her name? Just how did it come about that you were?
She, after speaking with the Vanderbilt officer, she was kind of approaching us as to speak with us about the matter.
Do you recall anything about that initial first impression of her appearance, demeanor?
She seemed rather upset about kind of what transpired during the events that have happened that night.
Asked Officer Pfeiffer about body worn camera, but as a patrol officer, you also have body worn camera.
Yes, sir.
And is that activated when you're at a scene?
Yes.
And does it record?
Yes, it does.
Interactions. And was your interaction with Ms. Jackson recorded on your body worn camera?
It was.
And preserved and available?
Yes, it was.
Now, after speaking with Ms. Jackson, did you relay the information you received from her to any one of the other officers?
I don't recall if I did. Potentially, if I did, I would have related to Officer Fish.
Okay. And was Officer Fish essentially the...
Yes, she was the primary officer compiling the report for us.
At that initial time that the three of you arrived, were there any Metropolitan Nashville Police Department detectives at the hospital, to your knowledge?
At the time of our response, I don't recall one being there.
Did one or more later arrive while you were still at the hospital?
I don't recall if I was still present at the hospital when a detective arrived. I do know that one did respond.
And the reason I ask that is, did you ever speak with a detective to relay the information directly to a Metro Police Department detective at the hospital?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. So Officer Fish was gathering the information.
That's correct.
After you spoke with Ms. Jackson, did you later encounter an individual you learned to be Mr. Blaise Taylor?
I did.
And approximately how long after your speaking with Ms. Jackson did that occur?
So it'd be about 5 or so minutes, give or take a little bit of time.
You told us about Ms. Jackson approaching you and you're in conversation. Had you seen the person you learned to be Blaise Taylor there before seeing Ms. Jackson? I'm just saying visually.
Visually, I did not.
Okay. And after this time, you tried talking with Ms. Jackson. Where was Mr. Taylor when you first encountered him?
Mr. Taylor was still sitting in the waiting room, in the emergency room.
Okay. And were you directed to him?
Yes.
Someone pointed him out and said, that's
Yes.
Blaise Taylor, or words to that effect, right?
Correct.
And did you then speak with Mr. Taylor?
I did.
And was that recorded on your body-worn camera?
Yes, that was also audio and visually recorded.
And have you had the opportunity to review that?
I have.
And have you also had the opportunity to review a transcript of the conversation?
I have.
And, Your Honor, if I could ask that the assistant counsels be asked. Officer Kaliski, you're being handed 2 items, one of which is a manila envelope. If you would open that, see if that contains a USB. That is your ID.
It does.
And the transcript that you've been handed, have you had an opportunity to review that? And is that a a fair and accurate transcription of what is on the USB recording?
It is.
Your Honor, I would tender those as next collected exhibit and ask it to be published. And I have, again, made hopefully enough copies for everyone. Council already has theirs. Now, may the transcripts be passed to you?
Sure, yeah, that's it.
And Your Honor, with course permission, I publish this, but before General Norman hits the, I know Your Honor has something probably to say to the jury about the transcript.
Yeah, it's the same instruction, and then again, if you find something different from the transcript and what you hear, then rely on what you yourself hear.
And Officer Kaliski, while the screen is still frozen, who are we seeing in this screenshot?
I believe in this screenshot, I see Officer Pfeiffer and Mr. Blaise Taylor.
Okay, now, could you identify what he's wearing, who Mr. Taylor is in this?
In the screenshot, he's wearing a blue mask around his face with a gray hoodie and white shoes.
Okay, and the individual sitting in the chair next to the wall, do you know who that is or was, and whether they had anything to do with this case?
As far as I have no idea who that individual is.
Okay, did you have any interaction with that individual?
No, sir.
Okay. And the date and time, military time, what is that?
It says February 26, 2023. Looks like it's just after midnight.
It'd be 12:01 and 51 seconds a.m.
Yes.
And Your Honor, if we could play that.
Okay.
You playing some? Sure. I'm gonna talk over there. Just curious, I haven't got enough to talk to you yet. What happened?
So she texted me today, wanted to do date night. She didn't tell me exactly what to do. Just like, hey, I'm actually 7, I got some phone voice. Cook dinner, we ate, we had date night. Friend came over to pick up, she made a bunch of food, so friend came over to pick up some of the food we left. Anyway, so we had date night. Started feeling sick, and then...
Just after you got all 8?
Yeah, so this was probably a little bit afterwards, like, I don't know what time it was, so we were hanging out, whatever, and then, she started feeling sick. I called my dad, I was like, hey, she's really sick, what we're supposed to do, and then he told me to call 911. I called 911, and then literally talked to the EMS people, or the paramedics, whoever's on the I talked to them, and they were like, hey, do this, turn outside, all this stuff, and then I had to step out just because I didn't really know the apartment complex was a new apartment, so I ran outside, saw like the name, told them the name, to get the address, and the address, but then I started, that's really what happened, and all the ambulance back and all that kind of stuff, it was just like, really, it's kind of just off the line, literally.
Yeah, she didn't say anything to you while she was passing out?
Or she was just really, it was just all the blur. She was just saying like she didn't feel good and stuff. And I was just trying to help her, and then I panicked and I didn't know what was going on, so I just called my pops, and I was like, yeah. And then he was like, hang up with me, call 911.
those documents back this way. Okay.
Officer Kaliski, when you spoke with Mr. Taylor, you had already received information from Ms. Jackson, correct?
Correct.
And we know from what we just watched, you did not relay any of her information to Mr. Taylor, did you?
I did not.
But did you have that in mind when you were listening to what he was telling you?
I did.
And based upon that, did you relay that information to Officer Fitch?
I don't recall.
Up the chain.
I don't recall exactly what I told her, but in the moment I probably would have.
Yes. For it to be, again, relayed on up to further investigation.
Yes.
With respect to Mr. Taylor, whose appearance and demeanor the jury is seeing with your interaction, how would that compare with Ms. Jackson and her interaction with you?
Say I wouldn't say exactly opposite, but they were very different.
In what way?
Miss Jackson was very kind of upset and distraught, and I remember making the remark that Mr. Taylor even seemed a little nervous or even not as upset as Miss Jackson was.
Did you see Mr. Taylor any more now it's morning, but that morning at the hospital?
I don't believe I did.
Have any other interaction with him then?
I believe that was my only interaction with him.
I have a moment, John.
Okay.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Questions?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't want to, but I probably am going to mispronounce your name. Is it Officer Kaliski?
Yes, sir.
My name is Ed Jointer. I'm going to be asking you a few questions. If at any time you don't understand, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
Okay.
I want to just try to orientate myself and the jury. Do you know at the time you asked to speak to Mr. Taylor if you spoke to him before your coworker did or after?
As far as my knowledge is, I'm one of the people that speaks to him after.
Okay. And did he interact with you voluntarily?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to watch the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice that he had like a sticker on his side of his shirt? Did you notice that?
Yes.
Visitor pass?
Mm-hmm.
And you spoke to Miss Jade Jackson that night as well, didn't you?
I did.
And did you get a chance to review your body cam video of that?
Yes, sir.
And did she also have on a visitor sticker on her shirt?
If I recall, it did not appear she did.
Okay. Now, was she alone when you interviewed her?
Yes, it was just me and myself and Officer Pfeiffer.
Were there anybody that she would have known lingering around her as well?
I believe at the tail end, a couple of her friends did approach her at the end of our interview.
And both of those friends were females, correct?
Correct.
And you never encountered a gentleman by the name of Keyante Jones, did you?
I did not.
And when you approached Mr. Taylor, he did cooperate fully, did he not?
He did.
No further questions.
You can read your record.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
One other witness that was here.
No, Your Honor. There was, but he left. He was going to be a rather lengthy witness.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury will go to recess for the day. Just remember about not discussing the case, forming any opinion, looking things up, going by any locations, all those admonitions that I gave you, looking at TV, reading anything. Those of you who are taking notes, you can leave those pads up here in the jury deliberation room. That room will be locked. No one will be looking at your notes. Tomorrow, if you'll report like you did this morning downstairs in the jury assembly room, 8:45, 8:50, we'll get you up here as a group and resume the trial. Thank you very much, and you can step out of the court.
Okay, so we got day one in the books. What's up with that? What's up, what's up, what's up? So we got to see some foot. I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be the friend. And guys, you do not want to miss tomorrow. Oh my. So if you're on the replay crew, I hope you get it together, because tomorrow the friend gonna be up there on the stand. That's what I do know. Yeah, and hopefully our wonderful Leslie B, if you have not subscribed to her, please go over there and subscribe. Could one of the mods drop Leslie's channel chat in the chat for me? Oh gosh, what is this? What a mess. I'm like multitasking. Y'all know I'm always multitasking. Because if I don't multitask, I will not get through anything. And I hope you are able to be in court. That would be just like so awesome. That would be so tea. That way we can clock it, because I want to know exactly what this jury looks like. I don't know, but I tell you, my girlfriend, the defense team is not playing around. She is not playing any games with these people. So if y'all have not figured it out, she is not playing any games. I think today was like awesome intro. Like it kept a steady pace. We got witnesses up. We had fireworks. We had eye candy. Shoot. I don't know what more a girl could ask for. Sorry, gentlemen. But I don't know what more I could ask for up in the courtroom today. Like, this is like, tasty. Like, ooh, child. I had to go get me some water. Like, I had to go figure some things out. Like, we got it all. And this is only day one. Thank you so much, Marilda. I appreciate you. Yes. So yeah, I'm talking about. I don't want to see nobody else testify but Keyante, but whatever. I guess he can't stay on the stand all the time, because if he stayed on the stand all the time, we wouldn't get through no other witnesses. But baby, I mean, it's on you. So okay. Let's talk about the witnesses. Do we need to say anything about the witnesses besides Keyante? Okay. You say you back now, baby, and baby, this is a good trial to get back into it with, right? I was not expecting this. I will tell you, like, I wasn't expecting like this kind of stuff. And then we get some, Sparky with the defense attorney. Like, I'm like so truly excited, like, to see the next day. I can't wait till tomorrow. I definitely cannot wait till tomorrow. And I call myself trying to like put chapters. That's what I was trying to do. But, you know, that's kind of how I go over here. You know, just trying. I just be trying. That's all I be doing is trying. Let's see here. Okay, now I don't know why what I was thinking about Tennessee time, but apparently I was not thinking the appropriate things about Tennessee time. Like, are they East Coast? What time zone is Nashville, y'all? Cause I was thinking something totally different. I was thinking we was gonna be out of court like, well, I guess not. It's 2:30. It's still pretty early. Okay. Crew, we got stuff to do. That's what I can tell you. So I can't stress to you enough of all the things that we do need to do real quick. So I didn't know what time. I was kind of trying to figure out what time court ended, but I couldn't get it all the way down. We got to get over here to this military trial, y'all. I heard he took the stand today. And man, oh man, I don't know why he took the stand, but he didn't took the stand. I don't know what he gonna talk about, who told him he could take the stand. And I'm talking about y'all guys, what is his name? Zacharias, Zarius. I don't know what made him take the stand in the military trial, but I done heard that he done took the stand, and I don't know why. So we have to go over there and see what is he saying on the stand, and why is he saying anything. Wait a minute, let me get it together. So I am going to open up another room so we can go over there and see what he is thinking about, Mr. Hildebrand. I don't know what he could talk about. I'm just upset that he even took the stand. I don't know why he took the stand. It's Central Time. Okay, thank you. Cause I'm like, why is they still here so late? I don't know why I'm thinking like 2:30. Like I want to put them on Eastern Standard Time or something. But let me get our stuff set up for our next trial that we need to go into so we can kind of wrap this up, because this trial is going to be wrapping up very, very soon. And I'm pretty sure y'all want to see this. Of course, we're going to watch it on a different type of speed. Of course. Because I'm assuming they'll be going into closing arguments and everything very, very soon. So I want to make sure that we at least get this information in before they go to that, okay? So other than that, I wouldn't like rush us to catch up. If you're able to attend, if you have attended, if you have been watching Alaska trial, and you want to hang out with us, awesome. But he is accused of unaliving his wife, and he said that she actually committed the suicide herself, and he woke up and found her, and he panicked and threw her in the sewer. So I don't know what you want to do with that. You said if you had your way, every defendant would testify. Oh gosh. I don't think he should testify, but I from all accounts, from what I was hearing, like I heard he just sitting up there like a little emotional, unemotional ball of junk. So I am going to get this together, and we're going to go over there. You know, we're going to watch it on a different type of speed. That's what I can tell you. Of course, you know, because if not, we won't make it through it. So I am going to get us set up. Give me 1 second, because I'm gonna set up a redirect for those that were following the trial, and for those that are just here for our Blazer Blaise. I can't call him Blaise. Blaise is such a beautiful place. So Blaise, Blazer, Blazing You, Blazing Hot. Those that are here for our Blazing Hot trial, we'll be back up in here at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be Pacific time. I don't know what time zone that is, Eastern. I don't know. Y'all have to just hit the notification bell, and then that way it'll adjust to your time zone. I promise you. Let's see here. So I'm getting this set up for us so I can redirect us over there. Do anybody have any questions or concerns? I'll look in 1 second. I'm about to F with. Oh gosh. Oh, Sabby, I need you to tell me why he get on the stand, cause I want to know why he on the stand. He not doing self-defense or anything like that, so I'm assuming that he must just want to get up there and talk. I mean, I don't know why he on the stand, to be honest. I don't know why he on the stand, but I heard he on the stand. He took the stand today, and I heard it's stupid. So at least it sounds like it's stupid. From what I can tell. So that tells you guys that we are kind of like in a defense case, but that's cool. I'm almost finished with creating it, guys. Oh. I thought I was almost finished. Oh gosh, that made a mistake. Of course I would mess up. Okay, let me put up some tunes. He thinks he can charm the jury. I hope that is not what he think. Oh gosh, I hope that's not what he think when he gets up here. Sorry. Oh gosh, I hope that is not what he think. Okay, let's listen to some tunes since Billy up in here, because she likes to throw her hot dogs.
Sun comes up and somebody's already there, posting memes and opinions nobody has to share. The trial's on the street, but that's not why we stay. We're solving all the world's problems in the chat all day. Somebody's making hot talk, somebody's cracking claws, somebody's hiding statues they learned from watching laws. The witness takes the stand, but we're off somewhere else, discussing snacks, bad tattoos, and making fools of ourselves. Hot dogs and white claws every hour of the day. The trial's just background noise while the chat drifts away. One eye on the testimony, one eye on the fun. Started watching for the case, but stayed for everyone. Hot dogs and white claws, that's the family we chose. Showing up with bad advice and inside jokes nobody knows. The lawyer keep on talking, but that's not why we're here. We're gathering around the internet with friends we've grown to cheer. Judge says overruled, somebody posts a gift. 20 people miss the ruling while they're shooting all the shit. The evidence is serious, the vibes are mostly not. Half the room is paying attention, half forgot the plot. Morning crew and night crew, somehow all the same. Different clocks and time zones, everybody knows your name. The stream could end tomorrow and we'd probably still hang out, arguing over nonsense till the lights all flickered out. Hot dogs and white claws.
Another case rolls by. Another 100 conversations underneath the sky. Hot dogs and white claws and friends we never saw. Somehow built a little hometown through a screen and a law.
No better way to end it but on hot dogs and some white claws. I tell you. Hot dogs just be flying in the chat. I don't know. When I think of wieners, I shouldn't say wieners. Hot dogs. Yeah, there's your laugh for today, Frank. The hot dogs. The hot dogs. Oh boy. It's not the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse where we hot dog, hot diggity dog. It ain't that hot dog. It's hot dogs and white claws, but wieners sometimes, I don't know. I have no clue. And I love hot dogs with chili on them. OMG. If you give me a hot dog with some chili and some onions and a little bit of mustard, I'll probably be in heaven and fall over. There's that. But with that being said, I have put the link in the chat for our new stream so we can go over here and check out the military trial. I will see you guys over there. We're going to watch it at a nice speed so we can get through some things. All right, guys. Peace. Oh, I did do a redirect, so it should put you over there, but just in case it doesn't. Peace.